Hello, 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 hello. I'm sure that you're all tired of me by now because I've been it's the third stream of this week because it was an extra busy week with the big FF7 conversation with Sleep Easy, and then obviously played FF8 or FF7 conversation with Sleep Easy, and then we played FF8 on Friday night since Sleep Easy took over the Thursday. But hi, we are here for yet another Sundays with SubTXT. Obviously can't miss the Sunday stream because that's the main stream. But it has been a very, very busy week. And I am feeling it a little bit. But it's fine. I actually had a very I had a really nice breakfast this morning. I went for a little walk and went to a restaurant that's not too far from me. And just had like a nice, like classic breakfast, just like eggs, toast, sausage, bacon, potatoes. It was kind of like one of those like platter breakfasts. And oh man, that just hit. That was what I needed. Like definitely like made me feel refreshed. So never tired doing more streams. I mean, the thing about it is I'm like, now I'm feeling the guilt of like, oh shit, well now I need to turn that conversation with Sleep Easy into a video. Plus I really need to get this Expedition 33 video done, hopefully in time for the anniversary of that game, which is a few days before Final Fantasy 14 Fan Fest, which I'm going to be attending. So very busy. But thank you so much also Massatelli for resubscribing for 2 months in a row, 4 total. Thank you so much. So yeah, it was tasty. It was actually really nice. I just sort of needed that. Like I just wanted a classic breakfast with like all the shit. And that really hit. So let's jump into sort of what we have planned for today. Hold on. Let's to pull this up. So today's stream includes both Final Fantasy 15 and NieR, hence sort of the inclusion of both of those characters in the thumbnail on YouTube. In terms of actually, let me get a little music going in the background. We have like not a ton to do. So like I said, Thursday we had this incredible stream with Sleep Easy that I'm sure most of you that are here were there for. And it was a really good stream. I mean, the craziest thing about it is that it currently says, I saw this literally minutes before streaming. Because I was on my channel to like check the stream for today's stream. And I was like, holy shit, 4.9k views. Like just as like a level set. Most of my streams, like usually when I end stream, if it's like a very like a heavily watched stream, it'll have like 1.2k views ish. And that's what the Sleep Easy conversation had. Like when we wrapped the conversation on Thursday, the sort of like pop-up came up, like the little stream summary. It was like 1.3k views. And I was like, cool. And in my head, I'm like, I need to make this into a video for it to like, for anybody to even see it. And it's been shockingly, it has like 4,000 more views, almost 5,000 more views than like when we ended stream. It's like every day it's like another 1 to 1,500. Usually VODs on YouTube don't go crazy like that. Like my VODs usually, like I said, if it's a heavily watched stream, it'll have like 1 to 1.3k views when I stop streaming. And then it might end with like 2, 2.5, 1.9. Like usually some people do watch the streams, but nothing like this, which is just crazy. Kind of alleviates the pressure of like, I will definitely turn it into a YouTube video, but at least like people are seeing it and like they are finding it. So that's good for them. And then of course I'm going to try to turn it into a YouTube video that's more digestible than the 5-hour sort of view time. But all that said, today is a light day. Like I said, we've done a lot this week. I've done a lot this week. And I just want to like, just do like I would say shorter stream, but you know how it gets. Like when I get to, yeah, exactly, light day, only 6 hours. By the way, Toolman, I believe it was your thread is something that I have pulled up that I want to chat about a little bit at the start of stream as like our FF7 conversation. But So the big part of the stream today, aside from NieR, is going to be this video from Night Sky Prince that I remember him where he's been working on this for a while, like a really long while. We'd be in Discord. It was kind of like a Discord group chat with me and a few other creators and like NSPs in that, and he would just like drop these like random notes about like FF15's development. He'd be like, did you guys know this and that? And he would drop like random quotes and stuff. So I saw like things that were probably part of this video as he was putting it together. But the actual video dropped on the Friday when I went to go see Project Hail Mary with friends. I was on my way to get dinner with them and then go to the movies. So like I watched like 3 minutes of it and I was like, this is good. And I want to watch it at some point, but I just don't have time now. And then I was just like worn out. I was like that whole weekend, like last weekend, aside from streaming, like I tried to just be outside as much as I could. It was a nice weekend in New York. And I just wanted to be outside. I did not want to be in my apartment. I didn't want to be like at the computer, at the TV. So I was just chilling. So I didn't see it. And then this week was a busy work week. And then obviously busy streaming week. And so I just didn't have a lot of time. And then I was like, you know what? I'm going to turn this into something to watch. But it has 50,000 views now. So FF7 is the overall YouTube theme. It's good, but it's a problem too. Just in terms of my, having to do something FF7. So I'm really excited to watch this. 15 is a game that I have a lot of mixed emotions toward. I wonder how you guys feel about 15. I'm sort of interested in what you guys think in chat. So 15, I've told the story before, but I might as well just tell it now. Before we even watch the video, and then I have a few other topics I want to get into, but actually I'll talk about this before I watch the video, because there are a couple little topics that I want to discuss, and that can make it like one combined thing where I talk about my take on 15 and then we watch the video. But first I have like a couple of other kind of minor things, kind of just like fun things. So last night I was playing Cyberpunk 2077. And something came up while I was playing that I found interesting, which was, hold on, let me see this. Interesting. I'll have to read that later. So I was playing Cyberpunk, and this isn't a big thing. It's just something I find fascinating. Because it's just like one sci-fi mirrors reality a little bit too much. Let me see if I can, I recorded it. Because when I got to this point of the game, I was like, oh shit, this would be probably like good, like a little conversation thing to talk about. And I'll save some of these FF15 takes also for when we chat later. But I was playing Cyberpunk last night, and so this is like a kind of a side quest. It is sort of like it's a bit of a spoiler, but I don't think anything too big. I'm not gonna like spoil the actual mission that this is part of. But so in this, so you go into this mission where there's this taxi service in Cyberpunk 2077 called Delamain, and it's sort of is run by this AI manager, and that's named Delamain. And so at one point late in the game, this is Act 3, and a mission opens up where Delamain needs your help, and so you break into sort of the main office because something has gone wrong, and he's asked for your help. And so this is just like the lore that's in email form that I found fucking fascinating. So in this, so I break into the office, and I go to the computer because I figure there might be information in the computer. And in the computer, they have like these emails, and you realize pretty quickly that they are like old emails, like back like when people were working at Delamain. So the first email is like, it kind of realized it goes reverse order, but so the first one here is called "I'm Next," and it's from somebody who's talking about like layoffs, right? It's like, I heard I'm on next month's shopping block. Do you know anything about this? This person replies, hold on. I'm told your job's safe, that Cirque Brain AI can't replace your department. this all feels related to like literal email conversations or like Slack messages that I've gone through in real life currently. You said the same thing about Luke. You have to do something about this for Christ's sake. I'm not going to stand by and watch this fucking AI steal all our jobs. You know, IT is next. Just had to talk with HR, but before I did, I changed the director's password to 1234. Have a look at the restructuring plan because I can't anymore. I'm done. And then the next email is titled More Layoffs. And so the first one is, where were you? You missed this morning's meeting. They let go of everyone on the shop floor and replaced them with drones, full automation. We need to get out ahead of this thing and line up new work ASAP. And then the reply to that, scroll up in a second. Come on, scroll up. Don't fear the frog. Trust me, management's safe. They can't afford an AI powerful enough to do what we do, and the one they got now is dumb as a silicon brick. I mean, we can keep shoveling. We keep shoveling more grunt work on it, and it keeps saying, "Thank you, sir." And then this one, repair drones rollout. Dear team, today we're pleased to announce the start of the next stage in our modernization plan. We are beginning the rollout of repair drones in our shop, because many of you have asked, we'd like to emphasize that none of your jobs will be put at risk as a result of this latest restructuring. I feel like so much of this, I feel like I've seen corporate emails like this, like now, where it's like, hey, we're rolling out this like new AI thing, but don't worry, it's not going to affect, and then here it's like, I'm very pleased to announce this year's holiday bonuses have been upgraded to include coupons redeemable at any All Foods location. This is made possible with a great success of process automation we've implemented throughout the year, which has led to financial results well above our year start estimates. To mark the occasion, the door to our AI's core will be open today, so we hope you stop by to enjoy blah, 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 blah. And it won't take your job. Chill, bro. It's like, it's so fucking... So then you find like later you find these other emails that's like sort of in the main, like in the management office. Here we go. So you find these yeah, you know these emails too. So here the first one is like, thanks for the contact. So it's this person Amani who seems to be like a man, like in management at Delamain back when Delamain was like run by humans, and says, hey, thanks for putting me in contact with your friends. Incorporating this AI was more cost heavy than I'd hoped, but it's still proving well worth the investment. I've kept your word of warning in mind, and I'm keeping my eyes peeled, but I haven't noticed anything unusual so far. Our company's latest employee is already starting to shine and may be the most profitable fixed asset we've ever invested in. And then the next email, IT info request. So it's like, hey, sorry to bother you, but your associates aren't replying to my messages. Could you find a chance to reach out to them in Mockenblock? I need to know how to adjust the autonomy settings for AI. No need for concern. All is well, but the sooner the better, please. Like, just the phrasing of this as somebody who has worked in corporate jobs, like, it's just so perfect too. It's like the passivity and the sort of like feigned niceness of like, sorry to bother you and no need for concern, all is well. Like, it's just fucking perfect. And then the final email, important, immediate assistance required. And it's so true, dude. Like the brackets with like important or like please read or something like that to like really emphasize it in somebody's inbox. Hey, this is an urgent request. The AI is operating well outside authorized parameters. It's gained access to all company systems and often questions my direction, sometimes even outright refusing to obey. Obviously, I'm not going to net watch with this, and the Voodoo Boys won't talk to me. I really need your friends here. They know this AI better than anyone. And get this, yesterday I got an offer from the AI to sell the company. If I'm being honest, the numbers all checked out, but still, what the hell is wrong with this thing? Please get back to me ASAP. I need your help there. It's just like, it's fucking, oh my God, dude. Like, it's just so reminiscent of like literal things that are happening right now. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that. Yeah, literally, quite literally. It's like the fucking 2001 thing. It's crazy. And I feel like this shit is happening like as we speak, which is depressing and sad, but I just had to. I was like, oh my God, this is like so spot on to like how this would go, you know, like how it would go. Um, it's just like spot fucking on. Art imitating life. Yeah, I mean, in this case, it was like it's life imitating art in a way. Because that was, I mean, Cyberpunk came out, what, 2019? Cyberpunk came out, something like that. Well before the actual AI rollout, even though that tech was like starting up, but like, yeah. And the book is based on a book from like the 80s, so it probably even has some of that stuff already back then, but fuck. It's crazy. Um, so a couple just random things. So I saw this yesterday and I was like laughing. And just the tweet that caught my eye is like, this is the psycho shit I love about athletes. And so it's like the moment Agassi shocked the world by telling how he read Becker serve. I know fucking jack shit about tennis. I do know who Andre Agassi is, but I don't watch tennis. Either way, this is just an amazing little story. Check this out. There's a South Korean gaming company that uses AI for their business decisions. Fuck yeah, I know there was a big blow up because Krafton, which is the company that like literally bought the they've been buying a bunch of like devs, but they bought like the Hi-Fi Rush devs and stuff. They had a situation where they were effectively they like with I think it was like with one of the companies that they bought, the company that made Subnautica, the developer that made Subnautica, they had like a deal where they'd have to do like a big bonus payout to the team from Subnautica, like the main like director of the game, like a few like 2 or 3 years after the acquisition, like if they were still around or whatever. So they literally it went into Chat GPT and they were like, hey, what is like basically a good excuse for getting rid of this guy? Like what would be a good reason for us to sort of like get rid of this guy so they could effectively get away with like not paying them the payout for like what was owed to them. And so ChatGPT made like a recommendation. Let me see if I can find this. ChatGPT, Krafton, CEO. So these fucking idiots. Yeah, here it is. These fucking idiots asked ChatGPT, Krafton CEO allegedly asked ChatGPT to help him find a way out of paying Subnautica 2 devs their bonuses because he wanted to avoid the professional embarrassment of being seen as a pushover. A pretrial brief filed by former Unknown Worlds bosses say Krafton CEO Changam Kim was worried about losing his job for overpaying the studio. So a pretrial brief filed by lawyers representing the ousted former heads of Subnautica 2 studio Unknown Worlds alleges that Krafton CEO Changam Kim was desperate to avoid paying them the bonuses required for their acquisition contract because of professional embarrassment that would result from perception that he overpaid for the studio. The filing claims Kim went so far as to consult with AI to figure a way out of paying, but even ChatGPT told him he was probably stuck. Oh my God, I actually missed that detail. The legal dispute between Krafton and Subnautica designer and director Charlie Cleveland and CEO Ted Gill, the studio co-founder Max McGuire, has been dragging on since July when all three very suddenly left their positions. While the departures were initially represented as amicable, it quickly became clear that it was anything but. Legal action was filed by both sides, and it's gotten very messy. Krafton initially said the three were fired because the state of Subnautica 2 and their insistence on releasing it before it was ready, but in September, it served to drop that claim in favor of focusing on the allegations the founders had deceived Krafton, including that they downloaded confidential information related to Subnautica 2, which only came to light after they'd been dismissed. Today's pretrial brief, available in full via game developer, seems aimed at rebutting those claims, alleging that Krafton was fully aware. Where's the part where it asks, like, specifically ChatGPT? The filing claims, as the former Unknown Worlds heads have maintained all along, that despite Krafton's insistence to the contrary, the Unknown World heads were simply fired so Krafton wouldn't have to pay the sizable earnout required by the studio's acquisition contract. Already concerned that Krafton had paid too much to acquire Unknown Worlds, Kim feared that making any earnout payments of founders would earn him a reputation as a pushover and endanger his position as CEO, it states. Desperate to avoid such a professional embarrassment, Kim obsessed over finding a way to avoid Krafton's obligation to pay the earnout. The pre-brief claims Krafton's head of corporate development, Maria Park, told Kim that Krafton would likely have to pay the earnout if sales targets were achieved, even if studio heads were dismissed with cause. At that point, the CEO turned to artificial intelligence to help him brainstorm ways to avoid paying the earnout to filing claims. ChatGPT likewise advised that it would be difficult to cancel the earnout. But known the filing states that Crafton did not produce the ChatGPT conversations, and when pressed, confirmed that they no longer exist. Basically, I heard more about this, and like they found a way to delete it within their version of ChatGPT. But because that stuff is all recorded and like saved, like I think in Discovery, those like the actual prompts were still part of Discovery and like delivered to like were part of the trial, like the prompts on like how to fucking get out of it. Long story short, this actually has an amazing ending to the story where Crafton has to ordered to rehire Subnautica 2. Crafton ordered to Subnautica 2 studio CEO fired by Crafton ordered to be rehired by judge. That's not going to be awkward at all. So yeah, so this is the end of the story. Subnautica 2, the direct sequel to 2018 Subnautica, was first said to be in development, yada yada. The messy legal battle involving the payout pushed the game to a planned 2025. Part of that mess involved publisher Crafton, which bought Subnautica 2 developer, firing the studio CEO. Now a judge has ordered Crafton to rehire the CEO it fired last July. On Monday, Vice Chancellor Lori W. Will of Delaware Chancery Court ordered Crafton to reinstate Ted Gill as CEO of Unknown Worlds Entertainment. Quote, Crafton breached the EPA by terminating the key employees without valid cause and by improperly seizing operational control of Unknown Worlds. The judge ordered Crafton not to obstruct Gill's authority over the early access launch of Subnautica 2. Fucking crazy. Like, they basically, the judge ordered the $215 million bonus payout window to be extended until September 15th without with a further extension of possibility. So like ends up being good news. Yeah, it's a huge win for the fired executives after Crafton allegedly consulted ChatGPT for ways to avoid paying out that bonus, which was tied to 2025 revenue targets for Unknown Worlds Entertainment. Crafton's delay of Subnautica 2, which it said was due to quality issues with the game, would have meant those targets would have been effectively impossible to hit. At the time, Cleveland said on Reddit, the studio knew the game is ready for early access release, and we know you're ready to play it. Fucking insane story. And Subnautica 2 did come out too, right? Subnautica 2. Did that come out? Or it's coming out. It's scheduled to enter early access in May 2026. Okay, so it's not even out yet. But crazy story. Life imitating art, quite literally there. Fucking insane. But so here's some other fun stuff. So just random. So like I said, I don't know shit about tennis. I do know that Andre Agassi is like an amazing, like, famous, legend or whatever. But the tweet that set this off for me was somebody said, "This is the psycho shit I love about athletes," and this is a fun story. Even if you know nothing about sports, like this is a great
Boris
story.
Becker, for an example, who beat me the first 3 times we played because his serve was something the game had never seen before. Well, I watched tape after tape of him and stood across the net from him 3 different times. And I started to realize he had this weird tick with his tongue. I'm not kidding. He would go into his rocking motion, his same routine. And just as he was about to toss the ball, he would stick his tongue out, and it would either be right in the middle of his lip, or it would be to the left corner of his lip. So if he's serving in the deuce court and he put his tongue in the middle of his lip, he was either serving up the middle or to the body. But if he put it to the side, he was going to serve out wide. The hardest part wasn't returning his serve. The hardest part was not letting him know that I knew this. So I had to resist the temptation of reading his serve for the majority of the match and choose the moments when I was going to use that information on a given point. I told him at Oktoberfest, we went out in Oktoberfest in Germany and had a pint of beer together, and I couldn't help but say, by the way, did you know you used to do this and give away your serve? He about fell off the chair, and he says, I used to go home all the time and just tell my wife, it's like he reads my mind.
I used to go home, tell him it's like he reads my mind. So fucking cool. Just like little details like that, I fucking love. Like I'm a bit of a sports guy anyway. But like any of that like sports psychology type shit is so interesting to me. Like Kobe Bryant had this like series called Details. I think it was called Details. And he would like break down game film and like go into like the details of like, you know, because I see that this guy's like foot is positioned this way. I would know to do X, Y, and Z. I fucking love that shit. I just found it fascinating. R.I.P. Kobe. But yeah, crazy story, just crazy story. But like to see just like the little details of like you never like when you watch this stuff, you just assume that like these athletes are just doing things kind of based on talent, just like pure talent and whatnot. But just like the fact that he like watched that film and found that little tick with the guy's tongue, like just fascinating shit. I just things that are interesting to me. I just wanted to share it. This one was also funny. I've never seen this before. I don't know what it was like, which award show this was at. But you watched that match? Nice. So Brad Pitt though had made this joke about Tarantino, and I was like, holy shit.
I want to thank my co-stars, Leo, Margot Robbie's feet, Margaret Qualley's feet, Dakota Fanning's feet. Seriously, Quentin has separated more women from their shoes than the TSA. I want to thank my co-stars.
Fucking Tarantino's look. Fucking Tarantino sticking on the chin. There, if you don't know, it's like a famous thing that like in pretty much every fucking Tarantino movie, there's a scene with a woman like doing something with her feet or just like having bare feet. He has a foot thing. But it's just so funny. Like actually see it get called out like on a fucking award show. This is what happens on Sundays when I've talked too much, I've streamed too much. We've already talked about everything there is to talk about, really. I just like, these are the random shit that I find that I just have to talk about with you guys. But anyway, it's really funny. Even some of the replies are really hilarious too. But yeah, Salma Hayek in fucking From Dusk Till Dawn. She had like a scene where she literally puts her foot in his mouth. But like, yeah, just really funny. Really funny. Anyway, so in terms of like an FF7 thing, I found this thread by Toolman, who's in chat, that like broke down the whispers, like what he thinks the whispers are and whatnot, and the connections for in Rebirth. And like there are two reasons I'm going to bring this up. One is like it's not to be like, oh yeah, see, we're right about what they are, or the sequel thing, or whatever. It's more for like a couple of reasons. So there's a couple things I found interesting in here. So like I said, so uses the Japanese script. I think Tillman, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not sure how you got these translations, but I noticed that like basically like in the screenshots from the game, it seems to use dialogue that's a more direct translation. So I don't know if this is like, you know, I don't know how the translation was done. I don't know if it was like Google Translate or if it was like AI or what it was, or somebody who actually knows Japanese. But either way, starting off with what the whispers are, their purpose and their alignment. They serve the planet, preserving its path from its birth to death. A neutral force by design, but capable of corruption if the will of the planet is corrupted. There's a website with the script, but the screenshots are retranslation mod. Got it. So you can see some of the like. So this is like some of the dialogue. So Keepers of Fate might be an accurate description. They appear to those who mean to alter fate, and they set things straight. Fate as an actual fate. In other words, the flow born from the planet from beginning to end. Some of the things here that's also interesting is I know there's a lot of like conversation in the community about the localization and how good it is or isn't, or like how it changes things. And I think some of the criticisms are valid. You know, we saw that quite literally with the end of Remake, where the line from Aerith was localized as I miss it, the steel sky. And the more direct translation was the sky, I don't like it. And they reverted that, right? Like they officially reverted that translation when Rebirth came out. So there were times where even like the meaning was sort of changed, even though like the end, like the actual thing was more, the actual original localization was like more poetic. And they make a lot of these decisions a lot of times. And you can see here, like word for word, this communicates the same thing as the original translation in terms of like Keepers of Fate might be more accurate description. They appeared to those who mean to alter fate and set things straight. Fate as an actual fate. In other words, from the flow born from the planet from beginning to end. I do think like this is more direct and clear in some ways, but it also loses a little bit of the flavor in the localization. So I actually do think sometimes localization will make some alterations, but sometimes it's just so it reads or sounds, better. And I remember Turquoise Hammer talking about this on his conversation with Prof Noctis, where he was like, there are times where I find like the localization of the FF7 remake games to be better than the direct translation, because like there's really, when you're localizing, you have to make those choices, right? Like how direct of a translation are you going to do versus like how much are you going to put like a little bit of a poetic spin or sort of reword things in order to like make them sound a different way. What's going on, Elias? The Tifa line is where it gets interesting, but it shows to cut that down because Japanese is multiple different words for different types of fate. Got it. I like the original quote at the end instead of the revised one. Yeah. So that was just sort of an interesting thing, but there are a lot of other interesting things here. So Nanagi, and he includes the Japanese, it seems the planet has exhausted its strength. It seems the planet is barely holding on, and the Whispers are merely guiding it toward an end rather than preserving its life. The Whispers don't act against Shinra and the Mako reactor. So here are the other ones. So this flow is predetermined. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it would seem the planet is running out of breath. So even like it seems the planet is running out of breath is kind of clunky. Like if you were just to take that directly, I'm curious what he said there actually. Actually, I can just bring it up in my own files. Let me see. Remake selects chapter 17. This is.
My mom and I stayed here.
Probably some those who attempt to alter. Probably some Shinra.
So this is what the original localization was.
Whispers. Perhaps best described as arbiters of fate. They are drawn to those who attempt to alter destiny's course and ensure they do not.
Like capital D? Destiny?
The flow of the great river that is the planet, from inception to oblivion.
So way more like added poetic sort of like feel to that. Turquoise and I were talking about NSP's videos today. LOL, it's my birthday. There's this diner we often go to on weekends or dads with friends from work. Oh, do you know Turk like directly like that? That's awesome. Yeah, we're gonna watch that literally right after we finish talking about this FF7 thread.
Is the planet from inception
And happy birthday, yeah.
to oblivion.
And you're saying
He introduced me to 7. Oh wow.
that flow is somehow fixed?
Yes.
So like, and that flow is somehow fixed. Yes, for it is the will of the planet itself. Let's look at that directly compared. This flow is predetermined. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, it would seem the planet is running out of breath. So that is quite different, right? Like, yes, for it is the will of the planet itself versus just doubling down on the fact that the planet's dying, right? So if we're headed toward this dark future, they're here to make sure it happens. These feeler guys. Our planet is on the verge of death.
For it is the will of the planet
And
itself.
Barrett says,
So if we're destined for a bleak future, these Whispers will try to keep us.
yeah. So, I mean, like this, for example, is a good example. God damn it.
My mom.
That line was for a good example of like where the localization, I think, did a good job. Like here is like on the Tifa line, it's fine. It's essentially saying the same thing, right? And you're saying that the flow is somehow fixed versus, and you're saying it's predetermined. Those mean the same thing. The red line is different, right? It's like, yes, for the will of the planet itself versus like, yeah, for the planet's running out of breath, aka dying. But the Barrett line, I think, is quite good. So if we're destined for a bleak future, these whispers will try to keep us on that course compared to what? So if we're headed towards a dark future, they're here to make sure it happens, these feeler guys. Like this is saying the same thing, but it sounds way better in the localization. The most egregious localization issue is Barrett flashback in Rebirth, where he was supposed to be talking about building the reactor for his wife to have a better life. Oh yeah, the kid, yeah. The fact that the kid that doesn't exist yet. Yeah. I was all about how cool Sin in FF10 was. He said, play 7, it's the best, everyone knows. Sephiroth to destroy anyone, Ruby's the hardest. This is way back in 2003, 2004. Wow, so you guys go way back. What's going on, Grimzone? So then this thread continues. Aerith seeks to escape this future, though she is reluctant to do so alone. Going against the whispers and the planet's fate is a gamble. This is something Aerith wants, and she is willing to follow the planet's fate if the party does not choose to stand with her. Here she says, right now, I feel a bit lost. I'm not sure which way forward is the right one. Whenever the feelers touch me, it's like some part of me is lost in the process. That was very similar to what's actually in this scene,
These whispers will try to keep us on that course? No, wait!
Please.
Aerith.
The Shinra Electric Power Company isn't the real enemy. It started with them, sure, but I promise you, there's a much bigger threat. I just want to do everything in my power to help. All of you. And the planet.
Did I miss it?
Aerith, what are you not telling us?
Oh, right here.
I'm lost in a maze, and every step is taking me further from the path. Every time the whispers touch me, I lose something, a part of myself.
Yeah, I definitely prefer the localization version actually compared to this. Just like it's a little bit more poetic, right? It says the same thing, but says it a little more poetically. Right now I feel a bit lost. I'm not sure which way forward is the right one versus like the maze. I feel like lost in a maze is a similar concept, just like more interesting verbiage. Whenever the feelers touch me, it's like some part of me is lost in the process. But what was interesting here too is this Ultimania poll, which I remember. It's funny, like when you look back at these when you look at some of these Ultimania like notes, you're like, fuck man, they were so heavy-handed, especially in the Ultimania when it comes to sort of like the meta aspect of the story. That is like such a big point of debate for people who are just way too brain rotting on this, like us. But you know, standing before the wall of whispers have formed around Midgar, Aerith firmly declares, this is Destiny's crossroads. She visibly struggles with whether she should let Cloud and the others proceed to the other side. But freedom can be terrifying, you know, and that's, you know, she says essentially the same thing. Aerith's knowledge of the future represents a direct threat to the whispers, though she isn't the only threat. The whispers antagonize Aerith in Remake because of her knowledge of the future. The Ultimania here, too, is also interesting. Red 13, it might sound crazy, but back in Midgar, Aerith and I could both see the future. The whispers, it took all that from mine. She's talking about the materia that she had. And then here it mentions, does Aerith know something? Newly arisen mystery number 1. It's just funny to see, even as the framing of like some of these questions, right? Like, does Aerith know something? Aerith appears to have a mysterious grasp on facts she shouldn't yet be aware of, realizing Cloud is an ex-soldier mercenary before he claims to be one, and knowing Marlene is at 7th Heaven before Tifa tells her so. The surprising expressions Marlene and Red 13 make when they come into contact with Aerith may be reactions to something harbored within her, which they're able to sense after Aerith touches them. Cloud sees future-like visions in the plaza in front of Sector 7 slum support pillar, and in the church in Sector 5 slums. Is this yet another effect of encountering Aerith? It's just like funny, just like how, oh shit, sorry. Realize you guys can't see this. My bad. So this is the what I was quoting. So again, newly risen mystery 1, does Aerith know something? Aerith appears to have a mysterious grasp on facts that she shouldn't yet be aware of. Let me pull this in even more for you guys. Facts that she shouldn't yet be aware of, realizing Cloud is an ex-soldier mercenary before he claims to be one, and knowing Marlene is at 7th Heaven before Tifa tells her so. The surprising expressions Marlene and Red 13 make when they come into contact with Aerith may be reactions to something harbored within her, which are able to sense after Aerith touches them. And again, it's like look what I was saying in terms of like, does Aerith know something? It's like, just, it's so fucking direct on this like big meta question that everyone keeps, wondering about. I usually prefer the localization as well, but people want the literal translation or they don't believe it. Yeah, true. And it's just, like I said, it's funny as how blatant it is. Like the game, like the Ultimania at least is like pointing at people like, hey, yes, this is weird. See, does she know something? This is weird. Pay attention to how weird this is. In fact, in case you didn't pick up on it, because it's a little more lighter touch. It's like, it appears she's aware of things that she shouldn't be aware of yet. Like that Cloud is an ex-soldier before he claims to be one, or that Marlene is at seventh heaven, before Tifa tells her so. Like they literally printed something to sort of like point this out to people. They scattered, you saved me. Sephiroth seeks to avoid the planet's destiny as well, though he requires Cloud's help to fulfill an ultimate plan not yet revealed. Our planet shall become part of it eventually, but I will not disappear. I think he says, nor will I have you disappear. Shall we stand against fate together? What matters to Sephiroth is the planet and himself. He'll do anything to protect that. Is Sephiroth in control of the Whispers in Remake? No, Sephiroth is not shown to control them until after the Harbinger is defeated and Whispers in Rebirth. Let me turn music back on. The Whispers in Rebirth receive a visual update to help players distinguish between those under Sephiroth's control and those not. You can see like the big like outline of all the Whispers actions. And then it's like, yeah, they're different, don't belong to Fate or the planet. And then Cloud does say it's like they belong to Sephiroth on the visual sort of like update. Especially the orbs within them is like the most notable thing. Although that's not true of like the White Whispers. I think that's, true in something different, but the orbs do distinguish them. And there are black ones with just like the regular white orbs as well. Is Destiny broken? Yes, Fate's boundaries are being breached left and right, as evidenced by Zack's actions and the disappearance of the Rainbow Breach effect in the Rebirth finale. When the boundaries of Fate are breached, new worlds are born. This is a bunch of different dialogue. I did put this into Google Translate to sort of like show me what the fuck this said. And it's just like a bunch of quotes from the different chapters that effectively show the hints. And then it said, Sephiroth appears at the end of the, like, again, this is probably the most blatant one in terms of like, yes, there's something weird here. Like, yes, something is different. And again, this is from Remake Ultimania, so people can argue if they want that like Rebirth step back from this, but Sephiroth appears at the end of the expressway and disappears beyond a wall of whispers. At a crossroads of fate, Cloud and his companions pass through the barrier. They emerge in an otherworldly space and do battle with a colossal whisper, glimpsing scenes from a future they're about to abandon. With the whispers vanquished, the party faces off with their fateful opponent Sephiroth, hoping to defeat the planet's true enemy and clear the way to a brand new destiny. So there's been a lot of debates too on like, oh, is the future really? It's like, oh, people will even make fun of the core theory and just being like, oh my god, there's no time travel in FF7. There's no like future being. It's like it's here in the Ultimania. They talk about the future they're about to abandon. Like it's just said outright. So it's just funny when things are like framed as if they're like crazy concepts. Was Destiny the path of the original FF7? Yes, as the party battles the Harbinger, each blow struck will result in visions bleeding out from the Harbinger into the party. These visions both encourage and dismay the party, showing the true nature of the planet's fate. And right here is, I think, where the Ultimania says it even more. The visions of the future portray good and bad outcomes. Meteor comes, but also Monakia's children, and survives into the future. The implication is clear. The future is not the end of the world, but it is also not a future our characters wish to be bound by. And then it talks more about the whispers here. And this is interesting. I forgot about this entry too. Toward the end of the story, it's revealed that the dark, smoke-like entities that appear before Cloud and his team are arbiters of fate, known as Whispers. According to Red 13, who gained knowledge through his contact with Aerith, the Whispers are drawn to those who attempt to alter Destiny's future and ensure they do not. The table below summarizes which scenes the Whispers appear in and what actions they take. It would appear that what the Whispers deem to be fate is the original story of Final Fantasy VII. As such, it will be interesting to see how Cloud and his party's journey unfolds now that they've defeated the Whispers and broken through the barrier of destiny. It's just like, it's so blatant in the Ultimania. This next one's broken and I didn't bother to fix it. The white box is a PNG. Oh, got it. Something I never quite understood is how Aerith calmed a crying child. I know that Espresso B, I've thought the same thing. That was like one of my criticisms that I mentioned to friends. I was like, so according to Rebirth, the vision that Marlene saw during Platefall when Aerith went to her was a vision of her death. Because that's what the game infers, is like, that's what she saw, and that's why she's telling Zack about it. It's like, how did that calm her? Like, Marlene's reaction should have been just like fucking horrifying. Like, it's like, if what she saw, because she appears, according to Marlene, seems to have seen the white-haired man kill Aerith, right? Like, that is just like, I don't know how the fuck Marlene like then goes, huh, and then hugs her. I mean, I guess the hug is like, oh my God, I'm so sorry you're gonna die. That's just like a very advanced thought for a child, like a 4-year-old to have. I would imagine the 4-year-old would be fucking terrified, crying more after seeing that. Yeah, that's one of the funny. That one's really funny. That one I think is one of the ones that doesn't work. Too, like, it doesn't really work. Therefore, the vision must not have been Aerith's death. I mean, but I mean, it's pretty clear. She does say to Zack that, like, basically that's what she saw. She even saw the white-haired man, right? I wonder if all these places like Singularity and Creation, the worlds will make sense by the live stream memory sequence. What if we're seeing a puzzle we can't figure out? So we get a piece to how all this works, and it's tied right in with Cloud's arc. Elias, I think that's exactly what they're building to. I mean, that is what the original FF7 did, right? The original FF7 is a mystery. It is just straight up mystery. Like, you, as you're playing the OG FF7, you're presented a lot of things that don't make sense. You don't know why Cloud is acting the way he is. You don't know why he's like separating into like different versions of himself. Like in the Temple of the Ancients, he starts to like phase at like when he's staring at the wall, he starts to like laugh and his body shakes and you see these like faint versions of him that are separated. Like, there's like different forms of Cloud. Like there's multiples of Cloud in that moment. And then a similar thing happens obviously when he gives Sephiroth the black materia, where, you know, the little kid Cloud runs out of his body, and like, so all this shit is happening and you just don't know what the fuck is going on. You don't understand the flashes, like the times when like things flash, when he talks to himself in his head, like on black, like in the black screen, like when you go to sleep in Junon, or when you fall into the church in Midgar. There are like all these weird moments. And then there's the Whirlwind Maze, which is like the ultimate gaslight moment, the ultimate, hey, events that Cloud told you about are not what you think they are. And look, Tifa actually can't corroborate it because she's also confused on what actually happened, because she can't explain Cloud's point of view either, as far as she knows, because as far as she knows, he wasn't in Nibelheim back then. So like, she can't even really refute Sephiroth, and Sephiroth uses it against Cloud in that moment. So like, it's a giant mystery until you get to the live stream sequence, and then suddenly all the puzzle pieces come together. It's what makes FF7 like so fucking fascinating. Like, that is the magic, that is the sauce of FF7. Like, everyone remembers Aerith's death, but like the thing that always made it like a masterpiece to me is the live stream sequence, because that's the moment where the whole story kind of comes together and you're like, oh fuck, like that was the moment where I was like, oh my God, I don't know how I didn't see it. Oh my God, it was so clear. Oh my God, they're showing me the hints. Oh my God, that's right, so he was there. Oh fuck, why am I so stupid for not figuring it out? Like, that is the impact of the experience of FF7's story. And in order to remake FF7 and remake the feeling of FF7, they have to remake that feeling of like, oh fuck, that's how it all connects. Oh shit, like I didn't realize, like, oh my God, how did I not put that together? Oh my God, that's so good. Like, they don't want to just remake the facts of FF7 is my assumption. I think they want to make you they want to remake the feeling of playing FF7 for the first time. Like that is like the focus of what they're trying to do. That's why shit is so fucking weird. Like they're like, it's purposefully weird. Because the problem is that the OG FF7 does that all within one game. So you get the payoff like in the moment. You're confused for like 20 hours and then you get resolution to it, 25, 30 hours in. And so we don't complain about it. It makes it amazing. In fact, it makes it better than it could have been. But because they split it out into 3 games, we just sit with this for fucking 7 years and we're like, what the fuck? And this doesn't make sense. And all this is bullshit. This is why Square is just awful. They're fucking terrible. They're ruining FF7. They don't understand FF7. They don't understand what made it great. They don't understand what made me feel the way I felt. They're fucking idiots and assholes and money grubbing shitheads. And I fucking despise them. And like, what a piece of shit this is, right? Because you have to wait for the payoff because it is a mystery that builds to a payoff. Will the payoff be worth it? Will the payoff be good? Will it be great? I don't know. It could not be worth it, right? Like, I feel like I've gone through that with Trigun recently, where I don't know Trigun in and out. Like, I haven't read the manga and all that. I watched Trigun Stampede last year or earlier this year. Last year. And then I watched the OG anime. And the OG anime is fantastic. I didn't read the manga. I know the OG anime finished before the manga did. And then I just watched Trigun Stargaze, which just ended. And there were things that changed, and apparently things that changed even compared to the manga. And some people thought that maybe this whole remake was trying to sort of like line up a little bit more with the manga. And in my opinion, that the second season was not good. Like, it shortcutted a lot of things. It felt very fast. It felt like even the things that were changed didn't feel worthwhile in the change. And so I'm not going to go into detail just in case nobody, people haven't seen it. Like, literally the finale came out yesterday, but it did some things fine, but just like completely unmemorable for me. Like, I was disappointed with it. So, but clearly they try to do something. So all that's to say, look, who knows if this payoff will be worth it? It may not be worth it, similar to the way Trigun's wasn't. But you gotta give them the space to do what they do. Let them cook, and we'll find out. In literally about a year from now, we will have the final game, and we'll feel it. Live stream sequence would be talked about more than Aerith's death, but it's too tough to explain. Yes, Elias, 100%, and that's also why it's so good, because like. It's the thing that like the thing about Aerith's death is not only is it so easy to spoil, because you can spoil it by literally saying, oh, just like when Aerith dies, fuck, now that's spoiled, right? Or you can even see a thumbnail and you get it. But the live stream sequence is so intricate and just you can't just say something and spoil it. I guess you could say like Cloud was never a soldier, but like there are just so many things it's just so you don't get. It's not something that's easily spoilable, so that's why it's so good as like the thing, to like keep playing with. Yep, you're entirely right. That's the whole project felt since day one. It's the feeling. Yeah, what's going on, Sleepy? I was able to explain that arc to a friend who never played the game in a few minutes while really explaining carefully. And when I told him the arc, he was blown away, smiled, and said, yeah, that is really good. And he never cared for fantasy. I actually had the same experience, Elias, except I was not able to explain it in a few minutes. I had a friend who was like, so what the fuck is this FF7 thing? Like, why are you so into it? Like, why are you making like videos about it, etc.? And like he knows the Final Fantasy VII. Like, he used to actually draw the art based on like magazines and stuff back in the day when he was a kid. So he always liked the art of it, but he was just never into Final Fantasy. So I was like with him and I explained, and it was like a 3-hour journey. I was like with him, with his daughter. Like he was like doing a family thing, and so I was with them for this. It was like a friend's kid's birthday party, so it was like that day. And so like I was there and I was like telling him about in like bits and pieces. It's like spread across like a 3-hour stretch of time. I explained the story of Final Fantasy VII and like the major beats. It's really hard to summarize. I'm shocked that you were able to do it in a few minutes. But he was like, he had the same reaction. He was like, oh, that's really good. He was like, that's really interesting. That's actually really fascinating. I'll never play it. That sounds really good. It's a special secret among fans that can't be replicated. Yeah. Honestly believe that we still don't fully understand the FF7 storyline after we beat part 3 because there will still be unanswered questions. I really hope not, man. I really hope there are not, like, I don't mind if some things are unanswered, but I hope we don't feel like we don't understand the FF7 storyline. Like, for them to sort of like make 3 games stretch out over 7 years and us not feel resolution and clarity would be a massive mistake. I think the reason why it feels like, I think people think FF7 is meant to be abstract and difficult to understand because of 2 things. One, like this remake trilogy has been just like trading purely in mystery. But like, because there is no payoff yet, because we haven't reached the part of the payout, the part of the story where it's supposed to be paid off. And because the OG FF7 has that sort of like ending that's a bit abstract, right? Like you don't see what happens to each of the characters. It flashes 500 years forward. But for the most part, you get the, like, I don't think anybody was really, I mean, personally, I wasn't confused by FF7's story when I reached the credits back in 97, right? Or whenever I played it. Like, I felt like I got it, right? Like there were questions in terms of like, I still didn't quite fully understand exactly maybe what the Promised Land was, or sure, I guess I didn't know what happened to all of the characters, but that didn't bother me because I was like, the story, I mean, the planet lived, right? The planet lived on. So that was, we started out the game trying to save the planet, and in the end, it looked like the planet survived. So that's, yeah, we saved the planet. I don't know. It was never really, it was confusing and mysterious up until the live stream sequence, but then the live stream sequence, like clarified, like 95% of that game story. I think it's a good ending, but not my cup of tea. Yeah, I can see that. The big payoff is when the exact thing that half the fan base wants and expects still happens. Also, how is it that Red 13 has his mature voice in Advent Children, but in Rebirth they gave him the story voice? Yeah, that is like a complaint for me in terms of like the choice. I don't have a problem with them like changing how Red 13 talks, because that was part of the original. I think the biggest problem with Red 13's voice, with what they did with it, was just a dramatic change in tone, right? Like, I've made this comparison before, but it's, I assume you're new here, Mr. Karate, but like so for example, right? Like we have code switching. Like it's a real thing. Like it's a real thing in the real world, right? Where like you will talk to your boss different than you talk to your friends, right? And aspects of like how your voice sounds will be different in those different contexts. There's even like, there's bigger aspects of it, like, you know, when you mix in sort of, you know, ethnic things, like I'm Hispanic, so I want to make sure that like certain people won't judge me too negatively, like if I speak a certain way. So especially in a professional context, I'm extra buttoned up because I want to make sure that people take me, you know, seriously. This happens all the time. The problem with the way they do it, it's just literally the tone of his voice. Like, so another example is when I was like 15, I would call out of school pretending to be my dad because I currently have a pretty deep voice. I can make it even deeper if I want to. And the same thing was true when I was a kid. Like when I was a teenager, I would be able to sort of like fake my voice to be a bit deeper. It was already deep, but I can make myself sound deep enough to be a father. So I would call into school and I would call myself out sick. Like I did that in high school, and I just needed to like slightly deepen my voice. But my regular voice was so close to that like fake older voice that it was easy for me to do. You couldn't detect that it was fake, all that. But so like if Red 13's like opera voice was like the Advent Children one that you just said, where it's a bit deeper, and then his regular voice was like this, like a little bit closer, then you would, you could believe that. That would be believable. But the fact that I think they just lean too heavily into, actually no, let me take that back. Because I was going to say that they lean too heavily into what Max Middleman can do, but this is more based on the Japanese. And similar thing in the Japanese, because I went and I watched the Red 13 Cosmo Canyon scene in Japanese. We could watch it together too, actually, fuck it. Where he runs in, and his voice also goes from like being super deep to being very high. 7 Rebirth, Japanese, full playthrough. Let's find it real quick. And it's too jarring. Like, it's too big of a leap. Like, if they just made it so that his regular voice was a little bit still deeper and he just talked like the way he phrased things and whatnot, or a little bit more like a teenager or a little more casual, I think that would work fine. Let's see if it's here. Even here, you can see that the voice change is just too dramatic. Does it happen here? Is it in this video? This is a video, just side content bullshit. Hold on. There's a playlist. Must be maybe this one then. Here we go. Right here. It's still way too high. Very high pitched. Very high pitched. Later, when he talks to the party, he does the deep voice again. So they had a very similar. I thought maybe it was like just an English thing because of how Max Middleman is like a fucking chameleon with his voice, and he could pull off those different voices, but they did the same thing in the Japanese. Yeah, I mean, I would prefer, I would feel it's more believable if the voices were a little bit closer. Like I said, still deep but not quite as deep. Like if his Red 13 voice was like this and his regular voice is more like this, you know, like it would be a little bit more believable. But it is a fantasy game also, so like, but I do think the because it's always been true in the Japanese version of the OG FF7 even, that people can pick up on, like the way that he speaks is different. The way that he speaks is more like a child. It's a little more well, not like a child, but more like a teenager, right? Like that was always true of like the written version, which didn't fully translate in the English script because it's a little bit harder. Apparently just in Japanese, there's more signs of that. There's more signs of like the way you use pronouns and words, and like there's a lot more ways for you to like tell the difference between a more sort of adult way of speaking versus a more teenage one. So that was always clear in the Japanese script. I don't know how they feel about, I don't know how Japan feels about the voice difference. Yeah. And maybe it's believable for a cat dog person. Exactly. It makes sense in the story, but I prefer the deeper voice too. I do. I do prefer the deeper voice. It just sounds cooler. Like it's like when we all heard Red 13 for the first time in Remake, right? When he first opened his voice, we were like, oh, fuck, that's perfect. There's no way to deny that, right? Like it sounded perfect. And like was pointed out in chat, like when you watch Advent Children, he's himself, but he's doing the deep voice in both Japanese and English. So everything up to this point gave us a signal that like, oh, Red 13's voice is deep, right? Like we had no reason to believe that the voice change was going to be this dramatic. So like, I've kind of gotten used to it. Like I'm used to it now. I do prefer the deeper voice, but like I'm kind of used to it now, so it doesn't really bother me that much. But I understand why. I understand why people aren't fans of it, and I think it's valid to like have an issue with it. I don't think it's valid to crash out and be like, this is reason why they don't fucking understand their characters and why like FF7 Rebirth is trash. Like I don't agree with that. But you know, I understand it. I understand the criticism for sure. He's probably going to keep the deep voice in the Highwind. Is the airship crew? He saves his real voice for his closest friends. Yeah, possibly. We'll see. I'm sure they'll keep it around for sure at certain points. Like I said, yeah. I mean, maybe you could probably rationalize that even in Advent Children when he talks, we only really see him in the Highwind, so maybe that's why he's using the deeper voice because he's around strangers. But even the Highwind crew, you would think at a certain point that he would get used to them and he would open up and be himself, you know. He was surrounded by a lot of people besides him at the end of Advent Children, to be fair. Yeah. Did you see the news about FF7 Remake selling 8.7 million by March 2025? Yeah, I saw somebody. Where did that news come from exactly? Because I saw somebody tweet about it, but I didn't see like the actual news source. FF7 Remake 8.7 million. Loaded by a Wikipedia entry. 7. Eurogamer. What the fuck did it say? Speaking to Automaton? Where the fuck is the 8.7 mentioned? Oh, right here. As of March last year, the Final Fantasy VII series has sold over 200 million copies worldwide. Wow, so it's like total. Oh, Final Fantasy series. I thought it was like all told FF7. I was like, what? While the Final Fantasy VII Remake sold 8.7 million copies at the time. Where did he get this data, though? Where exactly is this data from? March 2015. Is it the video game sales wiki? I mean, it sounds realistic, right? Like the 7 million copies, like FF7, 7 million copies sold was the last figure that we heard. And that was in 2023. So the fact that 2 years after this, Circana, I'm not sure because of the article that said the video game sales wiki. So maybe the video game sales wiki is based on Circana. I don't know. Either way, it sounds believable, right? Because they hit 7 million in 2023. So to sell another 1.7 roughly after 2 more years, sure, I could see that. That's pre-Switch also. So with the Switch, they probably, and Xbox, they probably have reached or pretty close to reaching 10 million on Remake. Who knows where Rebirth is? They just have we've gotten 0 numbers on FF7 Remake. I mean Rebirth. The only number that we got was like a 2 million estimate. That was like just some analyst. It wasn't even, there was no source for that. Like no actual like official source for that. It's used to 2.5 within the first few months of release. But that again, that was like Ampere Analytics said roughly 2 million. By the way, it's funny. I find it funny that like Square Enix didn't like announce, let's say it was 2 million. And I think supposedly that 2 million was like, here it's saying like a few months. I remember hearing that number like 2 weeks after release. The thing is, like, Assassin's Creed announced that they reached 2 million. They made a whole blog post about it. That like Assassin's Creed Shadows did 2 million copies. Yay. Similar thing recently with Crimson Desert, where it's like, we reached 2 million. Yay. And it's like, Square Enix just shoots themselves in the foot because they treat everything like a failure. And so no wonder fucking kids aren't playing FF7, not only because, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why they're not playing Final Fantasy, but like, the way Square Enix treats all this stuff is like they create an air of like perception that shit is falling apart. Things are constantly falling beneath expectations. They're constantly saying it's underperforming to investors, right? And like, but you could still create, like I said, Assassin's Creed Shadows sold 2 million and they made a big fucking whoop about it. Like they made it sound positive. It doesn't sound like, I mean, it should be more in a lot of ways, but Assassin's Creed Shadows, that's a big franchise. Assassin's Creed Shadows hits 2 million players. It's like, you could frame this shit as like positive. I think it's partially cultural. I think like, you know, FF7 Remake sold like 3 million within a couple days. So if they say only 2 million, it probably sounds like a failure. XIII sold 3 million in 1 month. And, you know, it's like, it's comparable. Like they're doing well compared to a lot of other things. Their max isn't what like a Ghost of Tsushima was like, I think sold like 10 million or whatever. Either way, the way that they handle talking about their sales, they constantly create this perception of Final Fantasy is failing. And I've said it before, I'll always say it, like gaming is such a bandwagon sort of space where like people want to chase what has momentum or what feels like it's having momentum. So people don't want to jump onto a franchise that sounds like it's dying at every fucking turn, even when it's actually not kind of dying. It's actually doing perfectly comparable to a lot of other big franchises. The way that they talk about it makes it sound like Final Fantasy is fucking dying. And so it's like, so you look at it from the outside looking in and you're like, well, I don't want to play that. Like it's dying. And what if there's not even another one? I don't even know anything about it. I don't care. Fuck it, I'm out. Like they do this to themselves. They're just so bad. I never thought about that. It sounds like Hyman Roth from The Godfather 2 has been dying of the same heart attack for 20 years. Yeah. R9 said 5 million in a week. Yeah, I mean, Ari's doing really well, for sure. Final Fantasy selling close to 3 million on PlayStation is a great number. Yeah. Yeah. Like, they're doing decent numbers, especially for, like, single platform releases, but they treat it like it's a fucking diseased carcass. It's like, of course people don't want to play it then. Why would you want to play it? Speaking of sort of these games, let's actually watch this NSP video. I'm curious how Rebirth is doing Switch in June. Yeah. I feel like Rebirth was announced way too early before its release, spread out the marketing campaign too thin. Kind of, right? They did the teaser like 2 years before, but they really started ramping up. Like their actual marketing window was from Summer Games Fest 2023 up until February was the release. So it was actually like 9 months. It actually wasn't that long. Their marketing, their hard marketing push, like we knew about it since 2022 because we'd been, you know, we watched the anniversary event, but they went dark. They went completely dark between that anniversary event where they revealed with a little teaser to like the Summer Games Fest, which is like where most gamers sort of like found out about it. So their actual marketing window is only 9 months. It was actually shorter than their marketing window for Remake, which went from the prior May to the following April. So they actually had a pretty tight marketing window for Rebirth. I think the problem for Rebirth was like multifaceted. I think they the trailers were kind of structured in a way that made most sense if you knew the story of Remake, especially. So it was like, and if you knew FF7 as a whole, I think their best trailer was the one that I think in general the trailer should have focused more on gameplay. Like their best trailer was the one that showed like a lot of combat and showed like the chocobo racing and showed like chocobo scaling, you know, the mountain. So you get a sense of like all the cool things you could do in the game, like all the fun gameplay stuff. It showed a lot of the mini games. I thought that was their best trailer. I think they need to like, and they botched the Game Awards that year because their Game Awards trailer was not even a trailer. They did the performance where the singer for No Promises to Keep like sang at the Game Awards, and like it's funny because it happens to me reacting to it when music starts to play at the game. I love the Game Awards music, don't get me wrong, especially when they do the big like melody of like all the game of the year nominees, and they mash up all the soundtracks like that. That's cool, and that's the flute guy and all that. But like in almost any award show, like when music comes on, I will watch it, but usually that's my signal to run to the bathroom. Like this is an opportunity to run to the bathroom, and that is literally what I did. Yeah, I was on Sleep Easy stream. Gift subs didn't go through. Oh shit, no, they did. No notification though. What happens to the notification? Where's my alert box? My alert box got deleted from this scene for some reason. Hold on. All right, it's on now. But thank you so much. Yeah, because I actually missed it. Isif, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. I don't know why the alert box got deleted somehow, but thank you so much. Shit, my bad. Yeah, it did go through. I remember I fell asleep right when that happened. Yeah, so it was a terrible, God, fucking, hold on.
Final Fan.
I'm sorry, NSP. Hold on, we just need to watch something real quick. We just need to relive this moment. Oh shit, maybe I should find the tweet of me walking away. Fuck, where is that? Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Actually, do I have it saved on my computer maybe somewhere? Eesh. Not that one. Hold on. You can find it here. To be in my profile, and then from my profile, I need to hit the search button. Sleep Easy. Fuck. Twitter search sucks so much. Maybe if I search Sleep Easy reaction. So I've also mentioned Sleep Easy a lot. Fuck. I'll try Google. Sleep Easy reaction trailer. 7 Rebirth. Twitter. Oh, here it is. Thank you, Google. Fuck. They're so much better than goddamn Twitter. It's 1080p. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom.
The first performance of the orchestra. Are you fucking kidding me? Please do. Take a break, everybody.
Why is it not showing? Fuck, did I have it on the wrong? Yeah, I do have it on the wrong one. Here we go. There we go. There we go. That was 1080p. All right, I'm going to use the bathroom. Oh, thank you, Steph.
The first performance of the orchestra. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'll be right back.
Please do. Take a break, everybody.
You might call it one of those world premieres, and this is a special one. It's written by one of the greatest video game composers of all time. The legendary Nobuo Uematsu.
No! Fucking SubTXT come back!
Orchestra led by Lauren Balfe with lead vocals from Lauren Allred, debuting the theme song from Final Fantasy VII.
I should have had the pens, yeah.
No! Fucking get back here, SubTXT! No! 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 Oh my god, no! It's Jesse!
Empty fucking chair.
What the fuck am I watching? No! Jesse's back! Oh my god, no! No! Ah!
Oh my god, I heard yelling.
No, it's happening!
I'm not.
No!
What is happening?
It's the trailer! It's the main theme to the song! This is
the song trailer?
Yes!
What the oh my god, I'm an idiot. I love it.
Oh my god, it's fucking no!
Actually, the idiot is Square Enix.
Oh my god, what are we seeing?
What is happening, dude?
I was so confused. I was like,
what is happening?
I was so confused because, like, usually when the orchestra plays in the Game Awards, it's for a game that already exists. So I was just like, why would you have, I was literally, you could see my brain just trying to process, like, why would they do this? Why would they do a live performance as a trailer? That doesn't make sense. We barely see the fucking game. It's Lauren Allred for like 70% of the time.
This is the new Nobuo Uematsu song. This is
Hollow. Oh my god, that's what you were saying.
It's exactly.
Which actually is what Sleepy's predicted before the stream. Before we watched it, we did like a little chat before the Game Awards, and he was like, "Oh, I think they'll do a trailer with like the theme song."
That's what you were saying.
And Aerith sings it, dude. Oh my god. Jesse's at the golden saucer, dude.
Was she?
Jesse's at the golden saucer.
We need to run this back. We need to rewind this after this finishes.
Fucking Sleepy's falling in his goddamn chair.
I can't even believe
I
it.
walked away.
So yeah, the anytime Sleepy loses, it's funny. That's a fun time. Yeah, the trailer is absolutely wild in how much it showed us, though. What was your issue? That's the problem too, man. It's actually, that was one of the major problems with this fucking trailer, is it was made for people who know FF7, right? Like this, yeah, like they showed a lot if you know FF7. So all this did was like spoil things for longtime fans. So it's like, we'll show the Dine thing. We'll show, Zack, walking up to Aerith while she's like asleep, or like Zack even like meeting Aerith. Like, this is the first time I think we've even seen it. Well, no. There was another trailer that showed her, or showed Zack in the world before. So maybe it wasn't a big spoiler, but like, it just showed a lot of moments. Like all this trailer did was like serve to tease like longtime fans, which look, like that's fine. We'll all eat it up. We'll like have streams about it. We'll do videos dissecting it. I did all those things. The problem is, like, you're at the Game Awards. I've ranted about this before, so this is like old news, but the Game Awards 2023 viewership. Game Awards 2023 set a new viewership record with over 118 million global live streams. Like, sell the fucking game. This is why it's an Unk franchise. Yes. Sell the goddamn games to all of these people. Don't sell it to me. You got me by the fucking balls. You get everybody in this chat by the balls. Don't sell it to us. Sell to these fuckers. The 118 million people around the world who are watching this, like, show gameplay, show combat, show like the fun mini game, show the good shit. You know what I mean? Sell it as a video game. This is not the time for that. This is like story bullshit. Release this as like a trailer to fans at some point, but not to these people. Like this people don't give a shit, you know? And then the craziest thing about it was like, so all you saw, fuck, I'm going deep now. So if you just watch Game Awards 2023, Game Awards 2023. How long have we been streaming? I haven't watched NSP's thing yet. I've been on for like an hour and a half. Look at this shit.
Brilliance of the 6 nominees for the Game of the Year were truly inspiring. Here with a medley celebrating each of these games, once again, Lorne Balfe and the Game Awards Orchestra.
Shut the fuck up. Where's this playing? I opened it in another window and I don't know where the fuck it is. It's not there. Where the fuck is it? I don't know what's happening. It was actually in the same tab but not showing it. It was weird. By the way, Timothy Chalamet presented that? Okay. Here we go. 2023. Like, this is all you saw.
Nobuo Utamatsu. Here is
Utamatsu. But this is all you saw. Like, they showed a bunch of cutscenes, right? And then after the cutscenes, it just went solely to Lauren Allred singing. And that's all you saw as like a general person. And then there was an actual trailer. There was like a long form trailer released the same day. Wait, that one. Theme song announcement trailer. There was actually a full trailer that was released on the same December 7th, 2023. This is like what they put online. So they put this one online.
What am I supposed to do?
Where it showed all this stuff. Hold on, it showed gameplay.
Sometimes I don't even know who I am. I forget things everyone else remembers just fine. And know things I've got no right knowing.
Cloud, it's okay. You saved me before. Now
Showed sick like combat moves.
You or is it the pooch? I'm just messing with you. That there is our man. When fate sets us a challenge, we must rise.
I mean, this is not a great trailer either for a general audience, but at least it showed some goddamn gameplay. It's a lot of stitched together like dialogue moments. Here we go, more gameplay.
Look at me, Barrett. You think I want Marlene to see what her father's become?
Promise not to tell? When she wakes up, a scary man is gonna kill her.
And then this is what they showed at Game Awards, which is this. Like this, from this point on, none of the cool goddamn gameplay, none of the cool combat. I don't know. It's just bad PR. I wish I could say more, but it's just the truth. Yeah. What is your hope for FF7 Part 3 first trailer? I mean, I think they definitely have to show a lot more like gameplay, just like straight up gameplay stuff. I think there will be story for sure. I'm like my big hopes, like story wise, in terms of what they give us. I hope they sort of like make us like show us things that we were kind of expecting. Like I want the sketch of the trailer to be kind of what we expect. I hope to see like the snowy fields. I hope to see like maybe a little bit from the Whirlwind Maze scene of like Sephiroth gaslighting Cloud, and sort of being like, you know, proving out that he doesn't know shit. And like, I really want to see a lot of gameplay, world exploration, but I wanted to end on something weird. It's like the first reveal trailer for Rebirth, FF7 Rebirth, SGF 2023 trailer. It first opens with weird shit, right? It starts with weird shit. It shows like, oh, this whole like this stuff, right? Which is exciting and cool and whatnot. I think the best way to play the opening of the best way to play Part 3's trailer is like coming off of Rebirth. Everyone is sort of like, okay, maybe they're not going to change shit like crazy. And so I would hope that the first trailer for Part 3 story wise makes it look like how we know FF7, right? So coming off of Rebirth, we're like, okay, they're more or less doing the same things. And so they could start with things feeling very much kind of like we know the OG FF7. But then at the end of the trailer, you then introduce something fucking crazy, like something like this, but put it at the end of the trailer. So we think that they're doing, okay, yeah, they are keeping it all is staying the same, etc. Then there's something fucking weird at the end to sort of throw us. But like I said, I want to see a lot of world exploration. I want to see like new gameplay stuff. I think I want to see like any kind of new combat stuff, new world exploration stuff. I want to see the high wind, all that stuff. That's what I want to see. Maybe like just a sense of like I said this the other day when I was talking with Sleepy, but like generally I want it to feel like I want this marketing campaign as a whole to feel like, oh, we're coming to a grand conclusion. Like give me that feeling like we're reaching this sort of end. I just hear Max for this scene like, Diva's dead. Yeah. Hold on. Let's see.
For one of next.
Not CGS.
Whatever happened?
13.
Here we go.
This game comes from a studio that surprised the world and
It's funny because literally before this, there was like a rumor that FF7 Rebirth was going to be at Summer Games Fest, and so that's what Jeff Keighley is commenting on here.
Just chill. It's time to get to our grand finale. This game comes from a studio that surprised the world and redefined the RPG genre with its iconic characters and rich storytelling. And I want to thank them for this trailer for one of gaming's most anticipated upcoming releases.
At this point, it could be anything.
This could be a lot of things.
The rumors were true.
But the rumors were FF7 Rebirth. Like literally that day, there was shit flying around on Twitter that it was going to be
This
Rebirth.
could be a lot of things, bro.
We're still here.
What?
Disaster.
What? Go!
A massive tornado which swept through sectors 0, 1, and 2. Amidst the wreckage of the expressway,
Tifa
search
is
and rescue
dead!
operations are already in
Red
progress.
13 is dead! Aerith is dead!
What is happening?
Just look at it all.
Oh
It's
my
so
God.
clean. Even after everything we've done to it, it's
This
still
was their
going
like best
strong.
trailer.
It may look that way, but in reality...
Or wait, no, sorry. TGS, the Tokyo Game Show trailer, the State of Play trailer was their best one actually. So this one was cool. They showed a bunch of stuff. They showed a little bit of combat. There was like a lot of cutscenes, right? There was a little bit of like a little bit of combat. It was like, oh shit. The music was great.
I don't even.
It had the crazy ending.
They say she's a monster.
Just like the Genova fight moment. Oh no, actually this one ended with Tifa.
Of your soul.
Tifa attack from the flashback.
Those you fear. Those you love.
You murdered my dad! You burned my village!
You know that I killed her.
The fucking music is so good. I love this theme, this song.
Who is she?
The Valkyrie. I love the Valkyrie song.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my.
The best one was September. In my opinion, the best one. For like just selling a bigger audience was this one, the TGS one, yeah. It was actually State of Play.
Okay, here we go. I'll shut up.
The world's ending. At least, that's what everyone's saying.
I was like, huh? I was like, wait, So we saw that again. We saw like the Midgar skyline again, like being burned, just like in the beginning of the last trailer. But this like hint of like the world's ending was like, fuck, what the hell?
I don't like it.
Ready to fire, sir.
Welcome to the New World Order. Fire!
Like, oh my god, the march! Oh my god, Gungaga! Oh my god, Junon! Oh fuck, Cosmo Canyon! Oh my god, look at the gameplay! What the fuck is Tifa doing? She's doing like, you know, an attack with like multiple phases in it.
I was choking on my own spit.
Planet runs out of.
By the way, every time I've loaded up the PC version recently to like test different optimizations to get it to run even better, I always am doing that attack, the Trinity Strike, because I'm always trying to get the third one in the third segment in it, so everything dies too quick to get the third attack.
Is that a pirate ship? Dude!
Dies.
We can overcome our fate.
Am I the same as these monsters?
Like, oh my god, the Nibelheim flashback stuff that we know.
Okay, we're looking for Sephiroth. Think you can find him?
XIII reveal.
Sephiroth.
It talks.
So you heeded the.
I was sold on XIII's gameplay like right here, dude. With like I was like, oh my god, he's like fucking Kirby. Like they made him like fucking Kirby the Moogle. That's brilliant. And actually the gameplay was a little weird at first. Like when I first got XIII in the game and like did his combat for the first time, I was like, I didn't get it at first. That is a character you have to do the Chadley VR tutorial stuff with, because that really explains the mechanics really well. And I like playing as XIII now, but it took a while. It took a lot longer than I expected to like get for him to feel like intuitive.
Sephiroth.
It talks.
So you heeded the call too, did you?
It does combat.
Yes! As you can see,
the bucket!
It's like, oh my god, the black chocobo! Oh my god, the flying chocobo!
What?
Segue.
What?
Yeah, I ask because I suspect there's soldiers suffering from cellular degradation.
Do not be deceived. You
New
know
stuff.
What's going on, NSP Aerith? We can overcome our fate. Absolute meaningless statement so far. Here's the thing. Like, you know my stance on this. I know. I'm a bit on the outsider in our crew of like believing they're going to pay that off. I think they will pay that off. But anyway.
the truth. Trust.
I think it's because of where we are on the story, but
in me.
We're about to watch your video right after we finish this, by the way. After we finish like watching just Max react to this real quick. As we're going back through the marketing mistakes of FF7 Rebirth.
Dude, this beach though.
Just seeing these fucking like attacks. This is what they need to fucking show more of. All the time. Fuck the story shit. I'm sorry. I know it sounds crazy because I'm the story guy. And I want the little story, like I want the story, like, you know, teases. Don't get me wrong. I do want some like story teases. My God, this game is so fucking fun to play. They need to show more playing the goddamn game. Anyway.
Oh, I can't believe I'm looking at XIII gameplay.
Jesus! It's Alexander! What is this trailer? What the music! We're going to the
Holy mother of God! What is the golden saucer show? Holy sh...
Like, oh my God, the Chocobo racing, the little mini games, the gold saw. Fuck.
Every mini game?
Excuse me. Could you look after my friend? Just for a bit.
Radiant City, yeah, probably a good choice. Of all the Rebirth trailers, this did the best balance of like crazy story shit and gameplay stuff. I think the problem with them story-wise is like they show story moments that like mean a lot to us as FF7 fans, but they need like a story. They need what they need to do with the trailer with the story is like they need to at least set up the premise for people, like use the exposition that like would kind of onboard, for lack of a better word, like people who don't know too much about it, but like gets them to be like, this sounds intriguing. You know what I mean?
Who dares disturb?
Versus like, I mean, yeah, so you can have moments like this. I think Vincent, for example, will sell anybody. It's such a cool design and whatnot, and like fans would eat it up. But just like focus on, there needs to be like a little bit of a story within the trailer itself, if it makes sense. Like you should be able to stitch the sort of like like there has to be like a little bit of a mini story within the trailer that doesn't just like show a bunch of story moments, like disconnected story moments. They do like a lot of that.
My slumber.
What the hell is this?
It's
This
upon
trailer's
us.
freaking
The
crazy!
reunion. When worlds merge.
But this one does the best balance of like
Cloud.
showing gameplay at least. Like showing gameplay at least. Trailer's so good. I don't know if any game can ever live up to them, much less what got released. Yeah. I think Max is right. Just make the exploration activities missable and that's it. You need a little story. Square is like, how about we give you the whole story? Exactly. Trilogy packs on launch. Oh, that'll definitely help. Yeah. All right, real quick. So next up, we are going to watch the truth behind FF15's broken development by Night Sky Prince, who's in chat. Shout out. This will only work actually technically on Twitch, but light stream, by the way. I know I wasn't gonna talk, like it was gonna be a very like low-key opening. We're mostly just gonna watch, NSP's video, but I'm fucking, you know how I am. We ended up like doing a whole thing on Cyberpunk and AI and yada yada yada, and then talks for like an hour and a half on FF7. All right, so give me a second, chat, though. I need to run to the bathroom real quick. Give me a second. All right, chat. Fucking all right. Dawn trailer with Regis holding Noctis. That was actually meant to be played while Noctis was sleeping in the crystal. Actually, NSP, while you're here, before we get into this, I'm sure you probably showed clips of it in this, but what should I look up? There were like 2 versus 13 trailers, right? I know this is more like technically 15 coded, but final. Damn it. Why is my shit acting stupid? Final Fantasy. I don't recommend playing full versus 13 trailers. Really? You all get claims. My cuts avoid that. Oh, fuck. What if I like manipulate the audio so it doesn't really play the audio? Will it still get caught? Kind of don't care. Like, if it gets caught. Is my stream going on YouTube? It is. Okay. You can't play full 13 cutscenes either. Wow. Visual gets claimed? You know what? I can cut it out of the VOD. I could cut it out of the VOD. This is exclusive for live viewers. Exclusive for live viewers. We're going to watch the 13 shit. Wasn't it which one's like the Insomnia? Isn't there like an Insomnia one? Specifically, it's like a different one. All trailers 13.
Do you want to mix music?
But your room doesn't sound great.
Luit's Space Replicator helps you create better.
I can just cut this out of the VOD. It's fine. I'm not gonna watch all these, like fucking 30 minutes. Teaser. Yeah, this one's a cool one. This is a fantasy based on reality. Are you guys seeing it? Oh, is the browser? Oh, hold on. Wrong scene. Wrong scene. Here we go. We still have the same music, actually. Man, he's got the fusion sword early. Do you know how many views this trailer, especially Netscape Prince, because you're saying this trailer was such a profound moment for expanding FF's appeal, you could show this to literally any human on Earth and they would find it compelling. Do you know how many like views this original trailer got? By any chance? You don't know, but probably way more than anything after it. I will say I was not super into Final Fantasy at the time. Like I skipped 13, 12, like I stopped playing 12 like halfway through. I was pretty out on Final Fantasy at this point. And then like 11 came before that and it was an MMO I had no interest in. So like I was not playing Final Fantasy at the time. But I do remember this trailer. I do remember sort of, and I wasn't even like gaming. Well, no, I was. This is like 2006, supposedly. I was, or whenever this was, I was still playing quite a bit of games. I don't know. When did this come out? Because the teaser was 2006, so maybe, I don't know. 2006, I was definitely playing games still heavy. I stopped playing games super heavy probably around like 2009, 2010-ish, 2008-ish. Okay, so I was still I was probably trending down in terms of like my time playing games. But even still, to your point, even still, I did see this show. I did remember thinking it was cool. I thought it was cool up until it said versus 13, and I was like, versus 13? Why is it, how can it be against 13? Is it, it's not, so it's not 13, it's versus 13? What the fuck does that mean? I will stand by that being the weirdest fucking branding ever. And I think you mentioned this on your recent stream because I was in chat and you were like, yeah, they probably have to release it as 15. It was probably smart to eventually make it 15. But insane hot take, this should have actually been FF13. I mean, I haven't played 13. I've heard it's, you know, some people love it, but a lot of people don't. So probably. What was the next one? The next one is titled... Is this the one with the big attack? There was a bunch of shit. Oh my god. I don't think I ever saw... Oh no, I remember this part of the trailer. I don't know if I saw all this trailer though. Fuck, there was a lot of shit. I've only seen this one, and I remember the Insomnia, like, demo trailer. I never saw this though. No, I saw this. I remember this. I do remember seeing this scene, but like as I'm skimming through, I don't remember feel like I don't remember the rest of it. Most of the FF7 OG team is actually working on this game. Fun fact, doesn't get mentioned much. Interesting. The true figure is still hidden in the sleep. Wow, it's such a fucking weird line of... The true figure is still hidden in the sleep. It's very Nomura. This is very Nomura. God, what a cool fucking shot. Hold on. What a fucking sick shot. Nomura can make a silhouette, I'll tell you that. Just like the presence that you get from that stance is just crazy. This is also how Nomura frames himself in most interviews. It's like off to the side. Like his thing. Red eye. More as a shy person. I get that feeling, yeah. Man, I watched, by the way, I watched all the shit. I watched Kingsglaive before 15 came out. I watched the anime series. I was pretty deep in the 15 hype cycle. Because I was like, you know, like I said, I wasn't playing much like games too much at the time, but I was playing like 2K and like GTA. I was a pretty like standard gamer, but like, I remember being like, okay, maybe this is when I get back into it. Maybe it's when I get back into it. It was 15. This is technically versus 13, but. Yeah, Brainbox, yeah. I think Nomura has like I think the most definitive thing I could say about Nomura is that a lot of his projects seemingly go into development hell. Which has been like why it's such a help to have somebody like Hamaguchi at the reins of the remake trilogy, is because seems like he really knows how to get stuff produced. And truthfully, he is more of like a systems and gameplay, and he's not as involved in story and stuff. Which I think helps just keep everything going, you know. But we'll find out exactly all the problems that actually happened with 15 in NSP's full video. This is just like an overview of like the world and shit, yeah. 15 hype was one of the crazy times in FF history, yeah. Problem was the engine, yeah. I heard a lot about that, yeah. And I know NSP goes into that in the video. A lot of it could be because they actually didn't have a lot of stuff recorded yet or like written yet or all that stuff. But like, I am intrigued by like how there's no dialogue in these, you know, trailers. This is just fucking aura. That's what these trailers are. These trailers are just all aura. And even the remake trilogy hasn't hasn't had a trailer, aside from maybe the E3 2015 reveal, hasn't really had a trailer like this where it's just like, I don't know what's happening, but I'm fucking interested, you know? Is that the original King design? Is that the original design for his dad? King looks less awesome. Yeah. What was her name? Was it Luna Freya, or was it a different? I feel like there was a different name that I've always heard related to this character. Stella. Yeah. Stella was supposed to be a crazy character, from what I've heard. Largely, the people like NieR Prince. She looked like Lightning, yeah. From what I've seen from Lightning, yeah, it does look a bit like her. So is that Luna Freya? So they only keep her? That seemed different from Stella that we just saw. There was no Luna Freya at this point. There is nothing either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. William Shakespeare. Going deep. Kofi, thank you so much for the super chat. What's up, SubTXT? Every time I see one of you guys show up there versus 13 trailer like NieR Prince, my soul burns with anger. It's understandable because the shit is crazy. This is also a fucking hard tagline. This is a fantasy based on reality. Makes no fucking sense. Like it's not related. It's actually not based on reality, but just like as a line is fucking dope. I mean, I guess you could base it like maybe it's based on like real world history or something. That's like, that's such a cool fucking line. God, like as a concept, actually, fuck, as a concept, like this should be in some way, like, I'm not gonna lie, like that thought, like this is a fantasy based on reality, in some ways would be cool as like the guiding ethos of like Final Fantasy games, right? Because you could make the argument that a lot of Final Fantasy games are kind of like that. Like Mako reactors are basically, you know, like oil refineries, right? FF8, the sort of like the mercenary outfits that are like the Gardens and Seed, like there are real paramilitary sort of like private military organizations. Like it actually kind of is something you could, like, if they wanted to, orienting the fucking, like, defining the series as like fantasy based on reality could be kind of fucking hard. That's like an idea. But Ellen's here, Shinra. Yeah, the 4 fucking aura farming trailers, man. These trailers are just all fucking aura. It's fucking crazy. Right, I said I wasn't gonna watch all of them. Yeah, I don't even understand what they're saying. Man, this has some crazy gameplay shit in it. Oof, my god, this is looking rough. This is looking rough. I can see the engine problems in front of my eyeballs. Oh my god, he fell in like 10 frames a second. I know he's technically just floating, but like, it just looks a bit janky. This is definitely simulated gameplay. This is the trailer I think I remember. Yeah, this is the trailer I remember. Like I said, man, this is a fantasy based on reality is kind of a sick fucking concept. This one is 2011, it says. This is the trailer I remember. Oh my god, you're right. Yeah, the field Noctis jumped in looked like FF14 1.0. Yeah. Is that his father again? Yeah, I don't like that design for the father. My fucking god, the first teaser was 2006, and then we got this trailer 2011. And then actual 15 didn't drop till 2016. Yeah, 10 years. Just like seeing it again, like with these like markers in the sort of like chapter titles is like really just putting like making it so holy shit, just how long that was. Virum Rex, yeah. I know that the KH4 trailer has like a lot of these vibes. You can see the Reapers in those frames. I don't remember what or who the Reapers were. I'm not gonna lie. Meeting predestined by the divine. Grim Reapers. Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, origami, yeah. Is there a version of this trailer that has like this stuff translated? Is there a version of this with like translations? I'd be curious if anybody has that link. Just curious what it says. Show a lot of dialogue here, fuck. I can tell you they're talking about how they've been blessed by powers from a near-death experience. Okay. Eyes that see the light of expiring souls. Oh, that's a concept that's just not in 15 as I know it. Looks a little bit like the FF16 dad, just like the pose that he does when he's talking to Clive in the beginning of the game. It kind of does look similar to this. I remember going nuts for this. This is basically a nothing burger. Good SubTXT, are you going to upgrade to a PS5 Pro before the massive price increase? I already have a PS5 Pro. I bought a PS5 Pro at release. Like when the PS5 Pro came out, I bought the PS5 Pro. I sold my regular PlayStation for like $200. So it really, in theory, cost me like $500. And yeah, I definitely made out like a bandit compared to it now being like $900. The power also lets him to see light in the sky, and that light, the opening of to the after, is the opening to the afterlife, essentially. Okay. I don't remember that as much as I remember the gameplay. There was gameplay here, right? Yeah. I'm cashing out my retirement and spending it all on PS5 so I can become a multi-millionaire in 6 months. Okay, Delta. Good plan. So it implies you start the gameplay here in Insomnia, running around, and then the fucking attack happens. God. Okay, so this is like, so 15. So this, I know this is technically versus 13 still, but I know it uses a lot of 15 stuff, or that 15 used a lot of it, or like parts of it. So my history with 15. Let me say that before we finish watching this trailer and then watching the NSP video. But my history with 15 was, I just remember I was very into the hype cycle. Like I said, I watched Kingsglaive, the movie. I watched the anime stuff. I actually liked the characters quite a bit in the anime stuff, especially Prompto, like his story, I really enjoyed. So I was super into like all the surrounding things, and Kingsglaive as a movie was fine. Like it wasn't horrible. I still own it. I think I still technically own it because I bought it through Apple. And so like on my Apple TV, I think I still have it. So I could watch it. I haven't watched it in forever, but maybe I should watch it tonight or something after this, just for the sake of it. But anyway, so I was like really into the hype cycle, the whole like, you know, Final Fantasy for, you know, fans and first timers. I was like, okay, this feels like they're reviving the franchise a little bit. I had been out of it for a while. So I was like, oh, let me get into it. Then I played 15 and I quit within like the first few hours. Like I remember just, you know, not being super into just like that opening sequence where you're pushing the car, and I'm just like, Stand By Me plays, which just felt a little strange. I think now it's fine. Like it actually hits me fine now. I just remember being like, why am I at a gas station? All I'm doing is just like hunting wolves for, you know, the gas station Cid. It just like wasn't an intriguing opening, but like watching this, like this is how you open a game. And I think one of the most iconic things about FF7 is it starts like a lot of really good Final Fantasies. They start with like a really good intro, sometimes to the detriment of the rest of the game. Like 16 has an amazing prologue, and the rest of the game kind of doesn't like hit as amazingly. Just even the structure of the game works different than that prologue. Like the quest design, all that stuff works differently. FF7 starts with like a bombing run. That's like, so you do this like terrorist attack. It's like, it's just very intriguing. You're like, what the fuck is going on? This is very interesting. FF9, I would say, has a really good intro also. Like the whole, you know, you do you basically go to kidnap the princess, and the princess is like, I want to be kidnapped. And you're like, what the fuck? And it's kind of interesting. You do the little play thing. Like there's a lot of interesting things to that opening that are very strong. FF10 has a strong intro with like, you're like going to this blitzball tournament, and you're kind of getting a sense of this world. And then the fucking world gets ripped apart, and the giant butthole in the skies, you know, eats the entire city that you're in. You're like, what the fuck is happening? And it's like 1,000 years later, like what? You're just like, you're so confused as to like what is going on, but it's like, it's fascinating. It's interesting. FF6, I think, has like an interesting prologue too. Like a lot of the best Final Fantasies have like an intro that really grabs you. So in 15, I just felt, I was like, I'm at a gas station. Why am I at a gas station? Like it didn't feel like an interesting introduction. But this feels like an interesting introduction, right? Like you're at this party, and then suddenly like an attack happens, right? Like it's like, oh shit, and then these soldiers show up, and you gotta like apparently you start to fight them. All interesting shit. Like I think that is the problem for me with 15 is like not having that gripping introduction. And they tried to with like the Ifrit prologue thing, but it's more of like a tease than like an opening scenario. Yeah. Yeah, this would have been a fucking crazy intro to play through. Gameplay wise, it is looking a little rough though. Like it looks like a lack of like impact. At least it's not grenades as like magic. That's what it would look like. You do this behemoth fight at the end of 15. 15 frame per second Kingdom Hearts 2. Yes, exactly what it looks like. Oh, you had gameplay for Prompto and stuff? I actually did go and I did finish FF15 after Remake came out because I was kind of like hungering for FF. I was back into the FF5. This is kind of giving me early FF14 shit, like FF14 1.0 looks. It does sort of look like that. Fuck, this looks like trash. Like visually, just compared to like 15 is a very pretty game. So compared to how 15 came out at the end, it was kind of nice. Like it looked really good. It's the same engine. Yeah, as 14, yeah. I could tell. But I did finish 15 after playing Remake. I was going back through old FF games. I was like, I want to get back into let me actually go back and actually finish it. You'll kind of find out why it looks so rough in my video. Okay. I'm gonna do a light stream. I'm not gonna like go on too much. And I haven't even started your video, and it's 2.5 hours in. What a cursed engine Crystal Souls was, yeah. Conceptually though, this looks cool as fuck. Yeah, he's got that Sora leaping attack shit. I'm just lowering the volume a little bit for my own sake. It's kind of loud in my headphones. Noctis is so different. He was cocky as fuck in Versus. It's great. I want a fucking cocky protagonist again, but like kind of like properly, you know, like cocky for a reason in a way. You know what I mean? Like I actually don't remember the entire Zidane arc. I will always be a Zidane defender though, because I kind of like how he has like kind of like he's kind of has some balls on him. You know what I mean? Like he is kind of cocky and kind of I want like a roguish lead or like a Balthier in 12, like if he was the lead, you know what I mean? Like I kind of want like a another protect. Like I love Cloud and whatnot, but he's like fake bravado. He's like fake sort of cockiness. But you have a lot of the protagonists in FF games in recent years have had like a lot of just like they have issues, right? They have very clear issues. Once a Titus Clive, I don't know, because even like Clive is like kind of just very like, you know, reclusive a little bit. And then like a Titus is just like very youthful. I guess like, yeah, I mean, I guess maybe a little bit more Titus-y, but I don't know. Titus is he's too young in a way. Like I said, I would fuck with like a Balthier style protagonist. You know what I mean? Like that sort of roguish type character as like a lead, and then like dissecting that, I think would be interesting. Oh, really, Josh? Jack Garland. Zach without the cheese, yeah. Kind of, yeah. Square seems to like these young, naive protagonists, yeah. Basically, I want this version of Noctis. give me this version of Noctis.
10倍返しくらい。100倍返しで考えてやる。
God, where's the trailer where he's like fucking battling dudes in the hallways? Here we go. All right, this is the last one, and then we'll watch Nice Guy Prince's video. Fuck, when did this one come out? 2013. God, I was definitely like not paying as much attention to like games in general, especially Final Fantasy during this time. Like 2013, I was super just like not deep in it. I don't even know if I saw this trailer like in the moment, but now I'm putting myself in the shoes of all of you, including Nice Guy Prince. I'm just like, could you imagine seeing this trailer 2013 and then 2016? It almost feels like it should be achievable, right? Like 3-year gap from this to what 15 was. Now I'm putting myself in your shoes like, fuck, dude. It's not like it was like this and then 7 years went by and a whole different game emerged, you know? It was like 3 years went by. It's not a lot of time. So I can imagine like the disappointment of like having this seemingly in the palm of your hands and then fucking gone. They tried to do some of this obviously with the Leviathan thing in 15. They try to keep some of this, but God, Pronto looks fucking cool as fuck there. Oh my god, it's running at like 10 FPS. Just watching it again, fuck. I can't take watching this. Now I understand it even more. Oh, fuck you! Oh my god, so they actually rebranded it as 15 and then gave you none of that. I don't think that ever clicked for me. Like I said, I've never been like super deep into it. Brother. Oh my god. You know, thank God I wasn't into Final Fantasy at the time. Thank fucking God. I would be, oh my god. Oh my god, so much of like the psychology of Nice Guy Prince as I know him is like, I understand it now. Fuck, dude. So much of the psychology of like the Final Fantasy fan base I understand in general now. Because like, I missed this part of the history. I didn't live through this part of it. I came in when 15 came out. You know, like obviously I played Final Fantasy up to like 10 and 12 and then I stopped and then I came back with like 15's actual release, but I missed this whole period of it. Oh, fuck. Not delivering this game is the crux of everything wrong with Final Fantasy right now, and I'm not even kidding. Yeah. Yeah. It's even the logo. It's even the same fucking logo. This fumble is still costing the major, yeah. Fuck me, dude. Fuck. Fuck. Oh my god. Hold on. I need to grab some water. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Oh my god, the fucking bait. The fucking bait. The way you guys were just baited and then delivered nothing. Fuck. Oh my god. He went to throw up. I don't blame him. Exactly. Holy shit. Man. Man, oh man. Fuck me. All right, let's watch the actual video now. Fuck. Oh my god, dude. I feel so bad. I feel so bad for all of you that were like deep in it at the time. Holy shit. Wow. And so actually seeing the date of this, because that was a 2013 trailer, so that came after this was kind of the news that or rumor that had come out. 2012 rumor, Final Fantasy Versus 13 is dead. So you have this in your fucking head. Then you see that baller ass trailer. It's like, oh my god, Versus 13 is still alive, it's back. And actually, no, it's 15. And then you get none of that. Fuck, dude. Fuck. That's rough. That's rough. Now I understand why it's so like persistent in, you know, people like Night Sky Prince. Cause like, yeah, dude, this would fucking haunt me. This would haunt me. I would think about this, you know, for so long afterward. Shit.
Versus 13. Final Fantasy Versus 13 is...
Oh, let me grab the link, by the way, for chat. Video we're watching. Actually, let me pin it in YouTube. Okay.
Is dead.
In truth, Versus was canceled in 2012. They just had to pretend they were still making the game under the name of 15. I've been telling my Cage friends since it got announced, but still like hope.
Final Fantasy Versus 13 is dead. That's the headline that Kotaku ran.
Actually, let's do the full screen movie react setup for this.
Final Fantasy Versus 13 is dead. That's the headline that Kotaku ran on July 20th, 2012, with them saying its development and resources had actually been folded into another game, the next mainline entry, Final Fantasy 15. The PlayStation 4 hardware was on the horizon, and Versus 13 had been in the works for over 6 years at this point, and everyone was wondering, where is this game? Square Enix then took to damage control the situation.
Apparently some idiot spreading a rumor that Versus got canceled. The regular Versus meeting just wrapped up a minute ago. You'd piss yourself if you saw the city it was presented today. That was presented today. Who is this from? Oh, Yoichi Wada. Yoichi Wada. That's who that is. Oh, fuck. Yeah, Yoichi W. It's got to be Yoichi Wada. He said that in 2012.
By then President Yoichi Wada tweeting out that Versus 13 was indeed
if I just let the fucking video play.
Still in development. But the reality behind the scenes was far different. So please go ahead and hit the subscribe button as the channel pushes toward its goal of 110,000 subscribers.
Which, congratulations, I did see NSP tweet out or YouTube post it, wherever I saw it, that he did reach 110,000. So congrats to NSP from reaching that milestone.
Subscribers. This is the complicated, messy, and dire situation that is the development history of Final Fantasy 15. The truth is, Final Fantasy Versus 13 was indeed canceled in 2012. The company had been internally...
And the funny thing is, the game got canceled that month he tweeted that out. Fuck. Oh, should have muted it.
To make canceled in 2012. The company had been internally deliberating on whether to make Final Fantasy Versus 13 a numbered title a year into its development. There were plenty of reasons for hesitation, however, as Versus was planned to be a large departure from the FF series. It would be the first game to use full-on action combat, and it would feature much more graphic depictions, leading it to almost certainly being an M-rated game. However, the scope that Nomura had originally
became 16.
envisioned was unprecedented and would require a massive amount of investment. For this project to be successful, it couldn't live in the shadow of Fabula Nova Crystallis. While Final Fantasy XIII has received its flowers in recent years, in the 2010s, it's hard to overstate just how polarizing the game actually was. According to Tabata, after 6 years of work on Versus, only a quarter of the game was complete, despite all the time that had gone into it. The reasons for this were numerous. The fact that Crystal Tools had been over-optimized to get Final Fantasy XIII out of the door fast. A game that was built around corridors, thus making it entirely incompatible with Versus's open world ambitions. Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 absolutely falling apart, and Versus staff being removed from the project in order to piece together a Realm Reborn. The original planned release window for Versus was
so I watched basically up to this part of the video when Night Sky Prince released it originally. Even though I forgot the Yuichi Wada tweet, obviously. But I remember hearing that. I was like, fuck. So it makes a lot of sense of like, just in terms of like pulling staff away is like, would get in the way, right? Like, cause they had to take a whole bunch of people and move them onto like saving FF14, and so that just got in the way of the development too.
Absolutely falling apart, and Versus staff being removed from the project in order to piece together a Realm Reborn. The original planned release window for Versus was to be delivered no later than 2014, a date that would absolutely not be met. As continuous setbacks would delay Versus, the turn of the hardware generation was also happening. They wanted to make Versus a cross-generation title for both the PlayStation 3 and the PlayStation 4. However, an initial alpha version of the game was produced in 2012 for PS3, and the team concluded that the current generation hardware was a brick wall that could not handle Nomura's vision of a seamless open world. The PS3 version, and all the work done on Versus 13, could not carry over to the PS4 version.
Damn.
The only way forward was to kill the project, and it would have to be reborn as a flagship title. The project at this point had 200 people working on it, and it would have to be downsized to just 20. Development would completely reset from the...
This is why it took so long, chat. This is why development got so fucked. That's why it was in development hell. Look what they're doing. Look what these developers are doing. What are they doing? They're doing pull-up challenges and laughing and joking. Do some fucking work.
Title. The project at this point had 200 people working on it, and it would have to be downsized to just 20. Development would completely reset from the ground up. This quickly became a top priority within the company. Amidst the crisis, then President Yoichi Wada officially requested Hajime Tabata and his Final Fantasy Type 0 team join the project in July of 2012, though it wouldn't be announced to the public until much later. Tabata entered as a co-director alongside Tetsuya Nomura, and while publicly it looked like Tabata was just going to be supporting Nomura, the plan really was for him to take over. Upon his arrival, Tabata described the production team as exhausted and fretful following the...
Whoever can do the most pull-ups gets to lead the company. Yeah. Whoever does the most pull-ups gets to also like direct Final Fantasy 15. Hajime Shibata.
Just going to be supporting Nomura. The plan really was for him to take over. Upon his arrival, Tabata described the production team as exhausted.
Did NSP, do you know, or can you even say, how aware was Nomura, like when this happened, that he was getting like quietly ousted? Like, was it like a quiet thing that became clear over time, or and like did that sow issues between? That feels kind of fucked. Like I could feel like Nomura feeling a type of way about it for sure. Especially if they were trying to do it like kind of quietly and low-key.
It looked like Tabata was just going to be supporting
Maybe you talk
Nomura.
about it here.
The plan really was for him to take over.
I'd say he was pretty aware and he was not happy at all LOL. I would imagine.
Over. Upon his arrival, Tabata described the production team as exhausted and fretful following the project's internal collapse. He initiated a reset of the development timer.
This is how your Final Fantasy games get made, chat. Look at this. It's just like actually just seeing this, I'm like, fuck, dude. Like it's just an office of like, I know that's all, that's how it all is, you know? Like I've seen behind the scenes of other games being made and it's a similar thing. It's just like, just a bunch of code on a screen. I don't know. I don't know if I'm like overly thinking about this. This is exactly. Like it looks like any other job. It's not.
The project's internal collapse. He initiated.
Like this guy's fucking, he's just trying to get his lunch in. It's like fucking, he's sick. He's working.
A reset of the development timer, encouraging staff to view it as a new project rather than a continuation of a failed one. And it's important to note here, it wasn't just the staff that was demoralized around this project. Square Enix as a whole was. Tabata revealed at GDC that Square Enix considered the Final Fantasy brand endangered and diminished, with them projecting under 5 million units for Final Fantasy 15.
This is just exactly what I was saying earlier of like, they keep for 10 plus years, they've just been positioning Final Fantasy to the public as a franchise that is dying. So of course people are like, I don't want to play this shit. This fucking franchise is fucking dying, dude.
Follow this channel.
It's dead, guys. Fuck it.
You may have seen this clip before, but it continues to remain relevant.
So right after I was kind of like named director of Final Fantasy 15, I talked to the regional sales head and received the sales forecast from each region. So I was told by everyone that switching away from normal turn-based combat was unwise, and that the Final Fantasy brand had diminished and was in danger.
Combine this with
switching and received the sales forecast from each region. So I was told by everyone that switching away from normal turn-based combat was unwise, and that the Final Fantasy brand had diminished.
So he was being told to stay with turn-based combat.
And was in danger.
Combine this with the fact that
Expedition 33, hold my beer. Yeah. So critical on themselves. Yeah.
That Final Fantasy XIII had been incredibly polarizing, and Lightning Returns barely breaking 1 million units sold, the Final Fantasy brand internally looked like it was finished. However, one of the first things that Tabata did was raise the stakes. He wanted to top the internal projections of under 5 million by selling 6 million units. An absolutely insane gamble for the time. Behind closed doors, things are moving quickly as the company was faced with little choice. It had been...
Jesus. Omega Taco saying, yeah, just check. This sold 5 million copies in the first 5 days. Yeah, the marketing campaign, everything surrounding 15 was pretty peak. And then the game came out.
2 years since the last trailer for Final Fantasy Versus 13. Doubts that the title would ever be released were beginning to surface. Then, that E3, everything would change.
これが対をなす幻想。いや、世界は常に変化する。15番目だ。
God damn, that's that loud as fuck.
Final Fantasy Versus 13 was now officially and publicly Final Fantasy 15, with a debut trailer that is still regarded as one of the best video game trailers of all time. This trailer blew people away, showing off brand new set pieces, brand new gameplay, new graphics, over-the-top moments, and what looked like a game that was too good to be true. All the years we had spent waiting was culminating in a masterwork that felt like it was beyond our wildest dreams. A massive open-world RPG that had set pieces that rivaled Naughty Dog's Uncharted. Even though they restarted development of the game,
oh my god, yeah, you probably were thinking of Uncharted and shit in your head while watching this, which was like a contemporary at that time, yeah.
Public perception was that the title had been 7 years in the making, but in reality, this trailer only reflected 1 year of development time. This is part of why...
Oh my god! Fuck. Yeah, so you see that and you're like, oh. You're like, oh man, they've been cooking, right? Like you were watching this and you were like, where is this game? Where is this game? Where is this game? And like in your head, you're like, oh, here it is. And they've been cooking because this looks incredible. In truth, it was all out of a smoke and mirrors, right?
If you look at the character models in this trailer, they look incredibly rough and unfinished. This is merely speculation, but it's entirely possible these models were taken straight from the PS3 build of Versus. Though in either case, this was the first real clue to how early this game was into development. On the surface, this was the first.
Just none of these gameplay mechanics are in the game. You can't just like parry this shit.
First real clue to how early this game was into development.
Well, I guess there are parries. There's a like QTE parry stuff, but it's not like this from what I remember. I haven't played it since 2020.
On the surface, this looked like the same game, but upgraded and rebranded. But internally, it could not be further from the truth. Drastic shifts were happening creatively on the project. Nomura was still publicly credited as the director. However, internally, Tabata had already begun merging the Versus team with his Business Division 2 team that worked on Type 0. Tabata said he would meet with Nomura and try to preserve as much as Versus's story and concepts as he could going into this project, which I think Tabata merging.
I'm gonna have to replay that because I was distracted trying to read Nomura's hat.
The Versus team with his Business Division 2 team that worked on Type 0. Tabata said he would meet with Nomura and try to preserve as much as Versus's story and concepts as he could going into this project, which I think when we consider things that Nomura has done since then, you can surmise that from his point of view, that really did not happen. He also asked Versus 13 writer Kazushige Nojima, best known for his work on Final Fantasy VII, VIII, X, and the Kingdom Hearts series, for his permission to change the 13
So wait, hold on. Wait, what is Nojima's
writer point of view? That really did not happen. He also asked Versus 13 writer Kazushige.
Wow, so Nojima wrote Versus 13. Who wrote 13? Like regular 13? I'll have to look it up. FF15 writer. Ashitani? Is that right? Watanabe and Toriyama. Daisuke Watanabe. Yeah, that's what comes up on the Wikipedia. Daisuke Watanabe and Matsumo Toriyama. Also, he wasn't even involved in 13. What about 13 too? Writer. About Lightning Returns. Lightning Returns was also Daisuke Watanabe. 13-2, Daisuke Watanabe. So Watanabe wrote all of them. He hasn't wrote a major scenario since for obvious reasons. Interesting. 13's reception is also likely when Toriyama got benched. Got it.
Shige Nojima, best known for his work on Final Fantasy VII, VIII, X, and the Kingdom Hearts series, for his permission to change the scenario as well. And this is where things get fairly contentious, with him saying, quote, because the game itself was incomplete, there really wasn't a whole lot brought over, if I'm speaking honestly. It's pretty difficult to compare apples and oranges in this case. You have something that was incomplete and never fully formed. Versus was more of an idea than an actual game, whereas what we've created here is a
It seems like Tabata spoke in his own shit. Because the game was incomplete, there really wasn't a whole lot brought over, if I'm speaking honestly. It's pretty difficult to compare apples and oranges. You have something that was incomplete. Yeah, but like a script, I assume the fucking story was complete. Like, going into production. So even if the game wasn't complete, it's like, you don't have to rewrite everything unless you just literally can't make the scenarios. Like, if you can't code, the insomnia attack, I don't know. This seems like him justifying his decisions to sort of like change things pretty dramatically. Because like I said, sure, that would be like, I mean, game development's a little bit different, but it would be like saying, well, this movie didn't finish production, so we still have the same script, but we just threw the script away because the movie, for the initial production went south for some reason. It's like, wait, what?
Complete finished product. However, because the game had already been presented via trailers and other forms of media to the users, one of my goals in developing 15 was to preserve the elements that users were aware of and excited about. Once something like that is out in the open, you can't really ignore it. People are expecting it. They're excited about it. So it's something they have to take into account, and yeah, it sort of serves as an inspiration in a way. When you're tying together the start and end, you know there are going to be some elements in there that don't quite fit in this new conception. To the team's credit, they did work as much as they could to include what they could to fit into this new idea. But there were some aspects, of course, that just didn't work.
So what aspects of fucking 15 did work? Because, I think like a lot of the things that worked for me with 15 is just like the vibe of it. Like the vibe of, you and the bros and the feelings that you have toward them. But a lot of like core story elements I don't feel were like that compelling. Like the connection to Luna Freya was nothing. There was fucking nothing there. Like that beautiful scene that happens after, spoiler for 15, but like the scene of like after her death, where like even the scene of her death, there's like I felt nothing in the moment toward it. And then there's like that beautiful like dream sort of like sequence scene with Luna Freya and Noctis that's like beautiful fucking cinema, but I felt nothing during it because like they didn't build a proper story and connection between even those characters to really like support it. So he's talking about things not working. It's like, bro, your fucking game doesn't work. Like your story doesn't work. What are you talking about? Who wrote 15? Who's the credited writer on 15? Sayori Atamaru, Akiko Ishibashi, and Takumi Nishida are the credited writers.
Might have been true on the gameplay front. However, the story of Versus simply being ideas, concepts, is a bit difficult to believe. For starters, back in June of 2010,
Yeah, okay, NSP is going into the same stuff, yeah. Nomura, Final Fantasy Versus 13 scenario is complete.
Said that the scenario for Versus 13 was complete.
Exactly, it's bullshit. Tabata was speaking some bullshit. He was justifying his choices, what he was doing.
Noctis's Japanese voice actor says he still has the script for Final Fantasy Versus 13, and says he would love to talk about it someday. If he has the script, then Versus was a finished story. But knowing these statements, I'll leave it up to you to decide what really happened.
Oh, I'm deciding it, MSP. I'm fucking deciding it. I'm deciding it was probably fucking peak, and it's sitting there somewhere. And Tabata decided, I'm the director. I'm going to swing my dick around, and I'm going to make the game that I want to make. Fuck Nomura. I'm Hajime Tabata, bitch. I'm going to go make some fucking NFT games in a few years. That's what he's doing right now, isn't he? Wasn't he making some like NFT shit? So, yeah, I don't believe that. Yeah, I'm judging it for sure. I know you're not judging it for a reason. You're keeping it like you're doing the respectful thing. I would script it the same way in my own video, but now I'm reacting, so I'm just saying my shit. Yeah, he does Web 3.0 AI stuff. LOL. Yeah.
The Final Fantasy 15 wasn't initially meant to be one game. It was meant to be part of a larger epic, a multi-game project that was said to have.
I remember during this era, you could totally sense the tension. Nomura spoke nothing of FF15 in any of his interviews, and was promoting things like World of Final Fantasy instead. Wow. I think he respected Nomura in a way that he felt he wouldn't do that story script justice. Well, exactly why he shouldn't have made it.
Multiple direct sequels, with Nomura saying, quote, "In the trailer, there was a line that read, 'A World of the Versus Epic,' which suggests that it'll be part of an epic. While Final Fantasy 15 will have one climax, as a story we plan to continue it further. As for how it will be released, we'll announce that later on. However, having you wait a long time for the next title isn't something we would desire, though these sequels unfortunately would never materialize. Square Enix wanted Nomura working on Kingdom Hearts 3 and Final Fantasy VII Remake instead, with them deciding at this time that Final Fantasy 15 should be delivered."
It's amazing Nomura has been so loyal to Square Enix. Like, just straight up. It's kind of amazing that he's been so loyal to them. I mean, maybe because I can't think of another... maybe like his style just fits Final Fantasy and their projects so well that he's stuck around versus like going elsewhere, or just maybe it's more Japanese cultural, like work cultural stuff. I don't know. Because yeah, he kind of got fucked here.
In a single game, when it was originally presumed to be a trilogy. The story of,
like I said, to be fair, he was in development hell. A lot of that could be engine stuff, which I think this video talks about more, but like he has had a history of really long projects like Kingdom Hearts 3, for example, took forever. Everyone's waiting for like any crumb related to Kingdom Hearts 4. Like he's a very talented creative who has maybe issues with like getting things across the line, like in production, but there could be other reasons too.
The Final Fantasy Versus 13 was centered around Reaper worship. However, they wanted Final Fantasy 15 to be a title that could be sold in all markets. Tabata said on Square Enix's own forums, quote, "By the way, in Versus 13, Lucis was set as a country of Reaper worship. This setting is a violation of the age rating criteria for games in some countries, so we cannot push these themes. To replace these themes, we have a backbone setting of..."
Oh, huh. That is a challenge. I'll hear out what NSP says, but that is interesting in terms of like trying to then make the game still. That seems weird. Feels like you could probably get away with it somehow.
Black as a special color, and I hope you'll wait for more information to come on this. Though he never specifically stated which country's age rating criteria this would violate, it's often speculated that it'd be the Chinese rating boards that wouldn't accept this. They have a lot of rules around the depictions of skeletons, reapers, or anything promoting cult-like worship, making releasing something like Versus next to impossible. But since he didn't specifically say,
how many copies of 15 even sold in China? What are we watching? We are watching NSP's video about FF15 called "The Truth Behind Final Fantasy 15's Broken Development." FF15 China market sales. AI overview on Google says FF15 achieved over 10 million lifetime globally as of 2022. While specific precise sales figures for mainland China are not disclosed, the market is generally considered less significant than North America, Europe, or Japan. I would assume, yeah.
Which countries this would...
So it's like to make an entire decision based around like a market that's like not even that large for your franchise is not the greatest business decision in my opinion. I know China's a huge territory, but strange.
Be a problem for...
Did I enjoy 15? I kind of mentioned it earlier. I enjoyed like the vibe of 15 after, and it took me a while. Like I quit it. Like when it came out, I played it. I didn't like it, so I stopped playing it. After Remake, I went back and I played through 15 because I just wanted more Final Fantasy. I was kind of back into the franchise at that point. So I was not into the franchise throughout the 2010s. And so I played through it after, it was like COVID too. So like I have time. So I played through it. I think it's a bit of a narrative. It's a narrative mess, but it has some like nice emotional payoffs to things like the relationship with the bros and the like the pictures that you take, you know, you get to choose one to be in the final cutscene. Like it has some nice moments that make me look fondly on it. Fishing's fun, but as a story, I don't really think about it that much. And I think it's a bit of a mess as a story.
This is all just...
During the 2010s, there's a lot of like I just didn't play a lot of games in general. Like from about 2010 to 2017, I just didn't play much video games. I played, truthfully, a lot of NBA 2K, which I still do. It's like my podcast game. I'll like throw on a podcast and I'll play 2K and like I'll listen to a podcast. It's how I could do something while listening to a podcast. Or I'll like or I played like GTA 5. Really through that time, that's all I really played. I just didn't play many games. I played a lot more games before that, but I was like in a time where I didn't play a lot of games. And then after that, when I got back into gaming in 2017, that's where I got back into all the story games. I played all the Uncharted games. I played Last of Us. I played Horizon. I played just a whole shitload of games that were like piled up in my backlog. Yeah.
Speculation.
But before that, I played like, Mass Effect. I played just like a bunch of sort of Metal Gear Solid, like a lot of story games,
As these plot changes would come, it also meant that the music of Versus 13 would have to change alongside it. According to an Edge magazine interview, only a third of the finished music composed for Versus 13 made it into the final game of 15. It is insane to think there are so many finished Shimomura tracks that we will never get to hear. But even still, the biggest changes to the game had yet to reveal them.
Yeah, well, the thing for Mass Effect, Lizzie, is that I would have to, I never played Mass Effect 2 or 3. So I only played Mass Effect 1. And I think I bought 2, but I never finished it. So I do have the trilogy, the remastered trilogy. So I need to like, what I want to do is I'm going to replay all of Mass Effect again.
Himself. Yeah. It is insane to think there are so 13 made it into the final game of 15. It is insane to think there are so many finished Shimomura tracks that we will never get to hear. But even still, the biggest changes to the game had yet to reveal themselves. The game was supposed to have multiple playable characters.
On stream, oh my god, okay, we probably will make that a stream.
And it did eventually get this in a post-launch patch. But at the time, it was announced that this was going to be cut from the game.
Like if I were to play it, I would have to like, I kind of want to play it off stream just to like keep playing it a lot of days in a row because I don't stream very often.
With Talbot saying, quote, if rather than only controlling Noctis, users were able to control 4 or 5 characters, say, the 4 guys and then core, for example, it would be really hard to bring all 5 of those characters and the way they feel to the same level of satisfaction as one character.
Wait, what? Hold on, let me hear this horse shit again.
But at the time, it was announced that this was going to be cut from the game, with Talbot saying, quote, if rather than only controlling Noctis, users were able to control 4 or 5 characters, say, the 4 guys and then core, for example, it would be really hard to bring all 5 of those characters and the way they feel to the same level of satisfaction as one character, given the time restrictions, budget limitations, and so on. So because controlling all of those characters was a bit of an impossible goal, we decided it'd be more reasonable to create party characters with good AI, and make them feel realistic in order to push the hardware.
I mean, there might be valid things in terms of like production timeline and budget, because they did eventually obviously roll it out. Maybe when they had more time and money after it came out. But
Versus 13 was going to be worked on by Kingdom Hearts' Tokyo team, and be an evolution of the type of gameplay we saw in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix. When Tabata took over, however, he wanted to make sure that the game played much more realistically, with him saying, quote, when we shifted to the new hardware, PS4 and Xbox One, the goal was to create something more realistic. You know, have the characters from Versus 13 carried over, but instead of these caricatures, if you will, these really stylistic characters, the goal was to make them feel human. They became living, breathing people, going on a journey in a realistic world. So,
bitch, Noctis flies across he teleports across the fucking map, bro. Like, even your main character is like one of the most unrealistic moving motherfuckers in the game. What are you talking about?
Rather than focus on a combat system like the very stylized, cartoonish Kingdom Hearts approach, we went with
he teleports across the goddamn battlefield. Like I did zips with the attack, with the warp strike that covered like 30, 40, 50 feet. What are we talking about?
Something that feels more real.
And I did that because, I mean, the one realistic aspect of it that I do appreciate about the warp strike is like, if you're farther from your target, it seems like you do more damage. So like I was incentivized to actually go far away and then hit them. But here I am with Noctis, for example, toward the end of the game, like hanging off a building like 60 feet in the air, and then I zip down and strike the enemy on the ground. Like, what are we talking about?
Realistic. You have characters that feel pain, that respond to actions of not only combatants, the enemy.
This feels almost petty to like Nomura. It's like, oh, we can't have a stylized, cartoonish approach to like Kingdom Hearts.
Combatants, but also your comments too, right? And again, this.
Yeah, instead we'll spam Warp Strike for 17 minutes. Which is exactly how I played the game.
This focuses on pushing the limits of the latest technology. Final Fantasy 15 project faced more challenges than just creating an ultra ambitious open world game. They were also creating a brand new state-of-the-art game engine. Luminous Engine aimed to bridge the gap between pre-rendered CGI and real-time gameplay. This vision was famously showcased in the 2012 Agnes Philosophy technical demo, which absolutely stunned the industry by just how incredible these visuals were. This was the type of fidelity normally seen in Square Enix's pre-rendered cinematics being delivered in real time. What made Luminous so technically advanced was its early and aggressive adoption of physically based rendering. This allowed the engine to simulate how light realistically interacts with different materials. The engine also featured a sophisticated global illumination system, which was crucial in achieving the game's 24-hour day-night cycle. All of these features are awesome, but they also presented numerous challenges as they couldn't just focus on developing content for the game. They were building a house while setting its foundation. Because the engine was being made simultaneously with the game.
I mean, they used Luminous, Kofi. They used Luminous in Forspoken. Right? I'm pretty sure. Yeah, last game they used was Forspoken. So... I mean, it is a good engine. I assume it's very complicated though, because even Forspoken had a very long development. And like that, they put that all into like the Luminous studio, and like that team is like dead. So Night Sky Prince talked about it a bit I did watch a little bit. I watched like 10, 15 or so minutes of his conversation with Resonant Arc, and he talked a little bit more about the engine stuff. So there are benefits to having your own engine, and arguably I would imagine they would kind of want to have their own engine because there are benefits to it. You could see like, Resident Evil with the RE engine is like having incredible results. Even Crimson Desert has their own engine. And that open world functions really well from what I've seen of it. Like, I don't know much of it. I don't know how it is as a game. There's like very differing opinions on that. I think it's meant to just be a sandbox game, and people who want it to be a regular kind of like story-based game are disappointed with it, but people who embrace the sandbox seem into it. But it has like a fucking massive world that seems to load pretty well. So like, or like Guerrilla Games has the Decima engine that Kojima is using for the Death Stranding games. And that engine is fucking insanely good, especially for like open world games. RE Engine struggles a bit in open worlds for sure, as does Unreal. Like Unreal Engine is notoriously not the greatest in open worlds, which is why it's a bit of a fucking miracle that Rebirth loads and plays so well. But you will notice there is poppin' like crazy in Rebirth, and that is like a known Unreal Engine issue. Is like that poppin' problem. Is like crazy. We'll get to why it isn't often used in a second. Okay.
And its assets, the team faced a state of workflow paralysis. For example, it would be difficult to implement basic gameplay features when they were building a house while setting its foundation. Because the engine was being made simultaneously with the game and its assets, the team faced a state of workflow paralysis. For example, it would be difficult to implement basic gameplay features when the necessary scripting tools hadn't been finalized by the engine team yet. Proprietary engines pose a ton of unique challenges. With something like Unreal Engine, there is an uncountable number of resources, documentation, and it's all available to anyone on the internet. You, as a company, could hire any Unreal expert you need, and furthermore, anyone off the streets can Google tutorials and become proficient.
that is a benefit of using Unreal, though, is like for hiring and building up a team. Like there's just so many developers who just have experience, so it makes it a lot easier to. I mean, that's why I think like part 3 is going to come out. Why the development of Remake has been so pretty consistent and like pretty quick like after the transition in-house in 2017, right? Like they brought it back in-house 2017, 2020 Remake comes out. Supposedly they're spending an entire year on the DLC and probably other like next gen PS5 optimizations, creating the DLC, then another 3 years on Rebirth, and then apparently it's going to be just 3 years for part 3. So they pump out quite a bit through Unreal. Yeah, E33 used Unreal, so they have a lot of people who are like, it's just very easy. It's a easy integration. A lot of people understand it. A lot of people you would hire know how to use it.
In the engine, tremendously reducing the amount of onboarding that needs to be done by anyone coming onto the project. Building your own internal engine means that there has to be great documentation. Otherwise, it's next to impossible for new people to come onto your project and work efficiently. This exact problem was highlighted by Naoki Yoshida, and why he didn't use Final Fantasy XV's Luminous engine, with him saying in an interview with Mary Station, "There's a reason we didn't use Luminous. When we started working on Final Fantasy XVI, they were still working on Final Fantasy XV. I think on the DLC. They hadn't created a manual for Luminous yet, so the studio couldn't provide us with support because they were focused on their own game, so we knew it wasn't going to work." 2014 was a time of both hope and worry for
like there were no instructions on how to use the thing that they were on, how to use the engine they were using to build this game. So no one else within Square Enix could use it. Fucking insane.
fans. The company had announced that Tabata would replace Nomura as the director of...
Like, where's the manual? Where are the instructions? In here. That's it. It's just in the heads of the people who fucking are using it every day.
Final Fantasy 15. While Tabata had internally joined as co-director in July 2012, Square Enix did not confirm Nomura's departure until 2014. This caused a lot of concern among fans as the game had already been in development for so long. A director shift on top of this seemed incredible.
You know what they should have done instead of making Forspoken? They should have just like really refine that engine, like refine the fuck out of that engine. Like that team should have been dedicated to like making that engine sing and optimizing it, maybe like making a second version of it with documentation, like something so that they could use it for future projects. But
incredibly troubling. At the time, CEO Yosuke Matsuda explained that the shift was made to allow Nomura to entirely focus on Kingdom Hearts.
To be fair, they did make Forspoken to do that. Oh, okay. Well, that was the goal of Forspoken. But isn't that just another? I guess, yeah. And they fucking scrapped it completely because Forspoken. But like they hinged the future of that engine on a game. I don't know enough about game development to say if this is good or bad. But like, it seems like Forspoken as a product decided the fate of the entire engine, and so that feels like a challenge, right? Like the counterpoint is you didn't get revenue, sure, but it's an investment, right? You have to build an engine along with a reasonably small scoped game. How long was Forspoken? I feel like Forspoken was kind of big as fuck though, wasn't it? Like, wasn't Forspoken pretty big as a game? How long to beat Forspoken? 12 to 15 hours. Okay, it's actually not that long. Yeah, just what a... I guess, poor choice in project, I guess. You can't need to be working on a game to develop an engine further because it's the only way to make it proven. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't know enough about the details, so that makes sense. But then they just scrap it anyway. It's just gone anyway. It's like you use Forspoken as an excuse to develop the engine, and then you just scrap it all. regardless, you know?
The game had already been in development for so long. A director shift on joined.
Like, how did Forspoken run? Like, I know as a game it's not great, but like, I have to go back a little bit. Like, does Forspoken as a video game like operate well or function well, or does that prove that it's not worthwhile? Because I do remember during like a lot of the like spells, like all the particle effects and stuff, I feel like it might have had some frame rate issues, right? I don't know what the value proposition is for Luminous over Unreal besides cost. Yeah. A big part of a game engine is tools and workflow, and the best way after patches it runs well. But yeah, after patches. A big part of a game engine is tools and workflow, and the best way you perfect that and iron out is to have your engine build a game with it. Got it. It was fine as a game. Yeah, some frame rate issues. Overall, it was okay, especially after patches.
On their own game, so we knew it wasn't going to work. 2014.
Yeah, just, is it worthwhile? You know, like, is it worthwhile to keep as like your main thing versus just adopting an industry standard like Unreal? Yeah. I don't know, NSP, do you know if like, do you think that they'll ever make another engine or try to make another engine, or do you think they'll just stick to licensing?
Was a time of both hope and worry for fans. The company had announced that Tabata would replace Nomura as the director of Final Fantasy XV. While Tabata had internally joined as co-director in July 2012, Square Enix did not confirm Nomura's departure until 2014.
Well, here's the thing though, the way you get, I mean, it's probably just way too much of an expense to be worth it, but the way you make something that feels different, or like it just helps to have something that's sort of like, I understand the thinking though, because you look at the investment in like RE Engine has paid off tremendously now. Capcom for a while was in a bit of like a similar predicament as Square Enix from what I remember back during those like mid Resident Evil years. They just like weren't, you know, they weren't what they are now, you know? And now they just reap the benefits of like having RE Engine as a proprietary thing. Yeah, probably not worth it, especially given the scale of sales for Final Fantasy. And then if you don't use it for enough other projects, it's not worthwhile. Because outside of FF, they make a lot of smaller games, like you know, the HD 2D kind of stuff and whatnot. So if you're only using it for one franchise that only produces one game every like 5 to 6 years, yeah, probably not worthwhile. Unless they use it for more things, but I just don't know where they are as a company.
This caused a lot of concern among fans as the game had already been in development for so long. A director shift on top of this seemed incredibly troubling. At the time, CEO Yosuke Matsuda explained that the shift was made to allow Nomura to entirely focus on Kingdom Hearts 3 and the Final Fantasy VII Remake. Tabata's specific mandate was to bring the project to a final shipped release. Upon taking over, Tabata revealed that while the game had been in development for years, it was only 50 to 60% complete.
This is the cool shit, you know, at 15. I don't think I've ever seen this in game, actually. Is there like a spot we could pull up and just like look at these goddamn brontosaurus or whatever they, I mean, I know they're not brontosaurus, but
the game had been in development for years, it was only 50 to 60% complete as of late 2014, which at the same time also made fans uneasy as it meant the game was still several years away. Tabata was acutely aware of all the anxieties this would cause. While the team felt demoralized while working on this project, he also understood that fans were also feeling the same disconnect. Taking direct inspiration from Naoki Yoshida's producer live letters for Final Fantasy XIV, he decided to implement a similar broadcast for Final Fantasy XV known as the Active Time Report. Recognizing that the black box nature of Versus 13's decade-long development had bred a culture of silence and disappointment, Tabata used these live streams to provide an unprecedented level of transparency. Traditional video game
man, I wish they had this for other projects. Like I kind of wish they had this a little bit for 7 Remake. These like I do check these out for 14 every now and then. They are very cool. Just to like feel connected to the game, get like some updates, get some sense of like it's like decent marketing, at least for the core base of fans. It doesn't really help probably expand, but it helps like stay engaged. It's not necessary, but it would be kind of cool.
Marketing cycle.
Like it may be distraction even, you know, like you pull resources away to like build these shows, or you just have dedicated, or like you have to like create little demos for these things, or it could be a distraction. There is that as like a downside, but it would be kind of cool. Kingdom Hearts fans need this, yes.
Tend to rely on polished trailers. However, the ATRs were the antithesis of this. It made fans feel like they were in the studio working on the game too.
Yeah.
And in hindsight, they might have overdid it. Sometimes showing off environments that weren't even finished, as well as progress reports that would keep us updated on how the tech behind the game was evolving. But this is when a lot of the harsh reality around the game's transition away from Final Fantasy Versus 13 would set in. A brand new heroine would show up in the 2014 Tokyo Game Show trailer named Lunafreya Nox Fleuret. At this time, Tabata had not confirmed the story's original heroine had been removed from the game, and wouldn't for another year. Combine this with Lunafreya's different but similar look, as well as the same family name, and fans began to speculate at the time that Lunafreya and Stella were sisters, especially since Luna meant moon and Stella meant star. Them being sisters seemed to make a lot of sense, but in hindsight, it is absolutely hilarious. There's early concept art of them reworking Stella into Lunafreya. During this time, Lunafreya has a sort of in-between appearance, where in some ways she still looks like her original Stella design, but in others it was clear she was transitioning into Lunafreya. But what I can't get over is her and Noctis being able to talk on the phone. This is something that they actually considered and drew out. This would have greatly improved the romance between Lunafreya and Noctis, as they would have had a long-distance relationship in the way that many people do in the modern.
Because instead, just in the game, it's just like letters delivered by the dog, right? Was the only like form of communication they ever had.
Day. But this was scrapped, at least according to Tabata, because he says, and I kid you not, the dog and the notebook were more romantic. This was later retconned into cell phones only being a Lucis technology. But
okay. I mean, handwritten letters are romantic, right? I'm not gonna disagree with him on that point. They're romantic. But I just felt no connection because all I got was like a sentence here and there between the two of them throughout the entire game. So like, sure, I guess it's like aesthetically maybe a little bit more romantic, but like it doesn't convey a relationship. It's such a detached method of conveying a relationship, Codeman. Yes, exactly. Like, sure, it's a romantic gesture, but it doesn't actually help build the romance between the characters that you then feel as a player.
Considering that Lunafreya was in Lucis during the invasion, how hard would it have been to just give her a phone? But tangent aside, fans would soon learn that Lunafreya and Stella were not sisters, and something far more insane was actually going on. It would be that following year in 2015, where Tabata had to share many harsh truths with fans about the realities and circumstances surrounding the game's development. Nomina's original plan for this game.
So at this point, chat, and NSP if you're still on chat, so people weren't aware, people still thought the story was this. Is that right? In 2015, did people still think the story was what was teased in 2013? It's fuck. Oh my god. Oh shit. So it's funny because you're getting this, like, in some way you're getting this like radical transparency, but in another way, the entire premise of the game is changing and you have no fucking idea. Oh my god.
Was to continue with direct sequels, which he called the Versus Epic. Though with him being forced to step away from this project to work on Kingdom Hearts 3 and FF7 Remake, the company decided that this epic needed to be condensed into a single video game. Combine this mandate with the need to remove overt references to worshipping a goddess of death and all things surrounding it, and you get
all for a Chinese market that maybe buys like 100,000 copies. Just doesn't sound like a great idea.
A fundamentally different story than what Nomura was trying to convey. This meant that several aspects of the game had to be cut down and entirely transformed.
Oh my god, I just feel like this would probably, so because you have like, it's not an Insomnia, but I guess it is, because it's like post-war Insomnia, like future Insomnia, that you fight the behemoth in the town square. So you get these moments, kind of, which is kind of what Tabata was saying earlier, where it's like we had to change things, we're trying to keep things that were in the trailer. But I would imagine for you as like a player, if you were tracking along with all this, like some of you probably were, you're just like, you probably felt worse while playing it in 15, because you're getting the moment, you're fighting the behemoth in the, in town, but like, it just probably feels like a shell or like a shadow of like the game that you wanted, like the moment that you wanted, because you built this up in your head for years as like happening during in a whole other context. So when you play this moment in 15, it just probably, it would probably piss me off or make me feel even just like more angry, because it's like, I'm getting the moment, but I'm not actually getting the moment,
With Tabata saying on the matter of compressing it down to one game, that was an important decision, one made at the company level too. So I started thinking about how we could get a full, coherent story in a single game. And the crux of that was which elements from Versus 13 we could carry over, and which would not fit into the new structure as 15. But it would have been very difficult to carry over absolutely everything as it was. We considered what was possible with the new gen hardware, as well as what elements absolutely must be included in 15, but might fall through if not given top priority. Everyone involved was very sensitive in dealing with this, and we patiently debated numerous times, but we still couldn't come up with a definitive answer.
Yeah, especially the whole Alcisia sequence with Leviathan, it was really underwhelming. Yeah, I can imagine.
In the end, we decided to be as faithful as possible to Mr. Nojima's story for Versus, and focus on realizing the original story as much as we could. It goes without saying that I consulted with him on this, and he said that if I valued his original story, then it would still fulfill his vision, even if not every single element he came up with was included in the end. So
if Nojima's original script was complete, but technically Versus was planned, was because I feel like it was said earlier in the trailer, and like I think somebody in chat mentioned it, Versus was planned as a trilogy of its own, then was the initial Versus script only technically written for part 1 of that whole story? In which case I could definitely understand the difficulty of like, okay, yeah, the script for part 1 may be done, but I don't have all 3 parts. So now I have to reconstruct this thing to fit within one game, but I don't have the full thing. Now I mean, maybe I can kind of understand Tabata's predicament, if I'm understanding it right.
That gave us confidence to set our goal, which was to create a narrative that utilizes Mr. Nojima's original story as fully as possible. If you ever felt like the second half of the game feels rushed and incoherent, seemingly rushing to immediately resolve itself, it's likely because those aspects of the game are compressed concepts from Versus 13 sequels that had to be delivered in minutes. But
yes, see, exactly what he just said. I just let the fucking video play instead of being an asshole.
Immediately resolve itself, it's likely because those aspects of the game are compressed concepts from Versus 13 sequels that had to be delivered in minutes. But of course, the most polarizing casualty of this narrative compression was the complete removal of Stella Nox-Foray, the original heroine of Versus 13. For years, fans had been captivated by the dynamic between Noctis and Stella. Their relationship was framed as both romantic and adversarial, with trailers famously showing them pointing swords at one another during the invasion of Insomnia. However, the removal of the game's core themes around Reaper worship and being compressed into a single game, Tabata's team concluded that Stella's specific character arc could never make sense in the story they were trying to rework. To make the story coherent in a single title, Stella was replaced by Lunafreya Nox-Foray, a character who, while sharing a last name and basic design silhouette, served a fundamentally different narrative purpose. The shift from Stella to Luna also meant losing the rival heroine dynamic, something that was going to be incredibly subversive for the FF series. Instead, Luna would be a much more traditional, sacrificial oracle archetype, and this gave the feeling that they were going from subverting tropes to being the tropiest trope that ever troped. Tabata explained that it was difficult to maintain Stella's original role while streamlining the plot. This change effectively erased the core tension that fans had anticipated for nearly a decade, and is a grievance about the game that is still felt all these years later.
Yeah, so Lizzie, it will be on YouTube. Like, if you just go to my channel on YouTube, it'll be there's a live tab. And the live tab is all the live streams, like the VODs for all the live streams. So you can watch it there. Yeah.
One of the most major reworks that came to 15's plot was the removal of Insomnia's invasion. This was devastating, as it was one of the most iconic scenes from the project that had been featured in almost all the trailers since the game's announcement.
He was robbed of Stella. I know, Kofi. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Oh, man. This game is a whole business decision. Every aspect of what happens to this was like a business fallout. And you can even see the priorities of Square Enix being like, okay, we got to get 15 out the door. Let's compress the Versus trilogy into a single game, and then also move Nomura onto FF7 Remake, because 15 is a bit of a mess. We don't know what it'll be like. So let's put our focus on like the red button, as Max called it, where it was like, all right, let's put our energies into 7. And they still supported 15, and 15 sold incredibly well. I mean, it's like the fastest selling Final Fantasy in the entire series. But yeah, they were lost. They were just completely lost, and a lot of shit was just like unfortunate business decisions that kind of make sense, but just sucks for the games that we got, you know?
Associated.
Loving the content literally was my, this game was literally, I was obsessed with this game, was literally my teenage life. Yeah.
It versus the most with the iconic imagery of this scene, so its removal felt like a mortal wound to the community. But there is a deep reason behind this, and this reason explains almost everything that happened with Final Fantasy 15. Internally, it was decided that the game had to be released by the end of 2016. To put this in perspective, God of War 2018 took around 5 years of development time. Or perhaps more comparable open-world action RPG Horizon Zero Dawn took around 6 years of development time.
Yeah.
With Final
Games take a long fucking time, chat. Especially AAA, large AAA games, which I know is an argument that some people have of like maybe Final Fantasy shouldn't be AAA, but I feel like it kind of is, and they have to try to make it work and figure it out.
Fantasy 15.
Well, yeah, like people complain about the development time of these games, but these games take a long time, man.
Being rebooted internally in July 2012, they had to make a game and an engine in just 4 years, and it had to represent 10 years worth of fan expectations. Every single creative decision was
Yeah, Crimson Desert took like a decade. Yeah.
Against the immovable 2016 deadline. To meet the shipping date, the team had to begin to make many compromises to the game, doing things such as consolidating the game's second half into a linear experience, stripping away explorable regions like Tenebrae, and the entire nation of Accordo down to the mere city-state of Altissia. It's also why in the
games take too long now. TV shows are every other year. All entertainment just seems too expensive and too long now. Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy not to have a product for sale for a decade when an investment, dude. Yeah. The stuff my studio does takes like 2 to 3 and it's not AAA. Yeah. But even some like smaller games, right? Like Expedition 33 took supposedly, I think it took like 5 or 6 years. Granted, crazy small staff and they were just learning how to like put together a game. And then same thing with like a lot of these studios. Well, not even studios, right? Like Silksong. There's basically 2 guys, as far as I understand. Maybe they have more help from outside, I'm not sure. But like that's why it took 7 years. Yeah. That's why the industry is grossly and falsely enamored with AI, yeah.
Game, many of these locations are still very well modeled and appear as though they were meant for much more. They were, but given all these restrictions, Final Fantasy XV had to be cut down. So when looking at the Insomnia invasion, the game's opening act, and just how long it was going to take just to make that opening scene alone, the choice became clear to Tabata and the team that it was no longer feasible for them to keep the Insomnia invasion as playable content.
So make it a movie.
The solution to this developmental bottleneck was the birth of Kingsglaive, a feature-length CGI film that would inherit the burden of the game's missing prologue. By offloading the fall of Insomnia to an external production team, the game development team could bypass the technical nightmare of building the invasion scenario, as making this playable content would have required years of asset creation and optimization. So the cinema.
Oh my god, dude. It's just like fuck. It's the more I watch this, it makes sense. You know, like it fucking sucks. Like I get it.
The Matic team at VisualWorks could render this all out as a film, rather than as a core gameplay experience. This allowed Tabata to meet the 2016 deadline, but it fundamentally fractured the game's narrative experience. It ultimately meant that moments that Noctis was meant to have with Lunafreya were instead given to Nyx, which of course led to a huge disconnect. A thought that I couldn't help but have is, why make a separate film? Couldn't you instead have VisualWorks?
This had the scope of something like 7, but everything went wrong. Yeah.
Making 2 hours worth of CGI cutscenes for the main Final Fantasy XV game to fill in all the plot holes. Unfortunately, Kingsglaive made an exceptional piece of marketing. The film itself probably did not make a profit, but even if it broke even or came close to, while also being the perfect marketing tool for the game, meant that it was much more valuable than putting those cutscenes in the actual game, even if that created a better product overall. The unfortunate reality is, there was more financial incentive to making it a separate film than there was to making a comprehensive, complete product. Noctis' Japanese voice actor, Tatsuhisa Suzuki, said that Final Fantasy XV's original script was 3 times longer than what ended up in Final Fantasy XV. The reason for this is that, according to him, most of this was reworked into Kingsglaive. To give some perspective, a few years back, Tim Rogers did an analysis where he showed that 30% of Final Fantasy VII's entire written dialogue is just
dude. I think I get the point that he's about to make. Imagine if FF7 didn't have Midgar as a scenario. Like imagine if it just opened basically in calm. I mean, I guess the flashback would still be fascinating, you know, the flashback would still be interesting, but your context for the world would just be like your context for the story and who Sephiroth is, and you know, imagine having Midgar removed from the FF7 story. Fuck.
Mind you, on an average playthrough, Midgard takes maybe 4 hours, but it's next to impossible.
Right. I feel like every time people talk about this, the length of the Midgar segment gets smaller and smaller. It's not 4 hours. I love you, NSP. It's not 4. Like, yes, you can get through it in 4 hours if you know exactly what you're doing and you sort of like it's not impossible, but like I would venture to guess the average like new player experience in Midgar is closer to like 7 8, 9 hours. When I was a kid, it probably took maybe like 9 hours, 10 hours.
Possible to imagine Final Fantasy VII story.
Like now, yeah, now I get through it probably in like 6 hours, I would say.
Without Midgar, it establishes the relationship between.
Never had to take that long. Yeah, but you played it a million times, right? Like, are you saying your first playthrough through Midgar? Like, do you not run it? I guess maybe it depends on your playstyle. Because I run around, I talk to NPCs and all that stuff. The playthrough in this footage took me maybe 3. Fuck, dude. I don't know. Dude, like, I literally just played it on stream. Granted, I stopped a whole lot. I feel like most of the time I'm like, yeah, 5.5. That's like 5.5, 6 hours. It's probably what it takes me. Like if I'm just playing it off stream, just by myself, probably takes me about that long. But you're saying your first playthrough is maybe 5.5 tops. Man, a lot of people in chat have like a different experience too. 7 hours. Yeah, I can see that. 6 to 7. Yeah.
Cloud and all the characters, sets up the mysteries for who Jenova and Sephiroth are, builds the mystery for Cloud's identity. In many ways, it's one of the most crucial parts of Final Fantasy VII.
You got to get rid of this mod. Whatever mod you're using here, there's just not a use the Nino style chibis in SP. Like this is like cursed. These character models are cursed. I don't know. I think we just differ on character models because I think you like the mods for Remake that like restore the sort of like original costumes. The Nino style is not good looking. Does this look good looking though? Man, just difference of taste. Hey, you're my boy, so it's cool. You know, I'm just personally, this ain't it for me. It just looks weird. They're like because there's also the very tall ones. These are like in between the Nino style and the tall ones. They're the battle models. Okay. But now it looks weird to me. Looks weird to me. Hey, different strokes to different folks.
VII story. It sets up all the mysteries that come after. And the Insomnia invasion was more than just 30% of the script. It was 66% of the script.
What?
Then just sets up all the mysteries that it's one of the Jenova is the relationship.
Hold on, take this in again, chat.
Midgar takes maybe 4 hours. But it's next to impossible to imagine Final Fantasy VII story without Midgar. It establishes the relationship between Cloud and all the characters, sets up the mysteries for who Jenova and Sephiroth are, builds the mystery for Cloud's identity. In many ways, it's one of the most crucial parts of Final Fantasy VII story. It sets up all the mysteries that come after. And the Insomnia invasion was more than just 30% of the script. It was 66% of the script, at least according to Suzuki. So imagine losing something twice the size of Midgar. What you'd have is a fundamental.
Would it have been that long? I know Amano was like questioning that. 66% for the opening? Either way, even if it isn't, even if it was 33%, that's still a massive amount of the script. You know, like that's still a huge amount of the script. So yeah, I mean, I know you researched the fuck out of this. So holy fuck. It's crazy. Might have been 66% of the first game. Yeah, that would make sense. Like 66% of the first game in the full trilogy epic. That would make sense. And I think you mentioned this to me at one point. Versus 1 was mostly the Insomnia invasion. That makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. I was just talking about, I don't know if you were here during that, but like when you said it earlier, but it's like how it felt like the back half of the game was like just like speeding through the sequels of Versus. Yeah, dude, like fuck, it's so hard to just make this as one game. Like fuck, dude. The more I did watch a little bit of your conversation with Resonant Arc, and I'm like tempted to watch that next because I'm like so fucking into this. Like I'm really this is really fucking good. This is like illuminating as fuck. This is so fucking good. I'm like so fucking hooked in that I'm saying fuck a lot. And I kind of want to watch the Resonant Arc one after this. But I watched a little bit of it, and I remember you saying at one point that you were like working on this video, you just got more of an understanding of why things went the way they did. And I'm feeling that too, like right now.
Shattered narrative. This strategy of outsourcing the game's narrative was further extended through Brotherhood, a 5-episode anime series that served as a narrative band-aid for the party's lack of in-game development. The team had to get a game out and fast, and because the 4-year production sprint left no room for expansive character-building flashbacks, the decision was made to move all of this into a separate animated series that could be watched on YouTube. This again would serve as promotional material for the game and preserve these important stories to understanding the characters' backgrounds, even though they couldn't fit them into the actual game. All of
Hold on. Since I think I'm gonna lock in and I'm gonna watch the Resonant Arc thing after this, I'm gonna order food too, because I will have my hands available. As for like what happens with NieR today, I do want to play it. I'm so fucking hooked in, chat. I'm so hooked in. We'll see. We'll see. I need to order lunch because I don't have any groceries right now. But that'll be in. Actually, this would be good. It's a light day, chat. I know. With all due respect, fuck NieR, lock in.
This was done in service to making the game release as soon as possible, on time, and on budget. This is also why they removed playable party members. Initially, Tabata presented this as an artistic choice, but I don't think this is likely to be the case, because as soon as these character DLCs were finished, they immediately patched in character switching to the main game, which is to say, they used Season Pass content to finish creating the rest of the characters so that they could keep developing the game even after it was finished.
Oh my god, Sephiroth. Yes. Holy shit. Great comparison. Holy fuck. I'm so glad they didn't make FF7 Remake all in one game. This is an example of what could happen if they tried to shrink all of that into like one game or even 2 games. Like, yeah, I agree. I know it is the trilogy. I don't understand why it's narrative mess. Yeah. Stanog, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah.
Tabata and his team were determined to figure out a way to deliver players on the promises they had made, even if it meant the content was coming in unconventional ways. The changes from what Final Fantasy Versus 13 promised to what Final Fantasy 15 was going to deliver were adding up. In truth,
I will say though, they do need to figure out how to make a Final Fantasy game that fits into one game. Like, they can't keep making trilogies. They can't keep doing that shit. And I think 16 does have an entire narrative, and I do think it is like wholly realized for the most part. I don't really like what it came out to be, but it is a full story. You know, like, yeah, it is a one and done. Like, they did achieve that. I wish it explored maybe some things a little bit differently, but I do feel like it was an entire game, you know? It didn't feel like it was condensed. In fact, it felt like a little bit too much, or was trying to do too much. Yeah.
even the game's logo didn't actually make sense anymore. The logo was originally meant to depict the goddess Etro sleeping, but since Etro was no longer in the game, this logo doesn't actually mean much in the context of 15's narrative. It was retconned to be Luna Freya, and it's why the logo changes after you beat the game in an attempt to represent something that does represent the finished game's plot.
I will say I actually really like this part. Like, I really liked when I reached the end of 15 and then the rest, even if this is a retcon, I personally did kind of like it's like, oh, the shit they drew in Noctis, and then it was like, oh my god, this is the complete idea, and then the title screen flips into the light version, the sort of like white, or the sunlight version of the title screen. I thought that was really cool. It's one of my favorite moments in my whole experience. But yeah, I see what he's saying though. It is technically a retcon.
Due to the long silence,
all of the things that they had to retcon to make work, that actually worked pretty hard for me.
And all the worries around the game changing, Tabata wanted players to get their hands on it.
But I also didn't have the baggage of knowing what people who knew who were like deep
as soon as possible, both to help alleviate concerns, but also for fans to provide feedback. The result was Episode Duskai, a playable demo bundled with the release of Final Fantasy Type 0 HD. Duskai served as proof to players waiting for nearly a decade at this point for the game. It allowed players to explore a massive open section of the Duskai region, test the real-time combat system, and experience the bromance of the main cast firsthand.
What do people think of this demo when it came out? Were they into it? Did they like it?
However, Tabata's goal wasn't just...
I know, Sephiroth. Yeah, I'm now very curious what could have been for this game. Yeah. Now I feel the same feeling that I've heard NSP say with like, just like imagining what Versus 13 could have been. Now I'm feeling that, you know. I've actually joked to him like, "Oh, you should just like let it go. It's over." Like it's, but man, now I get it. I get it. I don't know if I'd be able to get over it either, because it did seem cool, and to just be so cut short, you know, it would be like me knowing FF7 Remake. I guess the closest comparison I could feel, and it's not even as close of a comparison, like is if FF7 Remake came out and then they decided, hey, we're just going to make it 2 games, and like the second game finished everything, and it felt super rushed, like because it would have to feel super rushed because Remake only covered Midgar. If then like this 2 and 3 were all condensed into 1 game, and then I could just feel it, I could just feel how cut short it was, I would forever mourn not getting the whole thing and just like thinking of what could have been, you know.
Promotion. He viewed
not ending with the Forgotten Capital motto, not ending with I'm saying like condensing it down to like fit the entire story. So we get to the full ending of the Remake trilogy within a second game, but literally having to like a game try to squeeze in everything from Calm to Meteor Fall. Like, fuck, dude. Like, I would, and just knowing, because it would have to be cut short, I would hate it. I would hate it.
The demo as a massive beta test. Following its release, Square Enix launched a global user feedback survey. This led to the release of Episode Duskai 2.0 in June 2015, an update to a demo that specifically addresses player complaints. This version introduced new combat maneuvers, improved camera, added cross-chain attacks, and marked the first time that Final Fantasy fans were actively participating in the game's development process. While this level of transparency succeeded in winning back a significant portion of the disillusioned fanbase, and also revealed the frantic nature of this game's development. They were kind of designing this game and building it in real time, which turned the fanbase into a secondary QA department. All of this happened while the team raced to finish a world-class engine and build an open-world action RPG simultaneously before the clock ran out in 2016. When the year finally did come, Final Fantasy 15 would go into overdrive. A massive event called Uncovered Final Fantasy 15 would be held in Los Angeles on March 31st. Uncovered was out of this world incredible as an event. Several announcements, trailers, brand...
Is that still available? Is that still fucking available? FF15 Uncovered. It is 3 hours. What the fuck? This is the marketing I expect for a 7 part 3. Yeah. Holy fuck. Were these guys still at IGN at the time? No, they were kind of funny already. Damn.
New live gameplay demonstrations, the announcement of Kingsglaive and Brotherhood, and the fact that
This is good shit though. Marketing wise, this is good shit. This is fucking good. I haven't even watched it, but just like seeing the, like having like an event with like, you know, I think partnering with Kind of Funny was smart. Especially like at the time. You know, like partnering with like some kind of media thing to sort of like put it together, and having stuff like an interview with Florence of the Machine for like the theme. Good shit.
Florence and the Machine would have a cover of Stand By Me made just for Final Fantasy 15. It was revealed to the public that Final Fantasy 15 was more than just the release of a single game. It was an entire universe, and fans had been starved for this game for so many years.
Oh my god, the Conan O'Brien, I do remember that.
It felt like Christmas. Final Fantasy XIII Trilogy was incredibly divisive, and Final Fantasy XIV 1.0 wasn't a distant memory like it is now. This left many fans hoping that 15 would be a return to form. To ease these concerns, Tabata invited Hironobu Sakaguchi, the father of the FF series, to give the opening speech for the night. For many fans, it felt like everything fell apart after he left, and so for 15 to have his approval meant that Final Fantasy was getting back on track. Sakaguchi even had a great line empathizing with fans on how unfortunate FF's direction was at the time.
ただですね、父親というのは、子供が正しい道
Like any father, you occasionally wonder if the path your child is on is the right one.
を歩んでいるか。You know.
You know.
You know.
In English, will always and forever send me. But he reassured you fans on how unfortunate FF's direction was at the time.
ただですね。
Oh yeah, imagine Max as a moderator for such a show. That would be cool. Yeah.
With fans on how unfortunate FF's direction was at the time.
ただですね、父親というのは、子供が正しい道を歩んでいるか。You know.
You know, in English, will always and forever send.
Oh my god. And it's funny because like the fucking laughter in the crowd too. Listen to the laughter in the crowd. It's like, that's why he says you know, is because like everyone is laughing because they understand exactly what the fuck he's saying. Because this is how we all felt about Final Fantasy at the time. Like I said, I wasn't super into it, but this was why I stopped playing Final Fantasy so much. It was because I felt this, you know? I felt exactly this.
正しい道を歩んでいるか。
Good time.
You know.
You know, in English, will always and forever send me.
Meanwhile, at Square Enix, it's dead, guys.
But he reassured fans, in his words, Final Fantasy had rediscovered its true nature. As a fan of this series, you couldn't help but be excited. But it wasn't just Sakaguchi. They also had Uematsu, Yoshitaka Amano, and all the familiar faces of Final Fantasy except one. One important face whose absence
Oh, the drama, the fucking drama. This is like this is like reality TV drama. Oh my god. You had Sakaguchi show up. You had Uematsu put his stamp on it. But Nomura, who concepted this story, who concepted this world, a vision of what this could be, didn't show up. Fuck. Oh my god, it's juicy. I get it though. From his perspective, I totally get it. I'm a little surprised that they got Sakaguchi to like sign off at 15 because it wasn't that good. But like I look back on it, like it was a decent time. It's like a solid 7.5 ish as like a game.
No, in English, will always and forever send me.
Yeah, like, oh my god, I can see like why this hurt Final Fantasy so much for like the core fan base too, is like you have so much marketing selling this. It's why I stopped 15. So hold on, my mom is calling.
He reassured fans in his words.
She doesn't call that often, like not randomly out of the blue. So give me 1 second. There we go. It was all good. It was all good. It was, I get nervous when family calls in the middle of the day, because like sometimes it's like a negative thing, like a medical thing or something. It's all good. It was just, she had a question about her computer. So we're good. You guys can hear me now, right? Because I can't hear myself, but you guys can hear me, right? Okay, cool.
Final Fantasy.
Can't believe your mom called you at work.
Had rediscovered.
Also, NSP, I don't know if you were here earlier, but I said like I'm so fucking locked in right now. Like I think we're gonna watch your Resonant Arc interview after this because I'm fucking locked in.
True nature. As a fan of this series, you couldn't help but be excited. But it wasn't just Sakaguchi. They also had Uematsu, Yoshitaka Amano, and all the familiar faces of Final Fantasy except one. One important face whose absence I couldn't help but notice. And not only was his face not present, he was not mentioned even one time throughout the entire night of a full 3-hour.
He wasn't even mentioned? I would burn the building down. What a slap to the balls. Not even a thank you. Brother. And fuck Square Enix. I'm so, oh my God, dude. What the fuck? Holy shit. This also did irreparable damage to his career / personal brand. Nomura has his issues. I have my issues with him as a creator. You know, like I said, it seems like his projects take a very long time to get produced and like finish, and he can kind of get a little bit overly heady and stuff. But just like that is so fucking disrespectful. I can't even. I am like angry for him, like on his behalf. I am fucking angry. That is so fucked up. The more I end up being a fall guy for Versus Era, then Tabata ended up being the fall guy for 15, being incomplete. Yeah. He may not be perfect, but damn. Exactly. Damn. That's fucked up, man. And he's like a figure, you know? Like for any of your issues with Nomura, oh, his games take forever to come out, or his stories are complex, etc. Like that is just like he is an important figure that was who fucking spearheaded the concept of this game. Like it's fucked up, man. Being almost a public apology lasting at least 3 hours long. Yeah. The creator of fucking Cloud Strife. Exactly.
Stream and a 2-hour presentation that did go out of its way.
They should produce a fucking documentary about this man. They should create a documentary about his career at Square Enix and how influential he's been and yada yada. Like they should do something for him. And maybe not now, maybe at the end of his career, you know, but at some point. Because that's fucked as like a make good, you know? Because that's just fucked up.
To mention everyone who's ever touched a Final Fantasy game. No thanks to him for creating the original concept. No thanks to him for creating the characters, other than his usual obligatory legal footer. There's lots of reasons for why this could be, but considering Nomura's multiple, let's just say, commentary pieces regarding the situation, it's extraordinarily difficult for me to see this as something that was amicable. In fact, he was.
I don't even know what Dagoza is, but that sounds funny. Just like all the execs, all the bigwigs should be mandated to give them more a public Dagoza style apology. I don't know what that means, but I agree.
wasn't even allowed to talk about Versus. In the Dissidia NT livestream,
the respectful thing to do would give Nomura, Katase, and Ojima another mainline title. Finally give them free reign. God, they're so like far in their career though, you know? They're so far in their career now. Like, I don't know how many more games they have in them.
that aired in October 2019, announcing,
"Oh, Dagoza's when you bow your head in the floor." Oh, okay, yeah, I know that. I have seen that. Have you seen the video of the I think it was like, was it a volleyball match or something, where a player like hit this like girl on the sideline, I think like a referee or something. It was totally by mistake, and then like he runs over, like dives and does that style of apology. Dagoza's yeah. That video's hilarious.
Noctis's Versus 13 garb for the game, the conversation went, Kujiroka. This costume was actually from Versus 13's costume, Nomura. Wait, we're allowed to say that name? Roka. Yeah, it's okay. Nomura. Because before, it was not allowed. Hazama. Oh, it's complicated, but it's okay now. Nomura. This costume was always a prototype. The one he is wearing in 15 is the real one. I was involved with it until that. There are lots of things I can't say. One day, I'll write about it in a book. Jokingly, not serious of course. The MC saying, the book will be published by someone other than Square Enix. Lol. The company would not even allow Nomura to talk about Versus 13. But Nomura wasn't the only one that got screwed over by the handling of this situation, and we'll talk more about that later. However, the Uncovered event was an insane success. Final Fantasy 15 was slated to release on September 30th, which would absolutely not happen. Everything seemed like it was going incredibly well. Final Fantasy 15 was going to be released after a 10-year wait. It was unbelievable. Fans were feeling an all-time high knowing that the game they had been waiting for was finally coming. But behind the curtain, an absolute disaster was brewing. And in a very rare occurrence in gaming,
Good music choice.
a 4chan rumor turned out to be almost entirely legitimate. In this rumor, posted in June of 2016, not only did he accurately describe almost everything he was asked about the final game, he also foretold of the game's delay, with him saying that the game wasn't even playable on console hardware yet. Quote, there's only like 2 hours playable on PS4 and the Xbox version barely turns on. Nobody is thinking about PS4K. Note that is PS4 Pro. Just porting and optimizing for PS4. Xbox build is like 3 weeks behind. It was finished and you could play it from start to finish on high-end PCs they made it on, but the PS4 port is a mess, and they started design and rewrites after normal wrap because it's going over like shit people, like pickup shots to fix a movie. When asked how could the game be so unfinished yet still being worked on a few months from release, he said, it's not normal. The lock for English voice recording was supposed to be in 3 weeks, but they keep rewriting lines. Everyone is nervous as fuck about the September 30th release. Expect a big day one patch. At the time, no one believed this rumor. After all, Episode Duskai and Platinum Demo showed everyone a functioning game. Tabata's transparency gave them absolutely no reason to doubt the game's progress. But in truth, this was pointing to the coming storm. Final Fantasy XV's development was absolutely breaking down. Then it happened. On August 15th, just 5 months after the Uncovered event where the release date was announced, Tabata confirmed that Final Fantasy 15 would be delayed. Funniest moment in this series' entire history is how they accidentally revealed that they were already considering delaying Final Fantasy 15 while they were announcing its release date. Final Fantasy 15's release was initially planned for September 30th, 2016. This was revealed at the end of Uncovered, but just before the slot machine-like calendar animation stopped on September 30th, it did this thing where it kind of hung up on November 30th for a second. This is hilarious because it would later be revealed that the game was delayed until November 29th. It tells me the team already knew they would need those extra 2 months to finish the game, but they were committed to not delaying the game any further. But when it came down to it, despite all the cuts,
what if like a rogue animator did that? Like a rogue animator, like, and Tabata didn't know. Imagine, I'm just like fan fictioning because it'd be funny. Like, imagine if like Tabata didn't know and the team just like animated that little hitch just because they fucking knew, but still did the September just because that's their job. That would be fucking hilarious.
They had made in an attempt to get the game out faster, they still had to compromise with one last delay. This was incredibly demoralizing to fans at the time. Even though it was just 2 more months, it felt like adding salt to a wound when the game had already been delayed for so long. Little did fans know at the time, they would have wished this game was
It was Nomura. Nomura snuck in and fucked with it. The secret fuck you.
delayed even further. That October, the game went gold, and alongside it, they released the Omen trailer. This continued the long-standing trend since the Versus days of having one of the best trailers that you've ever seen in your life.
Really? I want to watch it. Will I get copyright struck for watching this? I'm gonna grab my food. I think it's here.
Dark tone of this trailer, showing Noctis and Lunafreya battling, this seemed to resurface a lot of elements from Versus 13, giving fans one last bit of reassurance that maybe all of those elements were
what was the trailer called again?
And this game, though it was just even further. That October, the game went gold, and alongside it, they released the Omen trailer. This continued the long-standing trend since the Versus days of having one of the best trailers that you've ever seen in your life. The dark tone of this trailer, showing Noctis and Lunafreya battling, this seemed to resurface a lot of elements from Versus 13, giving fans one last bit of reassurance that maybe all of those elements were still present in Final Fantasy XV's final game.
This is misleading.
It was November 28th. And finally, the game's review embargo had lifted, just a day before launch. Reviews were mostly good, with the game having a solid 81 Metacritic, though technically this would make it the lowest rated mainline numbered Final Fantasy. During that day, reading the reviews, as a fan, I just thought many of the complaints around the story being incomprehensive and incomplete were holdovers from the anti-JRPG sentiment of the past generation. Then the game launched. The first few hours of Final Fantasy XV's launch felt amazing. The game opened with a boundless sense of freedom. Driving through the open world, making recipes, and exploring gave a brand new sense of adventure to Final Fantasy. Initially, combat seemed genuinely exciting, with this being the game's first attempt at action. But as players went through the story, they began to notice some things. Several plot points from the trailers that they had imagined playing all these years weren't there. Or if they were there, they were heavily reworked. One of the most anticipated moments from Final Fantasy XV's reveal was the Leviathan fight, which featured a scale that could even make a game like Uncharted blush. Yet in the final game, this had been entirely reworked to something that, while still impressive, was far less grand. There were numerous reasons that so many of these things didn't make it in. Moments like the Leviathan fight had to be reworked, as the hardware in the engine simply couldn't support it. And after years of fantasizing about how Stella Nox Fleuret could play out in Final Fantasy Versus,
gorgeous scene. I felt nothing, but this scene is really cool.
13, fans were confronted with the reality of Lunafreya. I think it would have been easy to shift expectations to favor Lunafreya if this character had more substance and screen time to her. Instead, it felt like she just shows up to be like, Noctis, you must fulfill your duty, as must I as the Oracle, and then immediately dies the moment you get within 5 feet of her. The problem here wasn't that Stella would have been better than Lunafreya. The real problem is, there is no Lunafreya. But it wasn't just Lunafreya. Yeah. Many of the game's character arcs simply feel incomplete. So many important characters just show up and immediately die, or die off screen, or have no elaboration for why they existed. It was incredibly baffling. To add insult to injury,
one of my like biggest complaints about 15's like structure, there are just so many moments where you go out on a mission with Noctis and the boys, and then you go back to town and some NPC shows up, like that kid, or more specifically, I remember the moment, to be more specific, I remember a moment where Gladio's sister shows up in town. She'd already been introduced as a character. And it's like, she's there, I think with her dad, or like there's an old guy, and they tell you about something that happened off screen. So there was like some major event that happened in the world. It's probably like halfway through the game-ish. And like something happened and they tell you about it. And I just remember thinking it would have been cool to experience that or see that. And there were like multiple moments in 15 that were like that, where it's like off screen something happened and you're told about it. Obviously the Insomnia one being like the invasion being like the main example, but there were like multiple moments where it's like something was told to you as exposition when you showed up back in town. The hotel owner, exactly. He dies off screen. Yeah. It's something like there's a lot of moments like that where it's like the story isn't experienced by you as the character. You're just like sort of told about it. And I think there was a interview at one point where Tabata explained it as like wanting to put you into Noctis's shoes, which I think was more of an excuse to just like justify or to get around the cut content, the stuff that was cut. But like the creative intention that I heard from Tabata at one point was like, oh, it kind of puts you in Noctis' shoes because Noctis wasn't in all these places. And so it feels like things are happening. And so like it's a more real, another one of the realistic examples. And I'm like, I get that idea, but in execution, it just feels like things are just happening to my character. And you will find like plenty of examples of like you never want your protagonist to feel passive in your story. And it just felt like a lot of random circumstances were happening to the poor character, to Noctis, and like you just feel like you're not even in your own story. And it's just such a hard balance to like make that work well. Like I'm trying to think of, I felt like I had an example in my head of like one game where it actually did kind of work, but I'm blanking on what it is now. But yeah, it just stuck out to me now that he's talking about the same thing.
It felt as though the entire story of the game was shoved into the second half, a linear section which killed the fun open world camping vibes of the first half of the game, to linear corridors where the actual majority of the story takes place and feels incredibly rushed. And prior to the Royal Edition, there really was no final dungeon, and a lot of plot points were just outright incomprehensible. Let me back up.
Yeah, Noctis' story is just 5% of the game.
This isn't a review of Final Fantasy 15, but it is important to highlight these sentiments because there's a legitimate story behind why so many elements felt like they were going to be so grandiose and then fell short in their actual implementation. Final Fantasy 15, when you play straight through it, is one of the shortest mainline FF games ever. Even with the Royal Edition's new dungeon, if you play straight through the game's main content, it can be completed in roughly 15 hours. I know this because I've done exactly that before. This game is insanely lean, and it's very obvious the original intention wasn't to make it so barren. FF15's disjointed nature came down to 3 essential points. 1, the game could no longer maintain its theme of Reaper worship and themes surrounding death. due to Square Enix as a corporation deciding they wanted to sell the game in all regions, including those where this would be a violation, as it was suspected to be for China back in 2016. 2, roughly a year into development, they basically got told you can't do the Versus trilogy anymore. It has to be reworked into one game. This basically left them scrambling and throwing things together in order to compress it all into a single title. They'd have to cut multiple important moments from the game, and in order to keep them in the story, they'd have to turn them into a DLC, a film, an animated series, etc., in order for the game to meet its fixed release window of the end of 2016. And 3, they had to develop a world-class engine and open-world action RPG in just 4 years that had to continuously make changes to its original vision.
Basically, in the time between Remake and Rebirth, 4 years, they had to do all that shit.
For comparison, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth took just over 3 years, and that's with an engine, assets, and code ready to go. And the game didn't have to rework its entire story in its early middle life. When you factor all these things in, why Final Fantasy Versus 13's vision became the reality of Final Fantasy 15 makes complete sense. This is where a lot of people talk about the concept of Nomura's revenge. I'm not going to speculate on how he feels about Tabata, but I will say, if anyone is responsible for ruining Versus 13, it would be former CEO Yosuke Matsuda and Square Enix's upper management at the time, who made all of those decisions that forced Nomura and Tabata into a box. Nomura may...
Yeah, I mean, I do have sympathy for Tabata a little bit. Like, I make fun of a lot of his, like, quotes here earlier, but I also did have that moment about halfway through the video where it's explained that, like, he needs to basically shove all three, somehow find a way to shove all three games. Like, if he wanted to do right by the vision, how do you condense, you know, a 3-game story into 1 game? And then saying, like, things didn't work. Yeah, I guess I can kind of see that. Like, you just don't have enough time to sort of, like, get through things. Yeah. Like, yeah, I think NSP is right in terms of the villains being Square Enix leadership at, like, the highest level.
Or may not feel something toward Tabata for not fulfilling his vision, but I think that's irrelevant from this standpoint. The real situation here is about creatives versus the corporate figureheads who just honestly don't.
Omega Taco saying, you know, I think it says something about the ex-CEO that multiple teams and projects make demos or DLC where you fight him as a boss.
Give a damn. Compounded with years of mismanagement. The situation with Versus and 15 started with 13's own development issues. The company rushed together an engine to get that game out the door, not realizing how badly it would screw over every other project that was supposed to run on that engine. Then they had to take staff off of Versus to work on FF14's revamp. Then the entire generation went by and they had to restart development. Then the company comes in the middle and condenses the trilogy into 1 game, removes the core themes, and still tries to make it look like the previous game in an attempt to capitalize on its hype, all while having a fraction of the time necessary to do so. The cancellation of Versus wasn't Nomura's fault, and believe it or not, the failures of Final Fantasy 15 wasn't Tabata's fault either, but it is the direct consequence of a decade and a half of mismanagement compounding on top of each other. When reviewing the evidence, the truth here is self-evident. Though all this being said, I must give credit where credit is due. Hajime Tabata heard from fans and tried his hardest after Final Fantasy XV's launch to push Square Enix and the team to finish the game, even if retroactively. Once the first round of DLC was complete, there was still more hunger for Final Fantasy 15. Tabata officially announced a second wave of content coming, called The Dawn of the Future. This massive roadmap was a direct response to fans who felt the 2016 release hadn't fully delivered on its narrative potential. The project consisted of 4 new episodes: Episode Arden, Aranea, Lunafreya, and Episode Noctis. Unlike the first season pass, which filled the gaps in for the main party, this second season pass was designed to provide an alternate grand finale. This new season aimed to challenge the destined tragedies of the base game, allowing characters to defy their fates and forge a new hopeful ending. It would also come with brand new animated short
I knew there was extra DLC and stuff that never was produced, but I didn't know the ambition of that was that.
Films that would help expand on the characters and bring a sense of fulfillment to their character arcs. Furthermore, and this is where I was most excited, the team was also working on modding tools that would allow players to completely change the game how they see fit. This would include both a level editor and a way to re-script the game entirely. The team even showed you can use these tools to make a golfing minigame. Dawn of the Future and another round of patches would try to fill the void for players, and if all that wasn't enough, the modding tools would allow fans to finish Final Fantasy XV in whatever way they saw fit. This all seemed incredible. Final Fantasy XV was going to reach a state where fans could walk away satisfied, even if its development had to continue for many years after its launch. Fans were excited for more concise details and a precise roadmap for this content, so when Square Enix announced their 2nd anniversary livestream, the hype went into overdrive. But what should have been a hopeful stream turned out to be arguably the darkest day in the Final Fantasy franchise's entire history. The stream started with Hajime Tabata notably missing, and them sending out brand manager Akio Ofuji to take the fall for what the corporation had decided. Square Enix had cancelled all of the DLCs except for episode Arden.
No, fuck you!
2nd anniversary.
Oh my god! The event was marketed as like or believed to be like a grand reveal of all this extra amazing shit, and it was the opposite. Oh my god. Oh my god. I would hate Final Fantasy. Thankfully, I wasn't playing it at the time.
Had to continue for many years after its launch. Fans were excited for more concise details and a precise roadmap for this content, so when Square Enix announced their 2nd anniversary livestream, the hype went into overdrive. But what should have been a hopeful stream turned out to be arguably the darkest day in the Final Fantasy franchise's entire history. The stream
only 2 years before Remake. Not even. Actually, probably less time, right? Like, this is November 2018. I mean, how much time between that and April 2020? How many months? Between November 2018, April 2020. Tell me, Google. 17 months. 17 months, but like basically a year and a half before Remake came out.
Started with Hajime Tabata notably missing, and them sending out brand manager Akio Ofuji to take the fall for what the corporation had decided. Square Enix had cancelled all of the DLCs except for episode Arden, which was already finished, and this included all upcoming patch content as well as the modding.
Aranea! I did love Aranea as a character, especially. Yeah. Wow. So what if even context for Lunafreya? Noctis. Fuck.
Tools. To make this even worse, the director of Final Fantasy XV had also left the company. Both parties presented this as an amicable departure, but if I'm speaking frankly, I find that extraordinarily hard to believe. Tabata had been publicly facing the entirety of Final Fantasy XV's.
I actually do feel bad for Tabata, actually, a little bit. Like, reaching the end of this video, I know I was talking shit at the start of the video. But just the fact that, you know, he had to, like, do this crazy task of condensing the trilogy down into one game and, you know, trying to develop an engine at the same time, and, well, he also got fucked. Yeah. I think he did a good job taking a failing project and was able to deliver it. Yeah. Yeah. He was set up to fail. Yeah. Yeah, they were both screwed in the end.
Development, and every second thereafter. It seemed incredibly sudden and demoralizing that he would just up and leave. Square Enix was rebuilding trust with Final Fantasy XV by trying to fix it, but by canceling all of this content, it destroyed trust even further. Perhaps the best way to put this—
Wow, really, Omega Taco? His team had no experience making console titles either. They had made only PSP games for years. Fuck.
is, imagine if CD Projekt Red canceled the 2.0 update and Phantom Liberty.
Oh my
You wouldn't be able to trust anything.
Which I haven't played yet. I'm still like in the main game, and actually on the recommendation of Nice Guy Prince, I'm gonna do the vanilla ending first, and then go back and do the Phantom Liberty stuff, and then because apparently the ending changes based on doing the Phantom Liberty stuff. But I know this is like beloved in the Cyberpunk fans. This DLC, yeah, like if this was canceled,
they were putting out ever again after that, and all the goodwill that they had initially put into Cyberpunk's patches would be for naught. It'd be especially hard if during that exact same time they were trying to sell you a 3-part remake of The Witcher 1. There's also the question of Tabata resigning, and this coinciding with the cancellation of Dawn of the Future. For starters, his supposed resignation came extraordinarily sudden. Just a few months prior, Square Enix gave him his own external studio and allowed him to make whatever he wanted to. This happened in March, and the resignation came at the end of October and was announced in November. It's not every day that you see a major corporation grant a high-profile director his own semi-autonomous studio, only to have that director resign less than 8 months later, only for Tabata to then say he couldn't make the kind of games that he wanted to at Square Enix. Something there just does not add up. While the narrative at the time painted a picture of him moving on to more personal ventures, there was definitely a conflict between him and Yosuke Matsuda. Tabata revealed 5 years later in 2023 via a 4Gamer interview that the reason he departed from Square Enix was due to differing philosophies from the then CEO, with him saying, "It's been so many years, I don't remember the details anymore," he laughed. But the gist is, I had differences in policy with the president of Square Enix at the time, and as a company, we naturally had to follow the president's policies. So I couldn't do what I thought I should do. I thought it would be impossible to continue working there for many years after that, so I decided to go independent. It was difficult to be honest about that at first, but I think it's fine now. It seems to me that this dispute was the breaking point, and might have forced Tabata out of his position. It's really difficult to imagine he would have left under any other circumstances. He's expressed on quite a few occasions how sad he was he couldn't finish the game. But despite all of these things, there is still something undeniably human and, dare I even say, soulful about Final Fantasy 15. The developers working on this game were exhausted and fretful, but they refused to let the Final Fantasy brand die, and the fan base refused to stop hoping for 10 years, and even many years after the game was released. Whether you view this as a masterwork or an absolute disaster, it's incredible that the developers were even able to make a functioning engine and game within this short amount of time.
Yeah, it's almost like it's a damn near miracle that it's even a 7.5, like I called it earlier. You know, like, yeah, it's actually, you know what? Actually, hold on. What was my score? Because like weirdly enough, I did make a list of like all the games I played during the pandemic. I just gave them like a little like score off the top of my head, like what I felt they were. Hold on. I did this on my phone. Games to beat during the pandemic. Games to beat since I made a little list of like games to beat since COVID started. 15 has to be in here. Oh, I was more generous. I gave it an 8.5. That's a little too generous. Maybe an 8. Maybe I'll settle at like, I don't know. In memory, it's a bit more of a 7.5. But yeah, my experience is still pretty positive for this game, but I think the Royal Edition contributed to quite a bit. Yeah, the DLCs did help too. Maybe that's what I had in my head when I scored it.
We may never get the Dawn of the Future content as it was intended, we may never get Versus 13, or just any closure on this project in general. But for all those who've been there with this project since the first trailer in 2006, and have witnessed its many incarnations, we formed bonds that the corporate machine could never take away from us. And until then, we'll keep hoping for the complete version of this vision, that it may one day arise. Final Fantasy.
Damn. Well done. Fuck. Just like such a good breakdown of all that. A lot of stuff I had never known at all. And does make me look at the entire project very differently. I just look at 15 so differently now. And yeah, I feel for both sides of it. I feel for Tabata. I feel for fucking Nomura. Damn. Really, the walkaway is like fuck Square Enix. Or, you know, maybe more so like Matsuda specifically. Damn. That was awesome, super interesting. Makes you sad for what could have been. Exactly, yeah. Like that's probably the biggest thing is I just feel like I feel like I'm mourning. Like I feel like I'm in mourning of like something that I wasn't even like that I didn't even know really. And it does make me want to look more into, which I know NSP has videos on, of like the original story ideas for Versus 13, like what it was originally supposed to be, what Stella was supposed to be like as a character, which I know he has a video on. I remember watching it at one point. I don't remember the details. Like I can't tell you what those ideas were off the top of my head, but yeah. Damn. I'm just like, it sucks. I think what also is just sticking out to me too is like how recent it is, you know? Like the cancellation news of Dawn of the Future in November 2018, so close to Remake. Like if I was thinking about anything Final Fantasy related during that time, it was just Remake. And it does feel a little bit insulated from all of this, which is why maybe I've been better able to compartmentalize my feelings toward the Remake trilogy, and haven't mixed it in with all the like the way the rest of the fandom feels about Final Fantasy as a whole, including like what happened with 13 and the 13 trilogy and Versus 13 and 15. Like all of that is just like sitting on top of the Remake project like a weight for a lot of people. And it's made them like feel negative toward some of the changes, or feel not hopeful that the 7 Remake trilogy will actually land the plane. And I think that's fair, you know, especially because I wonder it too. Like I obviously have a big video where I hypothesize how, you know, this whole story could be built, like where it could be building to, and how it could all be very considered. And it is like hopefully looking to actually land premise that it's set up in Remake. But if you've been following a company that has put you through this, then I would understand why that would influence how you would see, you know, what could happen with this trilogy. I think the only thing that gives me like maybe some confidence is the fact that it's like Nojima writing it, and a lot of that team that was involved in that, Nojima, Katase, even Nomura, was like not even fully involved in this mess. I know Nomura, you know, created the Versus 13 story, which became 15. But like I said, they almost feel like insulated from all the craziness that happened on this side of the business. I don't know. But it does make sense. And a lot of the 13 team is working on Remake. Like that's where Hamaguchi is from. And there is a lot of 13 stuff. I know this is more Versus 13, which is a completely different thing from 13. And I know people aren't super hot on 13 either, because even I know 13 supposedly deals with ideas like fate and destiny, and it wasn't satisfying for a lot of people on that. I don't know what that story is because I haven't played it. But I know people bring some of that toward the way that they view the Remake trilogy too. Josh C with the $5 super chat, thank you so much. I feel bad for the brand manager as he basically sent to his death, announcing the cancellation of the DLC during a live anniversary event. I know, fucking crazy. Especially because that event was, everyone walked into it seemingly thinking, oh, they're gonna tell us about Dawn of the Future. They're gonna tell us all about Dawn of the Future, and oh my god, the new updates. And I'm sure people were super hyped for like the RNA episode and like all that stuff. Like afterward, I was like, I remember playing 15 during the pandemic and getting to the end of it, playing the DLCs, and I was like, oh, these are pretty good. And then like Googling and reading about like there was going to be an episode Aranea, and I was like, fuck. I was like, really? Because Aranea is like one of my favorite characters in the entire story. And so the fact that like her story just went away, I was like, God damn it. But now I know the full breadth of it. But yeah, I know Dawn of the Future is like a book now, as AJ saying. Has anybody read it? Is it actually good? Is it interesting? Does it cover the RNA stuff? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna put my food away in the fridge. Leftovers. The true test will be FF15. Yeah. All right, what time is it? It's almost 5 o'clock, which I do think means it's like too late to start on NieR. And we already did talk about like watching the Resonant Arc one. So I think the rest of the stream we'll probably be watching the Resonant Arc thing, and then we'll pick up NieR next week. Bit of a surprise. See, I did see a little bit of this. 2 hours? Fuck me.
It's just crazy.
Well, we're in it now. We're in it now.
To me, how mismanaged this was, like from the top down.
Crystal Tools ended up being.
Oh, Convi, yeah, I'm sorry. I know you're NieR. Or maybe we'll watch some of it. Maybe we will play some NieR. Maybe we'll watch a little bit of this, and I'll feel like, okay, we covered a lot of this, but
being over optimized for Final Fantasy 13, right? And Final Fantasy 13 is an incredibly linear game. It is built around corridor design, and
I didn't realize this conversation was 2 hours also.
And Versus was supposed to be the opposite. That was an open world game. This is them developing a world-class engine, top of the top shelf, having to essentially compress an entire trilogy down into a single game, and having to basically speed run the whole thing.
It's so crazy that anyone thought that this was a good idea.
If you really want to pinpoint the mismanagement, it kind of starts there. It always goes back to that area and that period where they were trying to do a lot of ambitious things, and everything they were trying to do sounded really cool on paper. Unfortunately, the implementation of those things and the way they proceeded just...
All right.
I was like, let's get to it. They're teasing me for like a full minute. Come on.
All right. Today we have good friend of the show, Ryan, also known as the Night Sky Prince on YouTube, here to talk about the development history of Final Fantasy 15. He just put out just a really, really excellent, comprehensive video that tells the story of the turbulent history of the development of Final Fantasy 15 in a way that I have not seen anywhere else on YouTube or online anywhere. And I wanted to point as many people to that video as possible because it is just phenomenally researched and super high quality video. So first of all, thank you for making it in the first place. It was a really, really, really fun watch. And I was thinking back, and it blew me away that this year is going to be the 10th anniversary of Final Fantasy 15. That's like unbelievable.
Oh, the RNA story is in the book
to me.
Nothing makes me feel older, right? And it's been 20 years since Versus was first announced.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
And we're still talking about this.
Wow. Yeah. But this was super nostalgic for me too, just because I know for you, that's right around when you started your channel, was like up to the release of Final Fantasy 15. Ours had been started a little earlier than that, but we didn't really focus on it like in earnest until around that time. Because we had a different channel. We started around 2011, and we were primarily on that until around 2016, when we sort of switched to doing this gaming stuff. And it was, again, right up to that release of Final Fantasy 15. So we were covering a lot and talking about it a lot. Kaine actually did a video on the div history of Final Fantasy 15 leading up to its release, from what info we had at the time.
Yeah. And this was like as it was coming out. Like in your video, you reference interviews that happened just within the past couple of years, you know?
Right.
And your video went way more in depth. I was able to learn a whole ton from that. But I did what I could back at the time.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you, first of all, what inspired you to kind of jump back into Final Fantasy 15 now?
So we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary for the game.
Oh, yeah.
And
link for this. For this. And then I'll also pin it.
As we're coming up on the anniversary, I kind of realized that Square Enix is absolutely not going to do anything for this game for its 10th anniversary. It's kind of sad. They recently closed the official page for the game. They basically said that there's going to be no more updates on the official FF15 Twitter, which is like really sad because that's like right ahead of the 10th anniversary. And it kind of felt like for a lot of fans that they're basically saying, yeah, forget this thing ever existed. And I can kind of understand.
As you're saying, like, been in and out cleaning. But yeah, this podcast is one of the best I've done.
Their position on why, right? Because how much turbulence the development of this game caused, and then some of the fallout that happened as a result, and people feeling like the game was incomplete. And, you know, honestly speaking, it was incomplete in multiple different ways. Some ways I didn't even realize until I did my research and spoke to some people in the community. But, you know, I just really wanted to revisit this game because it's also, you know, as you mentioned, I kind of started my channel with Final Fantasy 15. So it kind of means that I'm also coming up on like a 10th anniversary next year. So this is kind of also leading into my own anniversary as a content creator. So I'm going back to where it all started.
Diving back into it, how much more info was available in terms of like development history now that surprised you or that you hadn't seen covering the game in the past?
A lot of stuff did come out in, I would say, the years following it, as they were trying to essentially patch back in all of the content that they weren't able to finish. But I think the thing that
maybe that's what makes it a fantasy based on reality, chat, is that it had cup noodles in it. It also had Vivienne Westwood wedding dresses, right? That's who it was, like the designer. It's like that's the reality it was based on. It was the real life brand integration.
Actually changed the most, at least for me, was kind of the perspective. So I think that in the moment when you're really disappointed and you just can't believe it happened, it's really hard to process. Like, you know, they just wanted to make the game incomplete so that they could sell all this content. And there definitely was financial incentive to making Final Fantasy 15 a universe rather than a single complete release. Right. But a lot of it also came out of the fact that
the other fucked up thing about what they did with Tabata and like the DLCs, like Dawn of the Future and whatnot, is like, I mean, yes, there is, I guess, a little bit of a taint on the franchise with like people who were disappointed in 15, but it sold really fucking well. It sold really well, and I felt like momentum was like turning in its favor, like with the Royal Edition and with the like updates and patches and whatnot. It felt like it was becoming more positive toward the game. And so to drop that, I think reception of the game is still was your message I cut off? I was always telling interviews it felt, yeah, I mean, it sold incredibly well. Yeah. I think reception of the game is still mostly positive, even considering how it was received originally. Yeah, I feel like even now, especially now looking back, a lot of people were, well, I think like the mass majority of people will say it was a bit disappointing, but it was still cool and I still kind of liked it. Which is also how I feel, you know? Like I would never say it was like a bad game, you know? It was just a weird game. It was a mess of a game. And it does feel incomplete. But you know, so then to do that to top it up, to like take this dude who like coming back to it, I would say it's better than 13 or 16. Yeah. I haven't played 13, but I would agree on 16. And I know, you know, a lot of people feel that way about like the comparisons to 16. I know Max has talked about that too, that I think he said it at the time when he beat 16. I was like, no, I feel more for 15 than this one. And I think 16 has a lot of highs, like the Bahamut moment. Like the thing is with 16 is like so many of its best moments are some of its smallest moments in a way. Actually, not in a way, it just is, right? Like the prologue is, in the grand scheme of things, very short. As it's amazing. It's incredibly good, but it's very short. The like Bahamut sequence with like Dion, and you learn more about Dion's history and or like situation and whatnot. That all happens like kind of smack dab in the middle of the game, and it's like very like a relatively small part of it, because then you move on to spend twice as much time on Odin and Ultima, and it's just, yeah, it's a mess in its own way. Which is funny because the game design of and story of 13 and 16 are much more complete and refined, but they're also strangely way more boring to play and not as fun. And somehow 15's story actually lands more than either. Yeah, I mean, the only thing I'll say about like 16 in terms of like what worked in some ways is like I did feel something for the brother story, like the sibling story between Clive and Joshua, including like the final moments between them, like did hit me quite a bit. And I think the prologue I've said is amazing. God, just the quest design I fucking hated. I hated the MMO style feel to like go to a town, do some middling things. Like I'll never forget the feeling of coming out of the Titan fight, the first Titan fight, where you then have to like you're like on your way to either the rematch with Titan or the first encounter with Titan. I forget what it is, but like you have to go to that town, and then Hodor, the Hodor character, I forget his name. He like loses his merchant papers and needs to like go around looking for the merchant papers, and they were like stolen by some kids, and you have to get them back. And it's just like, dude, I am trying to go to what's clearly seemingly a very interesting part of the story, and I have to like run around this little market searching for some merchant papers. And I'm like, what are we doing? Like, not just the quest causes, the sheer amount of them unlocking at once. Beat Titan suddenly to win new quests. Yeah. Some 16 lore of its world is more into the quests. Yeah, and I did all the quests. I did all the side quests and stuff. But just like I hate that. I just hate that feeling of a game like making me do little menial things in order to like get to the story thing, you know, which is a very MMO approach to game design. So I understand why that team, which is an MMO team, would develop a game that way and structure a game like that way. God, it just drove me nuts.
They had this 2016 mandate, and they had to produce a game by the end of 2016. Any game, no matter
Yeah, Night Sky Prince. 15 succeeds on landing relatable human bonds more so than 13 or 16. I think that at the end of the day is the essence of Final Fantasy storytelling. There's a fun whimsy to wandering around 15's world too, but damn, 16's world to actually go around interacting with is so boring. Yeah, and like the other thing too is like the world, even before you get to the purple sky that I know you hate, but like even before you get to the purple sky, it just feels so drab to run through, you know? You don't feel that sense of adventure. And I think it's I think it kind of plays into their whole like mature M-rated Final Fantasy thing. I think they went so hard on that. They just wanted to be mature at all turns. And you only get like very minor moments of levity, like where when you go and you meet your uncle for the first time. It's one of my favorite scenes in 16. Like one of my favorite scenes in 16 is when you meet Clive's uncle for the first time, where you see him again for like the first time, and they like you like do that little and he's like not sure if you're actually Clive, and then you like do that little performance, or Clive does that little performance to prove that he is him. Like, it was a great fucking scene. And really it's really the uncle and sometimes with Gav that you get any kind of like real levity in that game. And they didn't do enough with enough of the characters. Like I just feel like they completely just didn't do nearly enough with God, why am I blanking on her name? Jesus. The main Shiva. Why am I blanking? Jill. Yeah. Jill. I thought Jill, I convinced myself, here's my copium. My copium with Jill was like, I remember like she was in the trailers but there wasn't a ton of her in the trailers. And so my copium was like, maybe Jill is sort of like this really major part of the story, because it seems like she's a major part of the story. And they're sort of like keeping it a little bit quiet and like feeding us all this other stuff in the trailers. And like in the actual game, Jill's going to have like a massive like storyline, and like, I was so looking forward to getting to know Jill as a character. But no, it just wasn't, they just didn't do anything with it. Frustrating. Because I do think Jill could have been and should have been an incredibly fucking interesting character. Like the what happens to her is, it could have been so good. It could have been. I like a lot about 16, but I really don't like not having a party. That just felt wrong for a Final Fantasy. Yeah.
Or what state it was in, you have to ship. And so because of that, they had this pressure.
They didn't do enough with anyone. I'd even argue Clive, to be honest. True. Clive's main character arc kind of ends 6 hours in with Ifrit. From then on, it's kind of whatever. It continues, but like, I don't think anything landed for me as much. Yeah, I mean, there really isn't. I'm trying to even think what his arc is. Act 1 of 16 is the best part, sadly. Yeah, thank you so much for the super chat, Kofi. Like, what is Clive's arc? Like, what is his character arc? I'm like struggling to name it. Like, what is the transformation that he goes through? Reclaiming the throne. Getting over his trauma of thinking he killed his brother. I mean, yeah. Yeah. When does that resolve, though? I feel like it resolves. No. The biggest character of this woman in 16 was Benedicta. A very interesting, mysterious character, but what do? They destroy her way. She sees nothing. Yeah. There's just a lot of that. I just felt like they had too many plot lines. Clive was trying to get revenge on his brother and then becoming his own person after. Sure. I guess I just don't know what his own character is, you know? He definitely has to try to get over his trauma. That's like the bridge scene where he's like clearly thinking of killing himself. And then he finds his brother. I don't know. It's just been so long since I played it. I've just forgotten a lot of stuff too. So it's hard for me to say. Going from a man obsessed with revenge to finding his brother to becoming the leader that Sid could have been, saving the world from ultimate slavery oppression. It is more nuanced than nothing. It is. I don't know if it's satisfying, you know? He was branded too, right? Forgot what it was called. Yeah, he had the brand. I'm trying to recall the story. And I'm just like not remembering too much. I'm not remembering too much of it because there's so many things to it, you know? Like, there are so many aspects of it. And they all, and like the direction of the story hinges on each of the summon fights, like each of the like main antagonists. Like the direction of the story changes like with each antagonist. Like Titan, and then before that Benedicta, then Titan, then Odin, then Ultima. It just felt like it felt like each main villain that you go up, or each main antagonist that you go up against, Benedicta, Titan, Odin, Ultima, kind of try to have their own like mini arc within them. And it's just a lot of content. Like it took me a really long time. Like my first playthrough, because I did all the side content too, was 90 hours. Just felt like a lot, but not like a, you know, like not like a cohesive, complete thing in a way. Even though it was complete, I'm just saying like the feeling of it, you know. The central theme is unchecked power and the consequences if you care, by the way. I think part of it too is like so much of it got loaded onto Ultima. And I had a really hard time with Ultima as an antagonist because he's so literally inhuman that it just felt like I was fighting a concept versus a character, you know? It felt like I was fighting, it was like engaging with a theme, but not a character. And I've said that before with specifically that writer, the writer of 16, who also wrote Heavensward, which people love Heavensward, and I like it a lot too. But I think he gets like enamored with like really heady concepts and like exploring those concepts. And like struggles with a little bit with like the character storytelling and like which I think was where like Stormblood and Endwalker really excel, you know, but you still get those big ideas, but like I feel so hooked into the characters as well and like what they're going through and how they're relating to one another. And like that is like the fucking magic of Nasuke, right? That's her name. Ishikawa as like a writer. Like I absolutely empathize with people they weren't impressed with where the story went. That being said, I enjoyed the story a lot. Compared to 15's terribly told story, it was satisfying to me. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I actually do agree with that. Like the thing about 15 is like I actually don't. When I think back on 15, I don't think about the story. Weird, like I can't. Like I also don't think of the story. I'm not interested in Noctis's arc. You know, I'm not. Nothing about the story in 15 really works for me. The vibes of it do, but like as a pure story, fuck, dude, I don't even remember much of 15 either.
Sure, to include all of the things that fans were looking forward to, since the verse is.
Yeah, when I think about 15, I think about fishing and the end game puzzle dungeon. Yeah, I think about fishing. I think about like the bros. I think about the motel scene with Prompto. I think about the very end of it. But I think a lot of just about exploring the world. Even though it's an empty world. Like a pretty empty world. I don't know. I guess I just like the characters. I guess I just like the characters. And that's really what I hook onto when I think of 15. You know, when I think of the 4 guys, I think of them, each of them, and sort of like the stories that happen with them. More than the actual story, in a way. You know, underage try to hit on Noctis. Noctis thankfully does not engage with that, really. How to be a good king, yeah. Yeah, Remake had a pretty terrible final dungeon, but the vibes carry, yeah.
Days like the Insomnia invasion, but also
right. I'm only 6 minutes into this podcast.
Things like the characters being developed, like their backstories and stuff like that. And so I think I really came away with a sense of empathy for the people working on this project, and you know, the kind of struggle that they had to go through because of the mistakes of higher level management, right? And you know, just how long things had been mismanaged and how that had just compiled on top of each other. And so, you know, you think,
like I say, I think like on 16, I do love the story of Clive and Joshua. And I'm trying not to spoil, just in the off chance that anyone here hasn't played it, though I'm pretty sure most people here probably have. So like I said, that final moment between them, I mean, God, like most moments between them, I really enjoyed. I because I'm making it sound like it didn't like the characters of 16, but I actually do like quite a few of them. I really like Dion. I like Joshua. I like Clive. But especially like the brother connection, and I'm just a little bit of a sucker for Sid is great. I'm just like a bit of a sucker for family stories too. So like when they finally do reunite, like that scene where they finally reunite, it's like, fuck, dude. I cry on that shit. I cry on the final scene between them. Every single fucking time. I guess I just don't feel that for the whole story though. And that's where it just sort of feel a little bit of a disconnect to it, you know? And Dion is an incredible character. Fuck, I can't, like, parts of me like wishes Dion was like the main character, or there was like a Dion DLC or something. I just want more of his character. I found him like really interesting. Yeah. The side quest deal with it more, and I like the one in the desert when it comes to that. Do you mean like with the traders, like the two, like the brother and sister, who like cart people around, the slaves? Fuck, what is it? The branded. I thought that side quest actually ended really good. A lot of like the end game side quests actually had pretty good stories. I actually kind of liked, even though it's a little disappointing not to get an airship, I kind of did like the ending of the mid storyline. I run the ironically titled or ironically named mid character. Like her little story, I actually personally found kind of interesting. Even though you don't get the actual airship, but she builds like the little mini airship.
Think about other games, and I mentioned this in the video, you know, God of War 2018 taking 5 years to develop, a game of much more narrow scope. Or then Horizon Zero Dawn taking like 6 years, or even a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which is open world and has quite a great deal of content. But they were starting with an engine, assets, and code that they'd already made from Final Fantasy VII Remake, right?
Yeah.
And so this is them developing a world-class engine, you know, top of the top shelf, having to essentially compress an entire trilogy down into a single game, and having to basically...
The desert one was the one where someone could use magic and keeping that a secret, how it all plays out to the end. Yeah, that was the brother, right? The brother of the woman who, like, the two that they traded stuff around, and he ended up being a branded, or having the abilities of, I can't remember the name of a bearer. He had like the abilities of a bearer, but like how to hit it. and like kept it a secret. And then, but then that also led to him being, you know, fully like enthralled or taken over, whatever happened, like the possession sort of thing. And then like, I thought that story was good.
Speed run the whole thing.
It's so crazy that anyone thought that this was a good idea to even attempt, given the constraints, just given like the deadline.
Yeah, Mr. Legendary, I had the same exact experience with the combat in 16. Great at the start, and then I found myself doing the same 4 moves over and over and over. Once I got Titanic Block, it was over. Like, it was already an easy game, and I would do things to try to make it harder for myself. Like, I literally would equip the lowest level armor just to sort of like take more damage because I wanted it to be harder. But once I got Titanic Block, it was just broken. Like, I just blocked 99% of attacks. I rarely got hit after that point in the game.
And given,
even when I was doing like the hard hunts, like hunts that were like rated for levels way above me,
all the work that was going into all the different components. I mean, any one of those things, you know, let's
Eric the Dude, yes, I totally agree. I think 16's biggest problem in terms of villains is that all of the human ones are really compelling and could have been the main one other than Ultima, but they all die to favor Ultima. Yes.
Not build a proprietary engine for this game. Let's use an existing one. Anything that
there's the engine conversation
that would have made development easier. It's just crazy to me how mismanaged this was, like from the top down.
Right. And then
yeah, Hugo and Barnabas are a million times more compelling than Ultima. Yeah. For release, I really wanted Barnabas to be the main villain, and it felt like the marketing was setting that up. I really wish Barnabas would have usurped Ultima, similar to Kefka. Well, I don't want to read all that because I haven't beaten 6. But yeah. The main antagonist is the most boring antagonist in the story. Exactly.
You know, even with the creation of Luminous, right? That had to happen because, you know, the game was originally planned to run on Crystal tools. And the story there is pretty infamous, but to make a long story short, for those that don't know, Crystal tools ended up being over-optimized for Final Fantasy XIII, right? And Final Fantasy XIII is an incredibly linear game. It is built around corridor design, and Versus was supposed to be the opposite. That was an open world game. And so, I mean, first of all, you know, engines that are made to accommodate open world games are usually very different than, say, engines that are made to accommodate linear games, because just the way that they have to handle so much complex data being loaded in is usually quite different, right? And so some engines can kind of accommodate both. Unreal Engine can kind of accommodate both, but usually you end up optimizing in extremes for one or the other, right? It seems to me the better idea there would have been to optimize probably for the open world game first. And then, you know, it'd be a lot easier to make tweaks to say optimize that for the linear game, right? But the reverse happened here. So whenever you had to render like these very big environments that were supposed to seamlessly load in, of course you're going to hit a memory wall. Of course, because it's not designed for that. It's designed to accommodate for very tight corridors, right?
They're trying to create like an open world game but it has to work within an engine that's built for the complete opposite. Is fucking crazy. The other thing I'll say about 16 is like, it also has moments that I'm like, fuck, this could be so peak, or that it is, you know, so peak, like the Bahamut moment, or like, I also really like the ocean splitting moment. I was like, fuck, dude, like it was so fucking cool in the moment. That's why it's like such a high highs, low lows sort of experience. There's like there were so many moments of like, oh my God, like visually I recall them. They're like fucking so cool. Then ultimately, you know, like what Ultima represents and the more psychological metaphysical themes regarding his reign, but I understand him in the minority. I absolutely can see why Ultima ruined it for people. I can't lie. Yeah. And most people don't even know what logos and mythos are. Yeah, I still don't remember off the top of my head. I remember literally Googling it while playing it because I know it's like a real thing. And I think it's sort of explained a little bit more during the game, and I feel like I may have had a decent sense of it while playing the game. But now I can't tell you what it is. I forgot. Or over substance, yeah.
And so that's exactly what happened. They over-optimized for Final Fantasy 13. And then when it came to making games that had more open fields, like Final Fantasy 14 and Final Fantasy Versus 13, they had tremendous technical issues. And so, you know, if you really want to pinpoint the mismanagement, it kind of starts there. It kind of starts, it always goes back to that area and that period where they were trying to do a lot of ambitious things, and everything they were trying to do sounded really cool on paper. Unfortunately, the implementation of those things and the way they proceeded just didn't work out.
Let's step back here for just a second to the announcement of Final Fantasy Versus 13, for those who aren't familiar with what that is. Originally, what became Final Fantasy 15 was announced as part of a collection of games.
Logos equals the power of everyone together and wanting to help people. Mythos, the power of one consuming all for power. It wasn't conveyed clearly for sure. You had to look it up to get it. Yeah. And yeah, you kind of need to be like, I do know people, to NSP's point, like I do know people who are like super into philosophy and religion, and like they pick up that story and they eat it up for breakfast, you know, but it's not really. That's why I said like that writer feels like he's always feels like very interested in like big ideas, but like doesn't know how to get them to like the most personal level. Like I even felt that a little bit in Heavensward. Although I think he's a lot more successful in Heavensward. I can't even remember exactly what it is that made me feel that way, but I just remember like for example, a big part of Heavensward, and it's the best part of it for me, is like all the stuff with dealing with the dragons and like dragon history and Alphino sort of like mediating that, and the process of like mediating what's happened between dragons and humans over the course of centuries. Fascinating shit. Fucking fascinating. Really super interesting. It's my favorite stuff in Heavensward. But then like the ultimate ending of the story, you know, that's more about like the balances of power in the like whatever the main antagonist is. I didn't really care about the main antagonist that much in it, if that makes sense, you know.
Games based on the same mythology, the Fabula Nova Crystallis, which was going to include Final Fantasy 13, the mainline series game, what became Final Fantasy Type 0, but was originally Final Fantasy Agito 13.
Oh, Agito.
And then Final Fantasy Versus 13. These were 3 different games, all meant to be a part of the same like universe, same mythos. And of the 3, I think for a lot of us, the one we were most excited for was Final Fantasy Versus 13. This was going to be sort of directed, spearheaded, written, conceived by Tetsuya Nomura. And it was kind of like his brainchild, his baby, something that after the success of Kingdom Hearts, he, you know, was going to be, we thought, dedicating kind of his full effort to this big project, this big story that was all his. It was announced for the PlayStation 3, and I bought a PlayStation 3 specifically because I wanted to play that game. And like anything else that might come out on it was just a bonus cherry on top. Even Final Fantasy 13, I was like, that looks cool. But I am buying into this because I want to play Final Fantasy Versus 13. Was that kind of the same for you, or what was your sort of initial reaction to or introduction to Versus 13 as a project?
That was my exact reaction. And I don't want to say I wasn't excited for Final Fantasy 13. I was crazy excited for that game. I imported it in Japanese and played it. And I
I did see the Kingdom Hearts illustration. I mean, what's funny is that I haven't played Kingdom Hearts at all, so I don't feel any way about it. But being on Final Fantasy Twitter, I get so much crossover with KH tweets, and so I did see like the crash out over them not posting anything for the anniversary from Kingdom Hearts fans, and then the next day or like the middle of the night after the anniversary, they post that art, and then like the crash out over like almost like Square Enix almost forgetting to do their homework kind of way. But I mean, I'm glad people are satisfied with the Kingdom Hearts illustration. It is just funny that it came like the day after, technically.
I was like looking at a translation guide, and now it's obviously a lot easier for me to go back because I've been studying Japanese for like 4-ish years now. I have recently just got a tutor, but at that time I was just completely going in like barely able to read like katakana and stuff like that to help me navigate menus. And so I was very excited for 13, but Versus 13 was like, it had a sort of appeal, I think, that was really resonant at that era, especially visually, right? Because in Japan, you had Visual Kei, and that was a very popular aesthetic movement. And then here in the West, you had like emo, right? Yeah. So I think that like, and Nomura's era of designs at that point were like almost felt like engineered in a lab to appeal to that generation of kids growing up, right? Because it just looks so cool. And so, combine that with perhaps a little bit more edgy presentation, like the idea that Final Fantasy was going to show blood, and it was also going to have this more dark, mature air to it. I think that was like really appealing to people. And also, I think that Kingdom Hearts, now Square is like trying to struggle to make Final Fantasy like a world-class action game. But it's so amazing when you go back to Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2, how Nomura and his team basically did it on the first try. Like on the very first attempt, they made one of the best action RPGs of all time. And so for something like, especially Kingdom Hearts 2, and even better with its final mix release, to transition that back into Final Fantasy, and now you can play as all of the characters, it was just such an awesome premise.
Yeah, and to set the timeline here, this was at E3 2006 when it was announced, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
So that would have been somewhere around like, what, May, June?
Yeah.
Something like that, 2006. And, back then, this is like at the birth of HD consoles and things like that. So we were still used to dev cycles not being, these super long affairs. Like I remembered expecting a Legend of Zelda game at least once every 5 years at the time, but that was one of the longer cycles during that era. Like Final Fantasy games were coming out like once a year through like the 90s. Maybe that was gearing up a little bit more because I think that, let's see, Final Fantasy XII came out, I think, right around that same time. So, and then Final Fantasy XI had been, 2 or 3 years earlier. So maybe they were getting to the point where you might wait like a couple of years in between. But nobody...
but remember, even with...
I mean, there'll never be yearly releases again, AJ. I mean, for almost any AAA franchise, it just doesn't work that way anymore.
When you mentioned Legend of Zelda, 5 years is high. Like between Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, it was only 4 years, and that was after Twilight Princess got delayed.
Yeah.
And then before that, 2 years previous was Majora's Mask. 2 years previous was Ocarina of Time.
No 3D environments, no, all that stuff. It was just so much simpler to make games.
It was even less than 5 years. It was and that was still on the high end, right?
Yeah.
From Wind Waker to Twilight Princess, 4 years. That felt like long, like too long.
Time.
Something went wrong, right?
Yeah, Resident Evil is probably the most consistent, high quality series in terms of close releases, and even they aren't releasing yearly anymore. is usually every 2 to 3 years between RE titles, and they have like the remakes in between. And then also all the Resident Evil games are like 10 hours, 15 hours max. I think RE9 can go a little bit longer. Like I heard people saying like it maybe like 19, almost 20 hours. But they're very, very short, fairly linear games. That also helps.
That's true. And so once we enter the HD era of gaming, you know, it started really ramping up the development time for a lot of games. But even still, 2006 to 2016 is...
Not only that, Roland, the last Elder Scrolls came out in 2011. Could you imagine, like, being in that scenario and then the game that you get instead of Elder Scrolls? Because that's Bethesda, right? Yeah. That's Bethesda. So instead of getting Elder Scrolls, you get Starfield. Fuck, dude.
Just an insanely long time. So
Starfield was one of those projects that just like their ambition was so beyond what was like they were probably capable of doing. Kind of like Versus 13. They just wanted to have this universe with thousands of planets, and it just ended up becoming a like so many procedurally generated just maps of like kind of repetitive activities to do. Sorry, I don't want to talk about Starfield. I have nothing, no nice things to say.
What happened between the announcement of Versus 13 in 2006 to make this take 10 years before something is actually delivered?
I'm very curious how you answer this, NSP, because the question he just asked is like your entire video in some ways.
Quite a lot. But the main two things were waiting on Crystal Tools to be finished, because whenever you have an in-house engine, essentially you can only make as much of the game as the engine will currently allow, right? And so because of that, you have a lot of stalls in development that are going to inevitably happen. And this also happened with Final Fantasy 13 as well, where Motomu Toriyama was saying, you know, at one point they were just kind of like sitting around creating assets and they weren't even that able to like really progress in developing the game itself because there was no engine. And so they thought, okay, well, we'll just have the assets ready to go when the engine is at a further point in development. And so because of that, you have like a lot of stalls. It takes a long time. You're basically building a house and setting the foundation all at the same time, which is really complicated and messy to do. So
let's step back for just one second. Just for those who have absolutely no idea what we're talking about with things, terms like Crystal Tools, Luminous. What is a game engine, and why on earth would a game publisher want to create their own game engine instead of using sort of an existing third-party engine?
It's a very good question. And basically what we talked about earlier at one point. By the way, SubTXT friendly, bit the bullet and bought a PS5 Pro and disk drive for my birthday because of those price hikes. Oh, wow. Also, happy birthday. We're looking forward to 4K 60 Rebirth on my Sony. Oh, it looks amazing. Yeah.
So you can think of a game engine.
What's crazy about Rebirth on the PS5 Pro and like literally Digital Foundry has pointed this out. The versatility mode, the like PS5 Pro 60 FPS upscaled mode, visually looks better than native quality like 4K mode. Like the native like quality resolution that runs at 30 frames per second. The upscaled version looks better and it runs twice as well, which is just nuts. I sadly would have to sell blood to get a PS5 Pro.
As like a suite of tools and libraries that make a game easy to port and to develop. You typically consider, typically has few things like a level editor, scripting tools, and a bunch of other features in order to support you making a game faster. A lot of low-level work is essentially constructed within this game engine, and it operates as a platform for you to begin building the content that is the game on top of, right? And so once that is removed, you can kind of focus on just actually building the game's content, right? In earlier generations, a lot of the times games were very much hard-coded, or they would build the engine around the game. But games back then were a lot less complex than they are now in terms of the visuals and the performance and the types of things that they try to achieve mechanically. And so as you build those more complex systems, it just makes more sense to have those things done ahead of time, instead of trying to build it all
that makes sense, actually,
at the point of when you're making the game, because software has just gotten much more complex on that end. And Crystal Tools, and the reason why any developer would want to make their own engine is because you may have ideas that are unique to your project and you want an engine that is optimized to it. There are also royalty fees that you have to pay to the creators of the engine. For example, whenever you use Unreal Engine, you have to pay a 5% royalty. But if you make your own engine, you don't have to pay that 5% royalty.
No, you have to pay 50% of your budget instead.
Yeah.
But that's budget, not gross. So, okay, yeah, it's different.
Right. And but the alternative look at that is that you're making an investment. So you're saying that we can make this engine up front, and the game that we're making on the engine will front the cost. And then all subsequent games that we make will eventually will recoup the profit, right?
That's a good point. Just so for people who don't know, Nintendo makes all of their own engines even still. I think Monolith Soft helped with some of their more recent stuff. I would imagine. That's true. But they get away with it. You know, it's like Square Enix. That's just how everyone used to do it. And this is back in the day, 10, 15 years ago, it wasn't such a given that you would just use Unreal Engine, right? The kind of the old way of thinking was still pretty prevalent at the time, where it's like, you got to make our own engine. That's what we've always done.
Right. And it's not to say that like everyone should use Unreal Engine, or there aren't legitimate use cases for developing your own engine, right? We can look at, for example, RE Engine that Capcom has made, which has done really phenomenal. You know, you go play like Resident Evil 9, and it's like there's nothing else out there that looks that good. It's incredible.
I wonder what the Naughty Dog games use. Like, I assume they have their own engine then, probably as well. I just don't feel like I ever hear anybody talk about their engine the way that they talk about, say, like Decima or Horizon and Death Stranding and stuff.
Incredible. Nice. So there's definitely cases for it, and I can really see why they would want to make their own engine, especially for Final Fantasy versus 13 and 15, right? This ambitious open world that is also supposed to have like these crazy set pieces in them. And Unreal Engine 3 at the time, probably not going to be suitable enough for it. And so building their own engine did make sense financially, because originally they wanted to build games like Kingdom Hearts 3 on this engine. That didn't happen.
They used Unreal Engine, right, for Kingdom Hearts 3. Real quick, just because it came up in chat, the mention of Stranger Than Heaven. Did you guys see the new trailer this week? Even though it sucks because, like, I haven't played the Yakuza games, but there was a new trailer this week, and it's like a semi-trailer because like it actually teases like a bigger event that's happening, I think in May. But it looked really cool, and I just want to play it real quick because like the premise of it is fascinating. Like, this game is totally on my radar. Just the vibe of it, the style of it, it's just like, looks fucking cool. Japan's underworld. And this like eras thing seems cool as shit. The fact that it spans like multiple decades. 5 eras and cities. 1915, 29, 43, 51, 65. More details revealed on May 6th. The jazz drum solo from 7 Integrate. Okay. Just like straight up what's selling me on this is like the vibes of it, music, and like the aesthetic, and like that concept of like 5 different time periods, and then the fact that it is like the same devs as Yakuza, which people really love. I haven't played, but people love. Has me intrigued for sure.
Yeah,
I hated the tease too, Kofi. I was like, more details. Like, isn't that what we're here for? Isn't this the partner direct, like, or the partner fucking showcase? Like, give me information now, damn it. But I guess whenever we get info, we probably get like a lot of it in one shot, you know? Why do all of that just to tell us till May? I mean, it's kind of like this. Kind of like this. Right. Granted, you got a lot in it. No, that's the integrated one. What the fuck? Here you go. Oh, not the E3 one.
See the
kind of like this. More to come in June. In a May 9th trailer. Kind of like this. Kind of feels like this a little bit. A little bit. A little bit.
You have like more delays
with
that.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting because you bring up RE engine, right, which is used for the Resident Evil games, but it's also used for games like Monster Hunter and Dragon's Dogma and like other games that Capcom makes. And so Square was wanting to do that, where they were going to develop a bunch of their other games using, at the time, Crystal Tools, which is what was being developed for Final Fantasy XIII. But that ended up not happening, right? That ended up like they didn't use it for Kingdom Hearts 3. And then Luminous the same way. Luminous has been used for maybe Forspoken, but
2 games.
Like nothing else. So what were the problems with Crystal Tools first? Because Crystal Tools came first, where that did not end up working for Final Fantasy Versus 13. And then why did they decide they have to make another engine again? And then why has that engine not been used for games like Final Fantasy 16, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Kingdom Hearts 3, and so on?
You're right. So essentially in 2012, they were trying to put together an alpha build for Versus 13. And the initial plan is that they wanted to game the PS3 and PS4, considering how long it was taking.
Sorry, I have
what it all comes down.
One sec. 2012, they were going to build an alpha build for a game they announced 6 years ago. Did I hear that correctly?
Oh my god!
Yes.
Hold on. Okay,
this will tie in backwards. I know this is like a weird starting point, but I think this kind of
was Nomura still in charge at this point?
Yes, he was still in charge. In fact, this kind of like signifies the end.
I feel bad for
probably the 14 stuff. Probably the 14 stuff can be on the way.
Keep going.
So they were trying to use the technology that they currently have with Crystal Tools, and this ties back to the memory wall that I mentioned earlier with Final Fantasy 13. So again, Crystal Tools, very designed for one specific game, Final Fantasy 13. And the problem there is that Final Fantasy 13's development was taking too long because they were trying to accommodate for Final Fantasy 14, and they were trying to accommodate for Versus as well, right? And so at some point, management was just like, you know what? Get Final Fantasy 13 out of the door. Make Crystal Tools do whatever it needs to do to get that first game out, and we'll fix it later. We'll make it work somehow for the other games. And it did not work at all. They end up having to rework Final Fantasy 14 entirely. Basically, A Realm Reborn is a remake, realistically speaking. And then Versus, also another issue that happened is that they had to take staff off of Versus to help finish Final Fantasy 13 because it got behind schedule because of how long Crystal Tools was taking. And then they had to take staff off of Versus again to work on Final Fantasy 14 2.0 because the engine would not support 1.0.
That's okay. Okay, so how many games were actually made using Crystal Tools? Were all the Final Fantasy 13 games made with it?
Like 2 and 3 or whatever.
I believe. So this is actually kind of weird. Technically, the entire 13 trilogy, also, oddly enough, Dragon Quest X, the MMO, also runs on Crystal Tools. Yeah, which is really strange to think about, but yes. And then 14's current engine is like a weird amalgamation of mostly Crystal Tools. And like they revamped it when they were working on A Realm Reborn. And then also they pulled in some code from Luminous as well. And then they also did some other work on top of all that. So it's like this Frankenstein engine of all those things. And then Final Fantasy 16's engine is like an evolution again of 14's engine.
Crazy. So it's probably by the time we get to 16, you can no longer really call it Crystal Tools. It's become something else. But 14, A Realm Reborn, was like a sort of patched Crystal Tools that would work better or is more optimized for the open fields of an MMO.
Right. So it's pretty heavily reworked. It's something that Yoshi P would still describe as like a new technology from like what I've read. So I don't know how accurate it would be to still call it Crystal Tools, but my understanding is that engine is still forked from a lot of what Crystal Tools had going on.
Okay. But outside of that, it seems like there's not really much they did with it. It seemed to be primarily made specifically to make Final Fantasy 13. And outside of that specific use case, it didn't have much in terms of like legs or like applicability to other types of games that Square wanted to make.
Right. And you know, Yoshi P was curious about using Luminous for Final Fantasy 16. But then when he spoke with, they were called Business Division 2 at the time, when he spoke with them, they did not have any documentation ready, right?
Hold on, Chad, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I gotta say, chat, I think like I kind of want to play some NieR. Like, this is very interesting. And, you know, really got a kick out of the entire, you know, video that we watched. And this is interesting. But I've been sitting very passively. Just watching stuff. And I'm feeling a little bit of just like fatigue from streaming 3 days today. Or 3 days today, 3 days this week. But I was like, do I actually stop streaming? Like, do I just call it for the day? Yeah, I want to get my fingers moving. But I was like, you know what? I kind of want to play some games. So let's play some NieR. Let's play some NieR. I don't know how long we'll play because it's already like 6 o'clock basically. So I might only play like an hour. I'll probably only play like an hour, but I kind of want to play a little bit. Let me also update my Twitch info. Did say it might happen. Yeah. All right. But I might end up listening to the rest of that while doing my own cleaning later, which I know that Nice Guy Prince was doing. While he had us in the background. All right, what is it that I need to do? I need to talk to Devila and Popola. Devila. You guys see it, right? Yeah.
Hey.
With his older self, his face and hair, it looks like Raiden. Oh yeah, a little bit.
Oh, hi. I kind of thought you'd never talk to us again.
I understand you're doing this for the village, and that you don't have a choice.
Pretty much, yeah. But look, why don't you go talk to Popola? I think she wanted to discuss the Shadow Lord with you.
I'm headed there next. Oh, and Devila?
Yeah?
Sorry about yesterday. I shouldn't have lost my temper like that.
You don't need to apologize. Anyone would be upset when their friends are hurting. Let Emil and Kaine know that we're sorry, all right?
All right.
Yeah, I assume she's where she always is. The flower wasn't in any of Devil's books. God, will somebody clean this up? Will somebody fucking... That's what the first thing we talk about with Popola. Popola. Okay, I know we were depressed because, you know, our girl was petrified against this door. But, you know, now that's over. Yeah, speaking of Noctis, yeah. Raid Chase, can we get a little cleanup? Especially the corners here. I mean, there's no excuse for this. This may be fresh. This may have been in our recent fight or something. So I'll let it go, but just got to do something about this.
Popola?
Oh, hello.
Look, I want to apologize for
Stop. You didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, but neither did you. You're just trying to protect the villagers. And I jumped down your throat for it.
It's very kind of you to say so. Regardless, please don't let it trouble you.
Ahem. I believe there was something you wished to discuss with us.
Oh, right. Yes, about that. You know about the lost shrine, right?
The temple where I was first discovered.
Oh, that's right. That's what the lost shrine was, yeah.
That's it. Well, it seems that the Shadow Lord's lair is connected to it somehow.
I remember the lost shrine coming up as like the next thing to do in the walkthrough that I looked at to like figure out how to promote like what we're gonna play in NieR today. But I forgot. I didn't realize it was where we started the game.
Oh, It was right under our pages the whole time.
But the bridge that leads there is unusable.
So take a boat.
A boat?
Yes. The canal's finally been repaired. It took a lot longer than expected. What
Back
with
to
the
Seaport?
shades and all. I also asked them to provide a boat at the path to the Lost Shrine's back entrance. The ferryman will let you use it free of charge. That should make it easier for you to move from town to town.
Oh shit.
Thanks,
Really?
Popola. I feel like you've done so much for me. I'm really grateful.
Does this sound like a fast travel?
All right. I'll see you around.
And for the love of everything, be careful. And for the love...
Now I just get what you're saying,
The
AJ.
entrance to the shopping district.
She needs a good podcast for the cleaning. The reason why she hasn't cleaned up that library in 5 years is because she hasn't had a good podcast. I get it. It took me a while. I was staring at that message, trying to understand who the she was. Now I got it. The path above the entrance to the shopping district should lead to the boat landing.
How excellent to know the canal is finished. Hopefully this puts our days of running all over behind us.
The faster we can move, the faster we can save Yona. Let's use it as often as we need.
It does sound like a little bit like a fast travel. Is that here at the port? Which
Hey,
these side
you
quests?
haven't seen any thieves around, have you? Bunch of sticky-fingered bastards keep taking my merchandise.
Oh shit, Home Alone shit.
First I've heard of it.
They don't take a lot, but when they strike,
Sticky bandits.
it's always food. And in some ways, that's our most precious commodity.
Sure.
Maybe I can help.
Well, I'd certainly appreciate it.
Do you have a plan? Or are we going to walk up to every person we see and shake them until stolen vegetables fall from their pockets?
Let's try asking around the village.
Basically that.
Thieves in the village. Can't believe it.
One could call it a sign of the times.
Like
Rare
all
is
these
the
side
man
quests.
who steals out of choice, as opposed to need.
Ah, just the person I wanted to see. Do you have a moment?
What's up?
All the
Our
moments.
water wheel is on its last legs. I'd like to shore it up, but the job is a little beyond my skill set.
This is a wise thought on your part. That wheel is a machine of not insignificant age. Better to repair it now than wait until it fails completely.
I suppose we'd all be in trouble if it broke. So what do we need?
Replacing the axle and the paddleboards should suffice for now. I believe the Strange Thing store in Facade should have everything we need.
All right. We'll head there when we have a minute.
Thank you. And while you're gone, I'll track down someone to do the actual repair work.
I wonder which quest that NieR guide said that we should definitely do. Where was that? See what's this? That's not the guide. It was a Reddit post. That's right. Check my Reddit. Saved. Here we go. The ones it says to do for part 2. Oh, there are some that are also required for ending C and D. Pitch and parachute. Using training. None of the ones that I have yet, I don't think, but that's fine. I was just curious. Just to remind myself of the names of them, so when I see them, I'm like, oh yeah, that would definitely be worth doing, you know? Oh, there's a reason I went there. I wanted to see the quests that I currently have. Oh, Thieves in Training, that's one of them. So this, I just need to talk about, speak to people around here, right?
dealing with a wave of robberies lately. Better keep a close eye on your purse. We've been dealing with a wave...
All I think about these days is food. I'd give any...
Yeah, we already talked to you before you said that.
I wish I could play someplace bigger.
Oh yeah, because the monsters are around, she can't really like leave town.
I hear it's two thieves working as a team.
Oh. Did you now?
I hear it's...
Curse these tired old bones.
A robbery? Come to think of it, I did catch a glimpse of a pint-sized fellow moving suspiciously through the shadows. Maybe he was involved?
Could be a
Judging
kid.
by what we found, we're dealing with two thieves. Most likely a couple of kids.
Remember the pair of brothers that loiter near the water wheel? I fear they may be hiding something from us.
Let's go have
Thank
us
you for
a little
the
chat.
God of War Ragnarok style hints. Not letting me think about it. I think it's this kid and his like that shady ass family that used to live here.
I got separated from my friends. I hope they're okay.
The Shades took over my old village. I barely escaped that place with my life.
Hey, you. You ever seen a treasure map before?
A treasure map?
Yeah, a treasure map. You know, a map that shows you where to find buried treasure. I'm collecting them. My lifelong dream is to one day roll naked in a pile of sweet, sweet treasure.
That's an interesting dream.
So that's why I'm looking for a new treasure map or two. If you find one, bring it on over to me, all right?
But I just happen to find a treasure map, yeah.
Sure thing. I guess I should know where to look for a treasure map before telling the guy sure thing.
One could hardly expect to stumble across such a thing lying on the ground. Perhaps we should look for a place where old documents are stored.
Old documents, huh?
Library? Sounds this guy ready?
A robbery? I did.
Oh yeah.
Judging by what...
Remember the...
Let's go ahead.
Let's go listen to the kids in the dock. This is the dream of the Square CEO.
Mom said I can't play outside the shopping district.
Yeah, it's because there's monsters. They'll kill you, just like the two kids that were running around the thing. Where are these kids at? Here? Yeah.
Are you two the ones behind the recent robberies?
You must already know if you're asking like that.
Goddamn right I know.
Tone betrays your guilt. Confess. Confess now, lest the rage of Grimoire Vice fall upon you.
Okay, we did it. My brother and me.
Why?
Because Dad told us to.
Your own father demanded that you steal.
This guy sounds like a real piece of work. Where is he now?
Probably in the tavern. That's where he spends all his time.
Got it.
The father with the marital issues. I wanted to check something actually the other day. For copyright reasons, I want to pull the music down a little bit because I keep getting into having to fight the damn copyright. It's probably not enough to get rid of it, but just if I could de-emphasize it a little bit, maybe I can get away with it.
Hey, you have a pair of sons?
Huh? What's it to you, huh? Why you gotta ask me all these questions?
Oh, every time I play NieR, I get copyright, not strikes, but like copyright claimed, and then I need to dispute it, which takes like 30 days.
You're forcing your own kids to commit crimes?
Crimes? No, it's not like that. I just told him to go find some food for the family. Now shut your mouth before I shut it for you. bunch of no good meddlers.
Let's kick his ass. Let's kick his ass.
Our time is wasted on this drunken scoundrel.
What a sad excuse for a father.
How shall we explain this to the client?
We'll tell him the truth. Then we'll figure out what to do with the kids.
Blame this father.
What have we got today? Which job should I give you first?
Massless Lighthouse, we can follow up on that.
Busy. It's a guy.
Gotta step away, sadly. Thanks so much, Kofi, for hanging out. Oh, shit. Damn it, I skipped
wrote down
what
the
you said.
location on your map, so head over there to get the details.
Where's the seafront? Oh, yeah, the lighthouse. Yeah.
Oh, you wanted to... Which
No.
job should I give you first? Come back
No,
whenever...
She is Fisherman's Gambit, though, which is good to know.
Did you find the culprit?
Yeah, but it's complicated.
A pair of children driven to steel by an abusive father? Well, I certainly didn't expect this.
They shouldn't have stolen from you, but I don't think they're entirely at fault here.
Agreed. I'll talk to the other shopkeepers and make sure they understand.
Thanks. Oh, and I also think we should get them away from their father.
Not sure who could take them. Folks are barely getting by as it is. But let me spread the word and see what we can figure out.
It wouldn't be crazy for like future Final Fantasy games to have like this level of graphics to some degree. Like in terms of we talk about like animations and like characters' faces and stuff. I'm just like taking into account like this shopkeeper. You don't see his mouth moving at all. Like how to speed up development time and make more Final Fantasies. Like I wouldn't be against Final Fantasies that maybe look a little bit more like this, but
yes, your fee. Well,
just thinking
shop
about
owners pass the hat.
since we're talking so much about production and
I
stuff.
hope it's enough.
And if they can keep making FF7 remake style games at a pace of like 3 to 4 years, I'll take that for sure. But
using children as tools of thievery, unthinkable.
I can't believe this happened in our village. Things are more desperate than I knew.
If we hope to restore the lives of the villagers, we must cull as many shades as we can.
Yeah.
I guess that's the fairy guy.
Hey, look who it is. Remember me?
That red bag. My pages.
Oh, yeah.
You're the slovenly half of that couple who refused to stop arguing.
Yeah, this guy.
It's been a while.
Sure has. I've been in charge of this canal since we last talked. Apparently I did a pretty good job with it because they decided to make me the permanent ferryman.
Oh yeah, huh? Congrats.
Thanks. Still, it's not all puppies and unicorns. The old ball and chain is always harping on me now about how much I work. Anyway, if you got a place to be, just let me know and I'll take you there.
Alright. I think we're going to Seaport, right? This is like a fast travel. It'll even take me to the desert thing, which is cool. Or wait, am I going to the Lost Shrine? I think I might have to go to the Lost Shrine, actually. Actually, what is the X on the map? So that feels like it's in dead center, but they said to go to the ferry. We're gonna go to the seafront anyway, just because I want to do this next like side quest, but I think this will be the case. I hope they learned that keeping together a team, that games can be produced faster. Yeah, I mean, well, you saw how it made a hellscape for Versus 13, where it's like they had to take members off. What was I? What did I need to do? I was gonna go to the. Yeah, I gotta go back to the Lost Shrine. Find the back entrance of the Lost Shrine. But first, let's do this. Masterless Lighthouse. God, at least now, hopefully with the fast travel, I don't have to like run between the different towns.
Hey, you got a moment? You used to be friends with the lighthouse lady, right?
Yeah, I thought so before she died.
We basically hated each other.
Till the end, we had a nice little like endings.
Well, you at least talked to her, right? Could I ask you a favor?
What is it?
The lighthouse is in good shape now, but it's going to wear out eventually. We'd like to have replacement parts ready. You think you could get the parts from the junk heap for me? I'm sure the lighthouse lady would be appreciative, wherever she is.
Sure.
Yeah. All right. Oh, thank you. I think we'll need 10 broken lenses and 10 broken batteries. While you're at it, 10 mysterious switches would be nice too.
Do I not have that stuff already? Picked up so much shit last time we were there. No, I have nothing. Okay. So yeah, technically... I have to go to the back entrance of the shrine. But it says there's like the ferryman there, I thought. You know what? This kind of reminds me a little bit of a FF15 song.
There. Just tell me where you want to go.
Oh, the X is, I think the X is where I currently am. Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, no, I don't want to go back to the village. I'm going to go Lost Shrine rear path.
The Lost Shrine's up ahead, just past this cave.
As well as the Shadow Lord's castle.
Let us make haste.
Hey, what's up? What's up, buddies? Pals. Once I finish my secret dish, I'm gonna feed it to Ark, and then he'll see how helpful I can be. I wonder whose notebooks these are. Is it still my sister's from like 5 years ago? Oh, it still is. I don't want to leap over there. I'm curious. I don't think I can get up there, though. Our girl's back. Kaine. Wait, what the fuck? Did he just fly up there? He could fly? You can fly? Emil? Holy shit, dude. Holy shit, bro. Oh, the new pages are the dark ones. Obtain the spear. Oh shit, that's a whole ass weapon. That's in a random box. Devil Queen. Ooh, it's an upgrade too. 234. Read the story. The Devil Queen. This story takes place in a small country at around the same latitude as the northernmost member of a nation of city-states that are part of a region with a village that is attempting to establish a trade agreement with another village on a tiny island in the ocean south of a country that used to have an alliance with the Republic next to a kingdom where a queen resided. What a fucking story. Still have the words. Do I have words attached to it? I don't. Plus 15 for pile. I think like some of these words actually work because I don't think that did anything to my regular weapons, like my swords, but it does. They do have an effect on the spear. Probably choose Mahira there. Plus 12 on item drop rate. Oh wow, look at this. Star Wars Episode 9 moment. They can fly now? Yeah. Oh god, I forgot about that. I tried to erase Episode 9 from my memory. Kaine, why are you so stuck? Did I miss something there? I could have gone down. I've gone over here now. Yeah, all right. I remember this place, chat, with these like puzzles with the boxes. That's what I have currently. Arc Lance. Where all the rooms that we had to go into. This one herb. Same goes for me, yeah. Is she fighting something? Oh, she is fighting something. Damn, this dude's strong as hell. Two of them. Can't believe this guy's not dead yet. Few of these guys, they just keep coming. Got a new word. How many of these guys are there? Damn. Feels like I felt like 20 minutes fighting 3 guys. Both solve. Yeah, the music is crazy. Anything else here? So just gotta go up. Map marker? No map. Remember when I fell off this staircase, chat? I want to get this item. Oh, Lost Shrine map. Hell yeah. Oh no. Ah, damn it. It felt like foreshadowing when I was like, remember when I fell down this off these stairs, chat? Sure enough. Fell off a spiral staircase, the thing he loves most. Yeah. Just me and the spiral staircases are just destined to... Feels like there's enemy music. Bill. Yeah, there he is. Multiple of them. God damn it. Fell off the spiral staircase again. Just because I did too athletic of a move. Tired of these dudes. They're like crazy beefy. You would think with like two extra allies that I would have an easier time beating these things. There you go. Oh my god, he fell all the way down there. He's probably not dead though. You have to run his ass all the way up here? Where is he? I don't see him. Okay, maybe not. I guess I have to go through those doors again. So are we just repeating this dungeon? Kinda seems like it. Can't just move. Why can't I just move that? There we go. Near, far, wherever you are.
This is all too easy.
Oh, this is the little guys. Oh, there's some big guys. Go. Like I said, these little shits are kind of beefy. They've upgraded. Where do we have to go? So it's at the top again? Oh, I can't go that way. Am I missing anything the other way? No. Oh, wait. Yeah, one of these again. Oh, fuck off. How do I move these? Okay. Move that all the way over to the side. You can't move this one in the middle. Move this. I would imagine. I need to drag this back. Yeah. Well, how the... back some more. Yeah. Oh no, there we go. Nope. Go forward. Oops. Oh no, no, there we go. That way. It's like when I hit them with the big fist, they lose the, like, big armor at least. They became the skinnier versions of themselves, but they still have the sword to parry. Thank you so much, Abel, for subscribing. Oh, fuck you. Oh, shit. You got a couple good hits on me. I feel like my teammates aren't doing shit. Alright. The way Kaine moves around is really funny. It's like dashes around. Oh, full on dudes. Like when they do that jumping animation, it's like they're jumping around, getting prepared to hit. I have a weird feeling they're not actually gone. I feel like they just fell. They are gone. I love that spell. Yeah, like giving the hands one. The fist one is very cool. I feel like Lightning Magna might be an earlier part of the stream. Little guys go down pretty quick. Oh. That's tricky. Oh, I think I get it. That over. Make a bullet. It's over. Ooh, I have a little box to get there. Ow, fuck you. Dude. Sheesh. There's a lot of these guys. Their sword guard is like OP as hell. You know what? you. Oh my god, there's more of these guys. They're doing their little dance up move. You shit. Level up. Can I do more goddamn damage then? Nice move. I feel like I need to learn the combat a little bit better because there has to be better ways or faster ways of dealing with these guys. Their sword guard is way too OP. Any other guys? No. Oh my god, I'm tired of these things. Oh, gotta switch that up. Actually, Dark Gluttony, Dark Lance. I don't have enough magic points to get away with it. Nice, that was fun. Complex machine. It was a cool little boss, yeah. Shit. Hold on. What is this way? Anything? Thing is, like, I'm not even sure exactly what I'm looking for in this Return to the Lost Shrine. Holy shit! I mean, this is relatively easy. It feels like. So you throw these all over, move these over, push this over. this. This back a little bit. This over. Pull this back. Then we can move this over. Back. It sounds like the lyrics are saying Xbox. There's more items for this, okay. Oh wait, I missed a box, Oh, multiple boxes. There we go. There's a room to the side door. There it is. Alright. Now, the song is about Xbox losing again against PlayStation now.
Kaine, Emil, look, from now on, I'm going to sleep outside with you.
Why?
I can't accept that you aren't allowed in the village. It's stupid.
Based.
So you're staging a protest? Fun.
Don't waste your time.
But it just feels wrong.
Well, that's really nice of you, but you still don't have to stay out here with us.
Emil.
You got a super important mission. You can't sleep out in the rain. What if you catch a cold? Besides, I like camping with Kaine. Sometimes we sit around the fire and tell stories, or roast...
Emil, that's enough. I got a fucking image to maintain.
Hey, what do you roast? Wait, what do you roast? Marshmallows? She's trying to be all badass, but she just really likes roasting marshmallows. Still no marker on the map of where I'm supposed to go? No. Definitely push this somewhere to jump. Over there. It's gonna get caught up on the wall there. We can't move it back. Oh. Weird. Yeah, these roots are in the way too. Yeah. Yeah. I think I missed something. Possibly back where I was. Or the tree in the box. It had to lead somewhere. Oh, maybe. Oh, yeah. Oh. Now it just looks like... Look, I could even jump over that. But... It's the other end of where I just went. No. Oh. Fucking goddamn it, these things. Cartoons. Hooked them. On. All right. Okay. Xbox, okay. I feel like I'm missing potential secrets. What's over here? Nothing? That way. Will I play FF Remake Part 3 on stream? I don't. Probably after I beat it myself. Like I'm hoping to get, fingers crossed, like an early copy, like a review copy. I'll play that off stream. I'm just afraid of getting spoiled by people who'd be like, "Oh, hey, you're wrong," or "You're right," or whatever. Where Part 3 ends. I feel like I'm the wrong way. Oh, I have to go to the main middle area. My bad. Middle. All right,
we seem to be surrounded by a mob of helpless puppies.
Just kick them aside.
Two-handed sword. Getting all kinds of weapons. I feel like I could break through this wall. Maybe not. does this go? Huh. Xbox OD. Where does this go? I think it's just another way up here, probably. Oh, I could have. This is the other way I was coming. I could have just gone this way. Remember, I was like, oh, I feel like I'm like missing. I'm gonna miss stuff. Off to bed now. Fully caught up. Great stream. Learned so much about FF15. Yeah, I know, right? Shout out to Nice Guy Prince for that video. Fucking sick video. All right, before we continue, I just want to run to the bathroom real quick. So I assume there's probably like a boss here or something, probably more maybe like a story thing. So hopefully, so we'll do that, and then we'll probably end stream after whatever's next. But more than that. See what lies beyond this door. Oh, it sounds like a boss. Yeah, looks like a boss. He's got some armor on him. Oh, no preamble. No preamble. Just like...
What's going on? There's dozens of them!
These are creatures of the darkness. Lure them to the light. Pathetic to the end, I see.
Aim for that statue. It's the leader.
I thought like kill these things. Damn it, I didn't mean to waste all that magic. I was trying to charge it up for these little shits. I attack that thing. Come on. Hell yeah. Oh, he phased to that door. Did you see that? Nice. Charge it up. Ooh, a big dark hand. Oh, he parried it.
Have you felled the beast?
Don't bug my game. Oh, having him face through the door. Yeah. Imagine he faced through the door and like left the battlefield completely. Ooh, wow. Thank you very much. Got him. Parry it. Oh!
Kaine!
No fucking way. What? No way. Wait, what?
Kaine!
No, she's not dead. I've been faked out enough. I've been faked out enough with enough times with her death to believe that. Oh my god. Emil, can you help me out here? Okay. Kaine?
Kaine! Are you alright? Kaine!
Kind of a ridiculous question. Are you alright?
Little we can do for her.
He's completely impaled, like right through the fucking heart.
Kaine!
There's no way. There's no way. Really?
What is happening?
Kaine! Kaine!
Why is like the black scrawl all over her there? I mean, if she has it, I know, right? Is she transforming or? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, what the fuck?
It's Kaine's
What the
shade.
fuck?
We've no other choice. We must strike it down.
Kaine! Come back!
Sorry, Laura Bailey. Holy shit. Alright, I'm gonna need, this is fucked. Your shit.
Now, pin her down.
Kaine, please! Come back to us! It's do or die time!
Emil!
Okay. I'm not quite believing anything I'm seeing. SubTXT levels of what the fuck, I know. That is a fun fight, though. I don't believe it, though. I don't believe it. They already faked me out with the petrify shit.
Kaine!
Kaine!
See?
I couldn't hold it back.
Maybe when she gets mortally injured, like that comes out.
We're always going to be together, Kaine. If you transform again, we'll just stop it again. As many times as it takes. I don't care how tough it is. We're gonna get you back. I like sleeping outside because I'm with you, Kaine. I'm able to ignore my
feels like it's auto skipping ahead.
Because of you. I'm weak, and I'm sad, and I'm lonely. But you make me strong. You're my friend, and I need you. So don't you dare leave me.
Funny, Emil's like
all right.
Emil was auto advancing it because he was going so quickly. See, because now I can push forward so I continue the dialogue. But while he was like very emotional, I wasn't moving the dialogue forward. That was kind of cool. Like it just took over. It showed as if I could. The little icon on the bottom right is like was like the indicator that you can press to continue, but it just went by itself. Yeah, storytelling.
And thanks. I'm all right.
Over there.
You okay? You okay, Lord Bailey? Obtain mysterious stone fragment.
What is this?
Assumes what I came for.
It's got some kind of writing on it, but I don't know what it says.
How remarkably useless of you. Well, let's go ask Popola.
That's a Popola.
It's a cipher of some kind.
Can you determine its meaning?
I think this is the key to unlocking the Shadow Lord's castle. Here, take a look at this.
Oh. So I'm gonna have to get each of these pieces. Yeah, that makes sense.
I wrote down all the words I can understand. This fragment is called the Stone Guardian. Given that you found it in the Lost Shrine, the words must mean something. There are spaces here for 4 other fragments as well. Sacrifice.
And thus the structure of the rest of the game unfolds or reveals itself.
The Law of Robotics. The Memory Tree. Loyal Cerberus. The Law of Robotics probably refers to the Junk Heap.
Got it. Memory Tree is probably Forest of Myth.
And the Memory Tree might be the Forest of Myth.
Yeah. One of these is probably the Airy.
But as for Sacrifice and Loyal Cerberus, I don't have a clue.
I think the Airy is probably one of these.
Not a problem. If we want to fill in the words, we just run around the world killing every big monster we find, right?
There we go. Yeah, I'm still going, Big Pig. We're about to finish up, though.
Oh, splendid. By all means, let us undertake a murderous rampage.
They're just shades. Besides, it's the only way to reach the Shadow Lord.
It's a dangerous task.
Yeah, well, Yona's in even more danger.
But how can you even be sure that she's...
Because she is! Right?
He's just insistent that she's okay. Getting those sleepy eyes. Not really sleepy eyes. I mean, I think my eyes always look sleepy because they're kind of like very closed a lot of times.
Junk Heap and the Forest of Myth, yeah? I'm on my way.
Please be careful. Right. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't push...
Alright, that'll...
Oh, and listen. About Kaine and Emil.
Oh yeah, what's this bullshit?
The villagers know how much they've sacrificed, and they're thankful. It's just... they're scared, you know? People can't change overnight.
Not good enough. Not good enough.
I'll hurry them along the best I can. But can you please give them a little more time?
I'll try.
The villagers know how much they've sacrificed. I'll hurry them along.
I'll try.
Still don't agree. I'm protesting. Sleep outside. Is there a ladder up there? Oh, there is, but just the books. Oh, one of the side quests felt like it was referencing this as well.
I think I'm beginning to understand. Climate change wasn't the cause of our woes. It was only a symptom. The real trouble started when something terrible came down from the sky. It seems that this event turned the world into a metropolis of salt. I guess they're talking about how most of the city sunk into the ocean?
I might need to talk to Popola for this side quest, but it says to go to a old storehouse of knowledge, or where old documents were kept. But I assume that's the material.
This book is pretty beat up.
As a fellow tome, I find this a sad sight to behold. When will books receive the respect they deserve?
Calm down. I'm sure it had a happy life. Let's see here. Hey, is this a map?
It is, and one with many unusual markings.
Treasure map.
Perhaps this is a treasure map like that fellow was referring to earlier.
Yeah, but it's so damaged I can't make heads or tails of it.
I wager the damaged sections can be repaired. Perhaps the facade Strange Things store would be able to assist us.
Worth a shot.
So I have to take that to facade. Anything else here? No. Alright, let's just go to save. So, would it be pointless to play Crimson Desert on stream since everyone else is playing it? Hold on. Oh, wait, just... I could just, like, go... Oh, I don't even get an option. I'll go to Junk Heap first?
We might be able to find a key fragment in the Junk Heap.
Perhaps we can find a clue at Two Brothers' weaponry.
Alright, it doesn't take me there. It just forced me to choose where to go next. I was tempted to go to Facade, but... Alright, let's save. In terms of Crimson Desert, I just don't think it's at least for me, it's not a game that I would play, at least on stream, because I know it's not story heavy at all. It's not like a story-based game, and really, like my content is really centered around games that have, you know, more of a story focus. So for me, I wouldn't play it. I don't know if you mean for yourself. I mean, you could if you wanted to. But you know, for me, it just doesn't like fit the kind of stuff that I do. It looks somewhat interesting in terms of like, at least for me, like it looks somewhat interesting in terms of like the sandbox sort of stuff that you can do in the world, but I just don't have time to sink into a game like that, because I think to really make the most of that, you got to play it like for 100 hours, 100 plus hours. And it's just like not really like just a long next substream is gonna be Minecraft. Yeah. So let me see, who would I potentially raid into? I can raid into Finney, who's playing FF15, so we'll probably do that. But first, let me just close this. Because on the next stream is going to be Thursday, April 2nd. We'll be on Disc 2 of FF8. I know a lot of you may have missed the stream on Friday night, because that's a strange time for me to stream. Not a lot of people watch it, which is fine. It was one of those areas of FF8 also that's a bit, it's kind of not must watch. It's not must see stream TV. It's one of those parts of the story that's just like you're in that prison. It's not the greatest thing, but we will be doing what looks like a very cool part of the story starting on next stream, which is on Thursday, which is the attacked on the Guardians, Alam Garden and Trivia Garden. Very Finny. Finny's playing FF14. She's in 2.4, so getting close to the end game of the story of the patch content for FF14, which is really when the story starts to pick up. So yes, thank you all for hanging out. AJ, Sephiroth, Big Pig, I mentioned AJ already, Jake Lloyd, Nitro. Anybody else that I missed here? Currently, Convi. You at least got some NieR before we ended. But thank you all so much. Progress is made today. Yeah, we'll make a lot more progress next week because we did a lot of FF15 chatter today. So, but all right, I'm gonna send you all off to Very Finny. Thank you all for hanging out, and I will see you next time on Thursday.